Revenants of Life, Book 4 in the Ashdale Reaper series. Written by G.K. Lund. Chapter 1. The first sign of the fire was a strange hiss, almost like a dried-up scream. Then came the actual scream, blood-curdling. I believe that's an apt description. It sure made me stop dead in my tracks. I knew in that moment that it was something I'd heard before. Recognized it as the harrowing calling that it is. A call for the end, for me, or my kind, rather. That thought spurred me on, and I changed directions, pulled by that call like any animal when their flock hails them. Except no one was calling me, not intentionally. We were the same, those that facilitated death, but I had decided to take this human form, and thereby locking myself away from my kind. A gargle of a scream shot up again, the pain too great to contain. I wasn't impervious to it. Not now. I have seen so many die, have seen so many final moments. My human brain could not contain all that information. And as a mere man, that was for the best. There is only so much a human mind can take. But that scream brought it back. Even if I couldn't see anything between the buildings on the street I walked, I knew what was happening. It didn't hurt that this had been all over the news lately either. Someone had been burning bodies in Ashdale, my adopted home, this vibrant urban landscape that tamed a forceful river between its north and south side. It was aflame with life due to the people that lived there. Some were worse than others. I stopped a moment and glanced around. The street I'd turned into was shorter and narrower than the one I'd come from. And there, straight ahead, was light. Not electrical light from the street lights. No. That light was golden, and it flickered. I checked my surroundings again. There was no one in sight. I knew it wasn't the best idea to walk toward a pyromaniac murderer, but the presence he was inviting always drew me in. I had the sense to pass by and leave it, and often did as well. But sometimes the temptation was too much. Still, a now 3-time murderer was not what I wanted to see. Having taken over the vacant body of Ben Reed as he jumped off Central Bridge and into the Ashdale River had left me vulnerable. I still wasn't sure if I could leave this body and return to my old existence of herding the dead away from their vessels of flesh and bone. I didn't like thinking about the fact that I hadn't tried even once ever since I chose to fuse properly with the body. I didn't like thinking about what would happen if I died without leaving it. Would I return to normal then? What was even normal anymore? I was human now, and unlike a panicked scream that rose up further ahead as someone lost it and ran away from the horrors there, I walked toward the travesty. A weak sensation appeared at the nape of my neck then, weak due to the distance. A tingle, like thousands of pinpricks that spread up into my head. Someone had just died. Those moments of being burned alive must have felt like a lifetime, and the sensation in my head was that of recognition. It felt like my true form, trapped in this young man, wanted out, drawn like a magnet toward something, someone, like me. Feet slapped down on the asphalt as a runner came toward me out of the semi-darkness in front of me. Except for the flickering fire up ahead, the streetlight was poor, due to a couple of them being out. "Oh my God!" a shrill voice screamed before the form of a young woman emerged from the shadows. She wore jeans and a red shirt, but she was barefoot. One high-heeled shoe clutched in her hand. Long blonde hair billowed behind her tear-stained face, which was visible due to the amounts of mascara that had blended into them. "Oh, God!" she wailed again as she ran straight past me, scurrying down the street toward the more trafficked one I'd come from. I stared after her a moment. It was like her panic had rendered her blind. I certainly had done nothing to appear unseen, which, when I thought about it, might be a good idea. I may have been human, but I had some tricks to rely on. And since a murderer was nearby, shielding myself from his line of sight was likely a safe course of action. As I walked on, I tuned out the fading steps of the woman and let my mind go. Focused on nothing at all, shut every curious and worrisome thought out. The layer of the dark shadow that enclosed me, like a second skin now, more or less hid me from view. Anyone nearby would simply overlook me, seeing nothing more than a mere shadow and thinking no more of it. It worked best in darkness, but seemed to divert people's attention even in daylight. Satisfied with my added security, I finally left the street and stepped into an open space, a large square I had not seen before. It was not on my regular route through this quiet part of Charlton, west in the city. High-rise buildings surrounded a small park-like square. I could see benches and a few small trees in the darkness, but none of that really mattered as I gazed upon the flames that flickered around a charred and black form. It was obviously human. If there had been more witnesses than the woman, they had also run away, albeit in different directions. As had the murderer. The twisted limbs of the deceased drew my gaze for far too long. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. Yes, I might have seen this more times than one could count, but it gave me an uneasy feeling. This wasn't right. Keeping myself hidden under my shade became harder a moment. It was difficult to stay focused. I felt myself react to the smell of burning flesh, and I felt an uncomfortable pressure in my chest. The poor soul to have been put through such a horrendous death. The pain alone, never mind the fear. I had no doubt of that after hearing those screams. I glanced around. 3 screams, to be exact, if one discounted the fleeing woman. The first scream had been very different indeed. As I looked up, I saw people in many windows. The silhouettes all stared outside, but no one came. I couldn't blame them. What could they have done? According to the news, the murderer doused his victims with something combustible before setting them on fire. It had to have happened fast. No one inside could have done a thing, except call the police, of course. The unmistakable sound of distant sirens broke through the unusual silence of this part of the city. I decided to leave. I hadn't seen anything anyway. They would likely find the panicking witness, which would be a good thing. Judging by her reaction, she had at least seen something to make her run like that. It turned out I had ample time to make my way a couple of blocks away before the sirens blocked out any noise. At this point, I let my shading cover fade and walked on, still unseen due to the noise attracting all attention from the few who were outside. I withdrew my phone from my jacket pocket to check the time. I had to be late by now, and noticed a text message. "You're taking a cab, right?" I smiled and then glanced back in time to see one of the police cars race through a street behind me. Right now, this was a safe place to be. Still, I understood the worry and therefore lied. No need to cause unwanted concern. Yes, be there soon. I put the phone back in my pocket and walked on. I estimated 10 minutes, no more, before being out of the streets. My own calm surprised me. The revulsion and horror manifested in me like any other person nearby. I was so very human, after all. And part of that, for most everyone, is compassion. But the other part, the non-human, patient, and indifferent part, knew that it had been that person's time. There was no changing that. Still, it shouldn't have had to happen like that. I sighed as I rounded another quiet corner. People were complicated. Apparently, so was I. It seemed my human self couldn't quite agree with my other self. I suppose survival instinct will do that. It's so easy to regard death as a normal and necessary thing when you will be the last one to go, literally. I felt a shiver run down my spine, unless I were to experience my demise way too early, of course. No, my brain protested, not liking that at all, every instinct on high alert as I walked down the last block and could finally get inside and be safe. Chapter 2. I seldom dream. Usually it's all black, a void of nothing that fills my mind. Or perhaps that's where my mind goes? I don't know. All I know is that sleep was one of the necessities of human life that always disconcerted me. There were exceptions, though. Sometimes images appeared in those moments before waking. I believe that's how it is for most. But they weren't dreams as such. Not for me. No, they were more like memories. And my memories aren't like most. There is a distinct difference between waking to the image of an old woman dying surrounded by her family and loved ones, or, as I did that day, waking to the pleading of a woman as she was tied to a ladder. I saw it raised as the cheers of a crowd urged the men lifting it up. Saw the horror in the woman's tear-stained face as she reached the peak. Her eyes gazed out onto the town around her. Her home before the surge of the fall choked any sound out of her. Her unkempt gray hair and her long woolen skirts flew around her as she and the ladder fell down into the waiting fire below. My hand twitched on the mattress as I awoke. There was an echo of a pained, primal scream in my head. For a moment, I struggled to breathe, feeling a sense of overwhelming sadness for the woman. What a waste. There had been so much cruelty and ignorance. I knew I wouldn't have thought anything like that when I had actually been there. It was a memory, after all, but I had been detached then. I hadn't judged or felt anything beyond curiosity. Becoming human had changed all that. I knew now. Knew what it felt like to have people to care for, to want them to be safe. Knew what it felt like to be physically vulnerable. Witnessing things like the murder last night wasn't without peril any longer. I wasn't afraid of dying as such, more worried about what would happen after. Good grief, wasn't I just like everyone else? I scoffed at the thought and then drew a deep breath. The scent of floral perfume, citrusy as well as sweet, floated around me. As usual, it took a moment to realize where I was. The sheets were cool against my skin, the mattress softer than usual, and the light in the room fell from a different angle than I was used to. It's like watching a kitten open its eyes for the first time. I blinked and then turned my head to see Evie standing at the foot of the bed, watching me with a lovely smile on her face. That sight set everything back into place at once. She wore a white camisole and gray yoga pants, her wavy chestnut-colored hair loose around her shoulders. It seemed infused with golden threads on her right side as the sunlight hit it. But most of all, she was a vision standing there with a large cup of coffee in her hands. The earthy and rich smell was slowly overpowering the room. "Kitten?" I managed, fighting back a threatening yawn. Evie gave a soft laugh as she moved closer. "When you wake up, it's like you need directions, but don't know how to ask for them. How cliched, Ben." She sat down on the bed and leaned over me to put down the steaming cup of coffee on the nightstand. I, of course, had no idea what cliché that would be, and besides, there was scalding hot coffee nearby, that uplifting ambrosia of dark roasted beans. "Sometimes, I swear, you look at coffee with more longing than at me." Evie laughed as my eyes swiveled back to her. "I beg to differ. I need the coffee because my stupid brain wants the caffeine high. I want to be around you, on purpose." Her hazel eyes crinkled even more at the corners at this. "Ooh, you've become quite the sweet talker, haven't you?" "I'll be writing songs, next." "Well, the writing part sounds good." I was about to ask what that meant as she bent down and kissed me. "I'm just glad you're okay," she said moments later as her lips brushed mine. Why wouldn't I be? I noticed a flicker of something in her eyes. I brushed some of her soft hair behind her ear, trying to see better, but the heavy waves made it fall forward again. "Watched the news," she said. "Someone was killed again last night, burned alive, right here in Charton this time." "Oh." "Yeah, not far from here either." "Huh." Evie straightened up. "Oh, for crying out loud, Ben, did you see it?" "What?" "No." I waved that notion off. "Cab, remember?" I must not have been very convincing because her eyes narrowed in obvious doubt. I wasn't half bad at lying at this point, but I was far from apt at navigating every little cue and pitfall that entailed. "Fine," I gave in. "But I didn't see it, really. I saw what was left." Evie pressed her lips together to stop herself from saying something or other, and then placed her hand on my chest like she was subconsciously checking for a heartbeat. I had one or more of those, though. "What if the murderer had seen you?" I shrugged. It was more likely he'd seen the screaming woman, and he hadn't attacked her. "I can hide myself, you know?" Evie nodded. She knew that. Was one of a handful of people who did know about my abilities. One of 3 who knew the whole truth. Overlooking her aberration of a boss, Ward Winter She and my friend Olivia were the only ones to whom I'd ever spoken the whole truth, and they had accepted that, which was why I trusted them, even despite Evie working against me at times. I know, but that doesn't make you neither invisible nor invincible. I was perfectly safe. Evie didn't look wholly convinced, but she let it lie. I'm glad you are. She eyed me a moment, her eyes void of what she was thinking. She'd become better and better at that after starting her job at WGI, Winter Global Industries. But I could remember the steely resolve on her face the first time I saw her. She'd been running for her life then, escaping the ruthless people that had abducted her to use her ability for their own avaricious gains. Anyway, Evie slid her hand up my chest and let it rest on my cheek. I have to get dressed for work. I left some breakfast for you in the kitchen. Thanks. Have you, you know, checked your email lately? The change in the conversation happened so fast, it took me more than a moment to utter the ever so eloquent, "What?" Evie raised her eyebrows a fraction as my brain caught up. No. Why? Why on earth would I? I'd become passable at using the phone for calling and texting. That seemed enough. The people I wanted to be in contact with could reach me just fine. And then I didn't have to learn anything new. At least not anything that involved buttons and tabs and stupid glaring screens that confused me with their incessant messages. Perfect. Maybe you should? I narrowed my eyes in confusion and felt her hand move up as her fingers stroked through my hair. Why? The last time I checked, because Peter wouldn't stop nagging, mind you, there were merely a lot of emails from people I don't know, readers, and reminders from Ed Sear, business. I was about to say more and then stopped. Yes, that was business. I had in a distracted moment promised Ed Sear, the editor of Current Magazine, the rights to publish Ben's next book. Of course, with Ben being dead and me occupying his body, that wasn't going to happen. Ed had sent some texts as well, and I'd brushed him off, stating I was busy with something or other. Was that what this was about? How do you know that? I sat up a little, my face level with hers now. Have you been surveilling every part of my life? Hacking into my email and phone would surely count as a crime. Even I knew that. And I also knew that since I wanted Ward Winter dead, I was being watched by his people, including Evie to some extent. How did I know? Because she was the reason I had gotten no further with my plan of finding help from people with some very useful abilities. I had met setbacks when it came to my mission in ending the seemingly endless cycle of winter. The man didn't refuse to die as much as he refused to stay dead. He always came back. That was not supposed to happen. I had no clue how he did it either, but I knew in my gut that I had to stop it. It was not only an insult to me and the way of things in this existence. It was a disturbance. The only problem was, I couldn't kill him myself without risking consequences that were aberrations in themselves. It appeared that my interfering with the living, as in taking a life, caused someone else to wake up and vice versa. The mere thought of the inhuman screams of the woman this had happened to because of me made me shudder. No, it seemed I had to find a way around that to stop Winter, and I had thought that acquiring the help of people with certain otherworldly abilities might be the solution. Unfortunately, Evie, such a person herself, worked for Winter in helping some of them when they ran into so much trouble they couldn't help themselves. That meant she knew the important players in the city. And lo and behold, none of them were talking to me. I'd learned a few of their names during the debacle with Curtis Hill. He and his father had been targeted by both a few rogue police detectives as well as a large foreign company called Yorov, which collected people with extra special abilities like they were dolls. A few people with quite useful abilities to stop a man who appeared unreachable had been revealed to me then, a man named Silby and his guards, or whatever they were. And now they seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. They were good at hiding. Of course they were. Hardly anyone knew these people existed. Silby, of course, went to work in his factory, but it had become impossible to meet him there. Although Evie had never admitted to anything, it didn't take a genius to figure out why such people were impossible to reach, even with the stupid phone. Winter extended a hand to help some of them. Not talking to me was a favor returned. "Of course we don't hack your email," Evie said when I asked, trying to avoid a smile by pressing her lips together. She didn't quite succeed. Oh yes, I knew she worked against me. I couldn't quite blame her. I had refused to let it affect our relationship because I trusted she wasn't out to harm me, but she was adamant that her boss should not die. It was hard trying to explain he already had. I may not be an expert at this, but I don't think normal couples have these kinds of discussions. Of course, we weren't normal in any sense, with me being me and Evie being Evie. Still, the last few weeks had been good. We'd been doing the whole dating thing, as normal as could be, and grown closer. I enjoyed spending time with her, genuinely wanted to get to know her, felt all kinds of weird, fluttery feelings inside at the sight of her. It didn't take a psychic to tell me that she was very different to me from the other people in my life. I met her soft gaze. Very different indeed. "That's true," she agreed after a moment, "but most women don't have boyfriends that are trying to murder their boss." "I think murder is a little harsh." "So what if he's lived a little longer than most?" "A little? You're technically not supposed to exist either, but I'm glad you do." She leaned in and kissed me again before I could say anything. "I'm in your corner, Ben," she added a moment later, "but I will not help you with this." I glanced sideways in a confused moment. "Why would you be in the corner?" Evie burst out laughing, but quickly got herself under control. "I'm not on your side in this," she clarified after clearing her throat. "But other than that, I've got your back." "Ah, exactly. Winter saved my life. I'm protected now. Safe. That matters to me. I hope it does to you as well." She could no doubt see the hesitation in my eyes, because I did know that, and it did matter. Damn it. Stupid philanthropists doing good deeds when you were out to end them. Evie shrugged and got off the bed. "So no, there is no hacking of your emails," she announced over her shoulder as she left the bedroom, but Peter mentioned something about it, overflowing a bit. I sighed and sank down on the bed again before reaching out and grabbing the coffee. It tasted so good, still scalding hot and the perfect blend of bitter and earthy. I'd managed to down a quarter of it by the time Evie came back, her arms full of books. Old Ben's books, as it turned out a moment later when she dumped them in my lap, almost making me spill coffee on the sheets. Oh yes, all 8 of them, upbeat titles and all. I stared. Then I angled my head and stared up at Evie. "Maybe you should, at least look at them?" "Whatever for? To spend your time avoiding murderous pyromaniacs?" I opened my mouth to say something and then realized there really was only one accepted answer to that last one. Evie smiled as she stood next to the bed and watched me. You see, jobs would be something couples normally discuss. Chapter 3. Winter stared ahead at the man seated across his desk and tried very hard not to furrow his brows in confusion. Vampire mermaids? It was funny the things that came through his office sometimes. He'd seen more than enough of odd things, strange even. Many awful ones as well. He'd seen people kill each other for scraps, betray each other for fear. He'd seen crowds marching for justice, for the mere right to some bread. He'd seen the last man to be guillotined. Hell, he'd seen one of the first men to be guillotined. Wars, disease, hunger, the list went on. Vampire mermaids were a first, though, especially ones that could shed their skin like a snake and walk on land. Not that he was facing one. No, that would be ridiculous. Winter fought hard to hide the wry smile that threatened to appear. It didn't do to let people think you were insulting them. Not unless you were, in fact, doing so. Are you all right?" Peter Klein asked. He sat relaxed in the chair, but his slight taps on the closed laptop that stood upright on his lap told a different story. He was nervous. No wonder. Part of his future depended on this meeting. He was a dark-haired 25-year-old with a full, trimmed beard and a couple of pounds extra around the waist. As a college dropout, he'd done well for himself, working with what he loved. His residence was in Curtin Fields, but he was now searching for a place with his girlfriend, who had turned out to be one of the receptionists downstairs. Oh yes, Winter knew all that and more. They'd vetted him the moment he'd pitched his idea to Impact, a subsidiary company of WGI. Actually, he'd been investigated the moment it had been clear who his friend was by Winter's security as well. As it turned out now, Peter wanted to branch out. It was getting serious with the girlfriend then. Still, that was not why he was sitting in Winter's office. There were a few reasons for that, but for the most part, not what the young programmer thought. Yes, of course, Winter said in response to the man's question. Vampire mermaids. Mermen, but yeah. Mermen, of course. Continue, please. Peter was about to, but he stopped in the middle of an inhale and tipped his head sideways a fraction. Listen, Mr. Winter, I'm serious about this, but I guess that most developers don't deal with you in person, especially about programming. You don't think I understand your code? Peter opened his mouth and then considered before he spoke. Clever man. I wouldn't know, but Mr. Botros seemed interested, and I thought he was in charge of Impact. This can be an awesome game, with a specific purpose, but... Winter allowed a faint smile and raised his eyebrows. But? Peter sighed. He'd spoken his mind once before, been pretty frank and justified in his anger at a time when Winter had been too preoccupied to notice someone in need of help. That someone was Evie, who now worked for him. If not for Peter, she might not be alive. Listen, if I'm here because of this weird vendetta between you and Ben, then it might be just as well that I throw in the towel on this one. Winter couldn't help his eyes narrowing at that name. That vendetta, as Peter called it, was very one-sided. Winter forced himself not to react, at least visibly. Because I don't know anything. Winter held up a hand to silence him, and it worked like a charm. There are 2 reasons you are here, Mr. Klein. Peter. First, what you did for Evie. Second, I have some concerns about your game. Well, sure. And what? Let's put your excellent grasp on programming aside. Yes, Winter had talked to Asa Botros, and there was a reason the man was excited. You see, Mr. Botros doesn't know about this other hidden world you show in your proposed game. Well, Peter uttered, vampiric mermaids aside, a lot of the elements of this game are, shall we say, real. Peter shifted in his chair, hands on his laptop at all times. Yeah, sure, like psychics and telekinesis and stuff like that. Winter picked up a piece of paper on his desk and skimmed through the descriptions. A character that inflicts pain on the deserving upon touch, like an avenging angel? He put the paper down again and gave the younger man a pointed look. Sound like someone you know? Well, Peter's initially confused look told Winter he hadn't done this consciously. Yes, this character had some similarities to Evie's ability. She could, after all, inflict so much guilt on a person who had something to be guilty about that it could lead to people ending themselves in the worst cases, the cases that had past actions to feel guilty about. This is a problem. If we let you proceed with this, you will inadvertently reveal these things. But no one believes it. Peter looked shocked at the suggestion. No, there may be a few special cases, though, and they will cause trouble. And the communities that you are, in a sense, outing will not like it. Oh. Crap. I hadn't thought of that. Ah, damn, I didn't mean to say crap. Oh, screw it. Peter looked like he wanted to sink into a hole. This was not how to talk in a meeting asking for funding. Winter allowed a smile this time. Listen, your idea is good. Small supernatural puzzles that need to be solved. Short levels of 2 to 5 minutes, 10 at most. Enough to entertain people while waiting in line or being on public transport. Specific geographic locations that are set by the players themselves, offering exercise while staying in people's comfort zones. I understand Botros's liking for the project. But Winter thought Peter looked a little defeated. He was likely expecting a no. There were other companies that he could go to, but the support of Impact was by far better. It was an added bonus that they had their main offices in Ashdale as well. But, and I can't believe I'm going to say this as my day started with sales reports, but if you'll consider adding some better known elements like, I don't know, goblins and classic shape changers, then the truth will be better hidden. Classic shape changers? What about werewolves? That implies non-classic shifters exist, like actual shifters? Winter couldn't help lowering his brows in confusion again. Sort of. Did you miss the part where I said we'll fund and provide the tech and people? Yeah, no, thanks. Peter shot up from the chair, his eyes widening due to the microsecond his hands almost lost the grip on the laptop. Thanks, he repeated. You won't regret it. I'm sure I won't. Winter shook his hand and told him to wait for Ace's call. The man was bright. Judging by the presentation of the project, he'd been able to piece together more than one tidbit about the hidden communities that existed in just about any city and town. Seemed that knowing a little made the mind better able to see the rest. The fact that he wasn't too proud to make a change boded well for Asa and the team he'd set up. A reminder of Winter's next meeting pinged on his phone as Peter left, and he assumed Ellie, his assistant, would show him out. But as he looked up again and saw out the glass walls of his and everyone else's offices, Peter in conversation with Evie, he gave an exasperated sigh. They were standing a few feet away from the elevator, which was why Winter could see them. He'd deliberately chosen an office that was less conspicuous, but with the damn glass walls that had been so fashionable when the fortress, as people called the WGI headquarters, was built, that had become less effective. Winter had then and there decided that the next time he moved his business, well, to hell with fashions. Of course, that meant 10 to 15 years more of what he had now. Winter sat back down behind his desk, subconsciously opening the buttons of his suit jacket again. Peter and Evie looked like old friends out there, talking and laughing, their body language easy and friendly. It was like watching a figurative bottleneck. It wasn't like he could deny his employee the right to be in whatever relationship she wanted to be in, nor should he blacklist a project that could prove profitable out of spite. That wasn't how Winter wanted to move through life, and he'd been traveling on that journey for a while now. Still, it was disconcerting how people connected to Ben Reed kept turning up at WGI for different reasons. And none of it was suspicious, to put it like that. His security had been thorough in their vetting. Winter tapped on the tablet placed on his right-hand side and found the correct folder. A folder his people updated when needed. A couple of photos came up, dated 2 days ago. There was an added document with information, but Winter didn't need that to see what had been going on and where. The first photo showed a young, fair-haired man in a neighborhood Winter recognized being north in Charton, which explained why his people had picked up on it. It was too close to Winterland. How did people come up with these names? Winter shook his head as he eyed the man. He looked so ordinary. Short blonde hair, a bit in disarray on top, blue, somewhat slanted eyes in a narrow and seemingly friendly face. Casual clothing, slightly on the tall side. He was what people would describe as a normal, handsome man. When Winter looked at him in a photo, he did not appear out of the ordinary at all, but when he saw him in person, there was something else there. It wasn't the man called Ben Reed that stared back at him. No, as far as Winter had been able to piece together, Ben Reed had died while jumping off Central Bridge, and that night, the same night as a hitman had succeeded in killing Winter right there in his office, someone had taken over Ben Reed's body. Winter glanced up toward the couch area to the right of the door and shivered. His eyes glided over the office to the door, hidden in the wall to the left. One of the other reasons he'd chosen that office. It was practical to have an exit few knew about. Too bad it had been used by a hitman to get to him. Winter shook his head and glanced back down at the tablet again. No, looking at the photo did not let him see much, but he knew, as he was reminded every time he saw the man in person, that he recognized him. He knew he had seen him countless times, and he had stopped counting a couple of centuries ago. Dying was traumatic enough, and after his mortal life should have been over, He'd given up trying to keep track. So why had this happened now? Now that Winter's life's purpose had finally come to fruition? He could feel his nails digging into his left palm. Why was death incarnate after him now? Winter was sure he was right. Hadn't understood the first time he'd seen Reed. But as he'd had some time, he'd realized not only who Reed was, but why he was there. Winter couldn't really remember much of dying itself, only what came after. But yes. He did have vague memories of someone being there, someone he recognized, like a smell or perfume one hasn't sensed in years that suddenly brings back memories. Or nightmares, as it was in Winter's case. People kept dying, though, so he had to assume that this was only one of many such spirits. So why was this one so intent on making sure Winter was to stay dead? Because he was. He'd stated so that day he had surprised Winter at the Bellerophon restaurant. Why now? After 3 centuries? Why not before? And why, when Winter was so close to making good on his promise? He swiped on the tablet to see the next photo, and his chest tightened. Annoyed, he cleared his throat and forced himself to take in the details. Apparently, Reed had been in that part of the city to meet his friend. Detective Olivia Jones appeared as annoyed as always as she stared down at some piece of paper in Reed's hand. Even with the large sunglasses on and her long, dark hair halfway hiding her face, it was impossible to interpret that tightening of the lips as anything else. She was standing there with a to-go cup in her hand, and now there was one in Reed's other hand as well, so she'd brought one for him. Winter exhaled, then shook his head at his own stupidity. It didn't matter. It wasn't supposed to matter. It did, though. Winter glanced up again and was embarrassed to think he was a bit happy that Evie and Reed seemed to have found each other. At least it staved off some green-eyed emotions. He saw Evie wave Peter off as the elevator had opened, her lips forming the words, "See you later." Reed seemed to have normal-ish relationships. How human was he, though? A knock on the door startled him, though he had put his face into controlled features by the time Ellie popped her head in. He hadn't even noticed her walk by the see-through walls and door. "Mr. Winter, do you have time for a quick visit before your next appointment?" "Who is it?" "Captain Costa." Winter nodded and barely noticed the assistant walking over to the elevator to meet Costa as he came up. Winter closed down the tablet and had made his decision on 3 projects for the Winter Sun Hotel branch of WGI by the time the man was shown into his office. One perk of having more time than most was that he had learned to work fast. He'd also sworn not to let himself be left behind by technological developments and worked at a high speed. If not for all the meetings that came with running such a large and widespread company, he could have all his tasks done within 2-hour days. Oftentimes he did. It was why the door in the wall was so useful. "I'm afraid I come bearing bad news, Ward." Costa took a seat in the chair recently vacated by Peter. Winter didn't doubt that. The police captain wouldn't show up unannounced unless it was important. Winter had great respect for the man. He'd stood up for what was right years ago when one of his officers was in trouble, regardless of the initial critical media attention it had garnered. "It comes with your job, doesn't it?" Costa's lips moved between a smile and a grimace of resignation. He was a thin, middle-aged man, so thin, actually, that he looked like he was perpetually missing proper meals. "It's about the Pyro murders." "I really do wish the media could make up better names for these people." Costa shook his head. "Anyway, we've identified the first one." "I thought there was a third one last night?" Costa nodded. "This case has priority, as I'm sure you can understand, but science takes time." "All right. So the first victim? Someone I know?" Why else would Costa be there in person? Costa withdrew a notepad from his jacket pocket and flipped through some pages. A Slate Maciel, licensed private investigator, aged 37. Ran his own company, 1 employee. Yes, no need to go on. I know him, hired him myself. That was what I was wondering. He'd listed WGI as a client in his files, and that's a bit broad. He didn't go into specifics either. Winter nodded. Discretion was expected, but obviously even a PI had to disclose their clients for tax purposes. Still, Costa now expected to know what had been going on. Hell, even Winter expected that. This wasn't good. Burned alive? That was horrible, and Winter was one to know. However, there was giving information, and there was giving the whole truth. Costa wouldn't believe it. It had to be as much as Winter could say then. I hired him to find out more about a man who's been a threat to one of my employees. Costa raised an eyebrow. Have you reported this to the police? She didn't want to. Huh. Costa glanced sideways a bit as he thought about that. Odd as it was, though, this wasn't a case about harassment or assault. Evie had been abducted by Yorov operatives to bring her in to the company that did their business using people with special skills like hers. Good grief, Winter was tired of their interference. Still, Costa could conclude what he wanted. Evie's name would stay out of this, even if Winter had to bring in a horde of lawyers. Can you say who Maciel was investigating? Someone named Elliot Robbins. Oh yes, judging by the raised eyebrows, Costa knew that name. The man was wanted for shooting and killing a police detective after all. He was also dead and a safe name to give. Maciel had in fact been investigating Elliot's and his siblings' connection to City Hall for Winter. They had used their election offices to keep Evie prisoner. Twice. There was a connection there. Winter was sure of it. But the police didn't need to know that, much as he didn't mind them on a regular basis. He didn't have much else to add to that, and it wasn't long before Costa realized, not quite accurately, that they knew more than Winter. By the way, Costa said as he got up to leave, Detective Jones recently applied for and got a transfer to the 3rd Precinct. Really? Up in Northwater, is it? Costa nodded, though Winter already knew this. He didn't quite know why this had happened, though, and that irked him. He knew something had occurred between Olivia and her partner the day Curtis Hill had tried escaping Yorov and the city on his own, but she hadn't been open about it. It irked him even more that Reed knew. He'd been there the whole time. Yes, it came a bit out of the blue. I thought she was doing better here in Ashdale, but maybe the incident in New York is hard to shake. Maybe. A flicker of stress crossed Costa's face. The man had been thinner to the point of ill then. It wasn't easy to shake for him either. I thought you'd want to know since you helped her then. Winter shook his head. I didn't. Not really. You did. I only put in a word here and there. Costa nodded. Well, either way, I haven't gotten anything other than commendable feedback. Captain Hansen is wondering why I let her go. Frankly, so am I. Winter leaned back in his chair after the captain had gone. He still had a few minutes before the last meeting of the day, thankfully. Olivia Jones wasn't even supposed to be in Ashdale. He'd thought she'd get back to her life and routines after everything she'd been through. Instead, she'd seemed to lose her faith in people. Except for Costa, of course. No wonder she'd ended up working for him again. Winter knew it was a tactical error getting the man a job in the same city he himself was living in, but it hadn't been a mistake. Winter groaned in frustration. Maybe he should take a cue from the Yorov Corporation and not give a crap? Nope. That was out of the question, he realized in a split second as his hand flew to the tablet, almost knocking it to the floor instead of turning it back on. He flicked through the apps, found another folder, the one that was updated by Maciel, and opened it. The man was not due to deliver any update until 3 days from now unless something of special interest occurred. But he had 2 jobs that he was currently doing for Winter. He swiped through the contents and saw nothing new of interest. Still, the man had been burned alive in the middle of a bustling, vibrant city. It would be best to check. Winter got Ellie on the intercom that she seemed adamant to use as little as possible, hating to sit still for too long. Would you mind getting Param Young on the phone? He asked her as he saw her through the wall to his right. What a ridiculous feature. They might as well put a hatch in it to speak through. Ellie smiled and nodded. Sure thing. I'll get right back to you. But as the minutes ticked away, Winter found, to his increasing worry, that she didn't. Chapter 4. Well, everything looks fine, Court said, as he, like Winter, stared at the house they'd parked in front of. Winter could only shrug, and they exited the car. Of course, everything looked fine. Winter paid to make sure the outside was up to snuff. The lawn was mowed, the house always got the paint jobs it needed, and so on. As his eyes scanned the neighborhood, there was nothing that made this house stand out. The wilted flowers outside even matched that of the neighbors. They would, at this time of year. Ellie had kept calling all through Winter's last meeting, but Parham hadn't answered his cell or his landline. Winter had made sure he had one of those as well. Parham had lost a fair amount of cell phones over the years. If he was home, if he was conscious and able to move, he usually answered the phone. Maybe I should go in first, boss. Winter hadn't even noticed he'd reached the porch. He even had his hand on the doorknob. I don't think we need to expect any kind of threat here, he told Court as the big, burly head of his security loomed over him. Too many of his employees had died in the last few months, and yes, there came certain risks with Court's job. Still, if Winter went in first and someone trigger-happy with a gun was waiting, at least that could be remedied. Court knew a lot, but not everything about Winter, so now he functioned as his own security's bodyguard. He sighed and pushed open the unlocked door. How many times had he scolded Parham about this? Why couldn't he remember to lock the damn door? Why couldn't he stop drinking? Those questions evaporated into pity as the hallway opened up for them. Winter stepped inside and barely paid attention to Court doing the same thing. The space was, as usual, cluttered with old keepsakes from Parham's old lives. He had such trouble separating from them. Old paintings and knickknacks from around the world took up most of the surfaces. There was little dust. It was one of the few chores Parham bothered with. He'd refused to let Winter provide anyone to help indoors. That would be too revealing. Parham was an alcoholic, and he made no effort to hide it anymore, but that didn't mean he let anyone in to see. He'd been one in his last incarnation as well. It wasn't mainly a genetic thing with him. There were too many memories of... Well, there were simply too many memories. Winter stopped next to one of the paintings that hung on the wall. A middle-aged man stared back at him. The features were familiar. A strong face with a long, straight nose, black hair, and eyes that revealed little at this point. Paris, 1754. The cobblestones were wobbly under Winter's cheap shoes, but he persevered along the narrow streets of Paris. He asked around for help and found the house he was looking for after a bit more time than anticipated. It rose a few stories high, a bit slanted to the right, but looked welcoming enough. He knocked, but was left to wait longer than what was usual. The smell of fried onions snaked through the dead-end alley he was in. Several were cooking inside at this hour, and despite the added smells of piss and horse dung, Winter realized his stomach was rumbling. He glanced up at the house again and stepped back, no movement in any window. "If you're looking for the father, I saw him leaving a while ago, monsieur. That way." Winter turned to see a woman who was jostling one little boy in her arm while trying to rein in a little girl who was furious at stumbling in her skirts. Winter thanked her and walked on in the direction she'd pointed out. It didn't take him long to figure out why the street ended in a dead end. A stone bridge spread out before him, and he saw he needed to go up some stairs to be able to cross the river. As he was about to step up, though, a weak noise caught his attention. Winter stopped, but a post-chaise above clattered more on the cobblestones than his shoes. He stepped back down again. Was someone under the bridge? He approached with caution, searching under his coat for his dagger. He didn't want to get stabbed or shot. It hurt like hell, but what if... "Hello?" he tried. No point in hiding. His shoes clattered on the ground, and he swore to pay for a better pair as soon as he could. Which wouldn't be long. "Father?" Someone was running further ahead. The area under the bridge was dark, the raw smell of the river dominant. Then he heard the footsteps stop before a splash sounded. Winter stopped as well. "Father?" He craned his neck to see. "Father Clement Moreau?" A yelp sounded, as if the person in the water had suddenly been allowed air. Winter didn't hesitate. If someone was trying to lure him in to rob him, they were doing a damn good job. His primary instincts were right, though. Something else was wrong. As Winter came in under the bridge proper, he saw a man struggling in the water, trying with desperation to get a woman out of it. He was holding on to her and was pulled under the surface again and again. Winter didn't pause. He sprang the last few steps and jumped in. The water slapped him with its cold, despite the summer day. He swam the few strokes over to the man and the woman and realized as his brain tried gaining control that this was the man he was looking for. Moreau was dressed all in black, his equally dark hair plastered to his head. "Please, monsieur, help me!" he pleaded, like there was any other reason Winter had jumped in. He could hear more voices shouting, more shoes clacking on the cobblestones, despite the water splashing around his ears. He grabbed hold of the woman and was almost dragged down with her. What the devil? The river wasn't deep, but he could not set his feet on the bottom without submerging his head. He tried as hard as he could to swim with her toward land, but only felt his shoes slip off. Despite the urgency, he glared at the useless things as they floated up beside him. "No!" Moreau screamed. Winter turned and saw a man and a woman who'd managed to grab hold of his coat, dragging the priest toward them by his shoulders. "No! Please!" And then he lost his grip on the woman, leaving Winter to hold her up alone. She was completely lifeless, no help at all. Winter swallowed some of the foul water as he went under, kicking desperately to get both her and himself up. That was when he noticed the rocks. As he shifted his grip on her, he felt the hard protrusions in her skirt and the jerkin she was wearing outside her bodice. Something was very wrong. They sank under the surface again, and Winter felt himself pushed down with the woman above him. In desperation, he yanked at the rocks stored in hidden folds in her skirt. He could hardly see anything. The current was thankfully not strong, but the bridge above let little light through. Winter felt his lungs begin to protest, but kept at it. He yanked loose the rocks tied to the inside of her jerkin and then felt the rope tied around her waist. His lungs went from protesting to screaming inside his head when he fumbled for the dagger he'd chucked back into his coat pocket. A cold pinch to his thumb told him he'd found it. He didn't hesitate to make use of it and cut through the rope with jagged movements. The woman's hair had come loose and floated in his face, blinding his every move. As soon as the rope gave, he felt his desperate movements upward had an effect. His dagger ended up with the rocks on the river bottom. Winter was hardly conscious of the hands that pulled the woman from his arms and then helped him as well. There was a general bustle as they realized she wasn't breathing. Someone ran to fetch the nearest doctor. In between their moving legs, while seated on the ground, momentarily forgotten as he was breathing hard, Winter saw her pale face and knew it was too late for a doctor. He also noticed the look on the priest's face as he performed the last rites and then fell out of any hysteria that had taken the crowd. They knew the woman, called her Edme. But Winter also noticed the fear on the priest's face when the most important question was asked for the first time. "What happened?" an older man uttered as he looked around. "How did she end up in the water?" "She could swim?" There was genuine worry in the hard lines of the priest's face, worry and caring. Winter nodded to himself. The rocks. She had gone in willingly, and now that would decide what happened next to her body. "She must have fallen from the bridge," he croaked. Winter stared at the ground and then cleared his throat to speak more easily. "Maybe someone pushed her." It was enough. The words were heard. No rocks remained on her body. The rumor was already spreading and would likely be accepted as truth. She would have her grave in hallowed ground. "Thank you," came the priest's lowered voice. Then he sat down on the ground next to Winter, exhausted and grief-stricken. Both of them were soaking wet and cold. The priest extended a shaking hand toward Winter. "Moreau," he said. Winter reached out his equally shivering hand. "I know. I'm Talvy." Moreau's eyebrows creased. "It means winter." The priest nodded. Then he closed his eyes hard, refusing to look at the dead woman. He focused on Winter when he opened them. "How do you know my name?" "I was looking for you. Came to hire your services. I hear you speak the English tongue." Winter had decided to start his own business. His prolonged life made living from hand to mouth too unstable. He'd picked up both German and French on his way south. Now he would branch out west and make a decent living while doing so. Moreau nodded, and then finally couldn't look away anymore. His eyes darted back to the woman where she lay lifeless between the crowd. Winter couldn't help but sympathize for the man's plight. He knew it all too well. "Boss?" The words seemed far off as Winter prized his eyes away from the painting. "You were right, boss." Court's large frame filled the doorway that led into the living room. "Something's wrong. Come look in here." Winter nodded and followed the man. Court was not wrong. He seldom was. The room looked normal. That was to say, normal for Parham. The couch to the right, the soft chair, the table, and the TV were all there, as were all the empty beer bottles that were lined on the sideboard, shelves, and the coffee table. Intermixed with these were larger bottles that had contained more potent spirits. In his previous incarnation, he'd tried hiding his illness. Parham didn't bother with that. But he was tidy in his mess. Several bottles were knocked over. Some were even broken. "In here as well." Court motioned toward the kitchen, and Winter followed. It was the same thing in there. Bottles lined the free spaces in the kitchen. It had always struck Winter as an odd trophy gathering, like Parham was flaunting his own pain to himself. He had no reason to punish himself like that. Winter walked back into the living room as Court checked out the rest of the house. Winter stopped next to a bookcase and looked at a small sketch that had been framed and hung on the wall. It was placed so that it couldn't be seen when seated on the furniture. One had to stand up and walk over. The paper it had been drawn on was yellowed now, and the frame kept it together better than anything. They'd had it scanned and preserved digitally long ago, but Parham had always preferred the original. He'd had it drawn by an artist as per his specifications a long time ago, much like one did sketches of criminals today. Edme looked so alive, her features so alike the dead woman from under the bridge. Edme had, in a sense, been Clement's undoing, right up until today, but he had never seen it like that. Despite lives of suffering, of not knowing, they'd been in love, and both had respected Moreau's vows. But she had been too heartbroken to live like that, so she'd promised him she'd wait, only she hadn't meant in that life. Winter shook his head and stepped back as Court came jogging down the stairs. Winter met him in the hallway. "I have no reason to believe he's all right, boss. Sorry, but from what I see, I think someone's taken him." Winter only nodded as his eyes sought out the artifacts in the hallway he recognized personally. A book he'd given Moreau, a compass he'd given Billy, Parham's previous incarnation. For all his long life, Moreau had been the nearest thing Winter'd had to a constant. Judging by the added mess in the living room and kitchen, I'd say they jumped him there. He must have fought them, escaping from one room to the other. He was subdued before he was brought outside. There's nothing suggesting he was fighting them in here. "Yes, I'm sure you're right." Of course Court was. The man knew what to look for. "So how do you want to proceed?" "We'll figure it out." They had to. Besides, this was personal. Parham had no abilities to speak of. He was a deeply troubled man who was sick and refused help. He would be of little use to anyone, except as some sort of leverage when it came to Winter. "No cops?" Winter shook his head. "No." He turned to leave and then changed his mind. "Well, there is a minuscule chance Parham is laying in a ditch somewhere, sleeping it off." "His car's not here," Court volunteered. It wouldn't be the first time Parham had left his car outside a bar somewhere. Still, Winter could hear the doubt of this in the man's voice. Court already knew what had happened in this house, so any hope that Parham was sleeping it off somewhere was indeed minuscule. "Fine, make an anonymous call then." "Yes, boss. Anonymous it is." Chapter 5. "What are you looking at?" I glared back at the gray tabby, Mishka, as he'd positioned himself on the table. He sat with his paws primly placed in front of him and stared. Yup, those disconcerting slit eyes just judging away. "I'd like to see you try and figure this out," I mumbled, and kept staring back. The damn books in my lap drew little interest. They didn't resonate with me. Mishka didn't care and yawned to prove it, his eyes never wavering. Seriously? A half-hearted knock on the door sounded, followed by Peter entering my apartment before I could answer. Hey, so are you having a staring contest with the cat? It's not a contest. The slit eyes didn't even blink. He knows who feeds him. You mean Rose and Walter? I sighed. I feel the feeding thingy. Rose and Walter had bought an automatic pet feeder to make sure that Mishka could feed whenever he needed, making sure he wasn't forgotten. It was like they had no faith in me at all. It was the least I could do for Sophie, Mishka's first owner, but I had to admit the machine did make life easier. What are you doing anyway? Peter asked as he sat down in the chair opposite me. There was something about his voice, something a little too upbeat. I glanced at him and then groaned in frustration as I glared back at the cat. You didn't think you'd win a staring contest with a cat, did you? It's not a... I transferred the glare to Peter, who didn't seem the least bit frazzled. Instead, he chuckled. I was pretty sure every living thing should be more afraid of me than these two were. How far I'd sunk. I sighed and held up one of old Ben's books. Apparently you don't need more than 10 ways to achieve effective mindfulness. It's what the wise book says. I thought the point was to relax, not be effective. I don't understand this. I couldn't stop my frustration from seeping out. Why was I even looking at these? I'd put them on Evie's dining table before leaving her place that morning. But then, the thought had lingered and I'd taken out the copies at home when I got back. I didn't quite know why. Maybe it was time to get to know old Ben a little better. I knew his friends, my friends now, but not him. Not really. Well, Peter leaned back in the chair and put the leather satchel with his laptop down on the floor next to it, with careful movements. You do absorb languages like a sponge. Maybe you can apply the same tactic to the books? I did do that. If exposed to a foreign language a short while, it seemed something was triggered in my mind, and I remembered it. That was the best way to describe it. There were plenty of things that I had forgotten or couldn't fit into my now human brain. I was pretty sure there were plenty of things I shouldn't remember as well. The human mind is not constructed to handle every horror with ease, and that's a good thing. But as for the languages, it seemed I needed some spark to be reminded of how they were supposed to sound, what the words meant. So far, I was up to 5. There was probably a limit, even for that. It's not a tactic, I told Peter. It sort of just happens. Peter shrugged that off. And I can stop breathing. Sooner or later, my brainstem will override my willpower and get me going again. Huh? Somehow I knew I should be more eloquent than that, 5 languages notwithstanding. My point is, you can likely control more than you think, like those. He pointed at the books strewn over my lap and the chair I sat in. They consist of a language, right? Why not look at them with the intent of learning your old writing? Old Ben's writing, but sure. I considered it and then glanced up to see Peter smiling way too knowingly. Why are you being so helpful? Me? No reason? I made no effort to hide my suspicion. First Evie with the books, now Peter. Something was going on. Besides, he did seem generally upbeat. Why are you so happy anyway, and dressed up? He was wearing a blue shirt and dark trousers instead of jeans. He even sported a dark tie. Peter shrugged, the movement almost concealing the way he shifted in the chair. It did nothing to hide the slight blush. Was he feeling guilty about something? I was about to ask when another knock on the door sounded. The sign of relief on his face told me even more and left me just as curious. That relief was replaced by apprehension as Olivia walked through the door. Scary cop, he whispered as Mishka jumped off the table and ran around Peter and toward her. The cat knew where to get attention. Maybe I should get one of those revolving doors, I mumbled as Olivia bent down to pick up the cat. It had been a quiet day so far. Hey, little bear. She greeted the animal with an actual smile of joy. Those were rare. She picked him up and I could hear the immediate purring as she petted him. Hey, Olivia, since he likes you so much, I began as she walked over to us with the cat in her arms. You don't want to. Forget it, alien boy. The cat's yours. Peter's shoulders tensed as she stopped next to him. It was almost a little funny how intimidated she made him feel. And by the way, she added, and looked down at him, an amused smirk on her face now. Scary cops got scary good hearing. Oh, hey, Olivia, Peter said, with a nervous chuckle as he glanced up at her. Then his eyes widened as he stared at me, imploring me for help. Fat chance of that. I was beginning to suspect he was hiding something bad. Maybe I could get Olivia to scare it out of him. Unfortunately, I didn't get to enlist her intimidation services as she handed the cat over to a startled Peter and told me she needed a word. The only place in my apartment where it was impossible not to be overheard was the balcony. Upon stepping out, I immediately regretted not putting on a jacket. It was getting colder outside, especially several floors above ground. So, I closed the glass door behind us and noticed Mishka stretching, placing his claws on Peter's tie. Peter looked stressed out as he tried patting him on the head. Any news? I turned to Olivia, who glanced down at the street before she crossed her arms over her chest as it was a little chilly in the wind up there. The ever-present buzz of traffic and construction work nearby went on in a drone around us. Not about Chris, that's all still the same. I nodded. I was pretty sure that Chris Spiteri, Olivia's previous partner in her old job at the 2nd Precinct, had been following me a few times. The last time I'd seen the man in person, he'd been scared out of his wits, seeing my true lethal form demanding he stay away from people I cared about. Detective Spiteri had an aversion to people with the more special abilities, and he didn't mind them ending up dead. Apparently, time had replaced his fear with caution and brought back his curiosity. Now and then, especially at night, I'd caught glimpses of someone following me. I thought it was him. I wasn't sure, though, and Olivia hadn't figured out anything concrete so far. Of course, she wasn't around him at all any longer. When he'd attacked her for trying to stop him from killing a defenseless Curtis Hill, their partnership and friendship had effectively ended. She'd switched precincts as quick as she could. Olivia sighed and brushed away a few strands of her dark hair as it blew in front of her face. It's Patty. I blinked. Dr. Ogden? Olivia nodded. Another friend of hers that had turned out to share Spiteri's particular views on people who were supernaturally gifted. The doctor had attempted to make me her science experiment, effectively ending that friendship for Olivia as well. She's dead. Dr. Ogden? Yeah, Olivia shook her head. She hadn't spoken much about it, but I knew she felt deeply betrayed by Spiteri and Ogden. She didn't easily trust people, and to have that trust broken was especially hard for her. There was another pyro murder yesterday. Her pause and quick grimace at the name showed her distaste for it. In Charton. It was Patty. They haven't announced any of the dead yet. I glared down at a car that honked for no other reason than anger at a group of teenagers walking too slow across the street. All it earned him was a few middle fingers and even slower walking. I repeated myself as the noise settled down. No, DNA tests take time, but it was her. They found her wallet on her. Or next to her, I should say. Her purse was only partially burned. So they'd found her ID and then found her to be missing. Yeah, it would take a lot to get that one wrong. I'm sorry, I know you guys got along before she went all Frankenstein on you? Yeah. Anyway. Olivia moved as if brushing all that off, making it clear she didn't want to talk about it. You should know I was there, I told her, since it was clear I was not to speak more of the doctor's betrayal. Oh, I know that. There was a wry smile on her face now. You do? She rolled her eyes at me and got her phone out. She tapped on the screen and handed it to me. Really? Another surveillance tape? What can I say? We have a certain type of film in common, Ben. Just look at it, will you? I did. As usual, the video was in black and white, but the quality was good enough. It showed the grass-covered area where the body was burning, but from a different angle than I had seen it. It was filmed from above as well, from a camera mounted high on a wall somewhere. The clip lasted no more than a minute, and accepting the burning body, which I now knew to be Dr. Ogden, nothing happened. I looked at Olivia with confusion written on my face. She scoffed. "Don't you recognize yourself?" She added an exasperated sigh to the mix and pressed replay on the video. She pointed to a blurry shape in the opposite corner of the screen to the burning body. "See that? The blurry blob?" Yeah. "Well, that's you. I've seen you do your shadowy thing enough times to recognize you." "Huh." I tipped my head sideways, trying to make sense of it. It was nighttime, filmed on a camera some distance from myself. I would never have guessed. But then, as Olivia pointed out, I hadn't actually seen myself like that. I look like a blurry blob? No, not up close, more like a flicker of a shadowy figure, I'd say. Huh. That's all you have to offer? I shrugged as she stepped back and lowered the phone. I didn't see much. Heard the screams, sensed a death, and went to check it out. How'd you get that anyway? I nodded toward her phone. You don't work there anymore. The murder had happened in Charton, so it would be investigated by her old precinct. Doesn't mean I don't know people. Look, all I know is that was Patty. It can't be a coincidence she's killed by this, pyro murderer. You think she and Spiteri were up to something? Since he's been following you, yeah. I was thankful she said since and not if. I wasn't even sure myself. A blast of cigarette smoke reached us, and Olivia made a grimace of disgust. A neighbor further down was out on his own balcony. We don't have a clue what's going on with them, so be care. Her phone pinged in her hand, and she glanced at it. Then her brows furrowed in confusion before her eyes narrowed in obvious suspicion. You look like someone just insulted your intelligence. She pursed her lips sideways and put the phone away. That's about the gist of it. Yeah. Listen, I gotta go, but considering all this, be careful. Yes, I know. She nodded and yanked the door open, escaping the smoke which kept drifting our way. Chapter 6. Early on, after becoming human, with everything that entails of mundane everyday tasks, I had discovered the great gift of ordering food instead of learning to make it myself. Peter had arrived one day with a bag full of boxes that smelled so good my mouth started to water and I was sold. But there was something about home-cooked meals, so I never turned down a chance at one. Let's face it, I was more into the whole charring and burning food activities myself. Still. When the subject of money came up for the third time that evening, as Peter and I had gone to Rose and Walter's for dinner, I knew something other than the tasty pot roast was going to be the main course this evening. Which was bad because Rose and Walter seemed to enjoy cooking together, and they were good at it. I honestly think it's the best long-term option for savings, and I glanced around the table as Walter droned on. He sat across from me at the dining table in his and Rose's little dining room, just off the kitchen and wall-to-wall with the living room. Rose sat next to him, her attention on her husband, apparently engrossed in this tale about salaries, savings, and snore-inducing financial benefits. Even Peter, seated opposite his sister and next to me, seemed uncharacteristically interested in this topic. He was barely eating his food, which was a shame as it was very good. Then I noticed that applied for the other two as well. I skewered a piece of carrot with my fork and couldn't help but narrow my eyes at the other three. Then it came, and in the most thinly veiled suggestion possible. Maybe that's something to think about with your career, Ben. Rose smiled an innocent smile across the table as she lowered her fork to her plate and sat back, subconsciously stroking a hand over her belly. Her pregnancy had begun to show, though no more than a bump. Turned out Rose and Peter's girlfriend, George, or Georgette, were having babies only a few weeks apart. I tapped my index finger on the table as I considered George's absence. She was usually invited to these kinds of things. The fact that she wasn't there now only strengthened my suspicions. "What's going on?" I asked as the conversation died down around me. They were expecting some sort of response to Rose's suggestion. The other three looked at each other with some uncertainty, and I joined in with glaring at Peter until he looked down and cleared his throat. At least he was easier to beat than the cat. Well, He looked at his sister and brother-in-law and then cleared his throat again. I don't think this intervention is working. Rose rolled her eyes. Walter looked startled, as if they had agreed not to use that word out loud. Intervention? I repeated. Well, the word was kind of self-explanatory. That's because you're supposed to shock someone into realization and play on their emotions, telling them how their reckless behavior is affecting you, not bore them to death. Sorry, Walter, she added, and took Walter's hand in hers. Thank you? He seemed genuinely surprised anyone could be bored talking about money in any way, shape, or form. He was a tax attorney, after all. I felt an urge to cross my arm and resisted. What exactly are you intervening? Peter shifted in his chair. Savings and expenses, and monetary funds and spending. Walter sent Peter a feeble look as he'd basically just repeated the same thing. Rose sighed loudly, as this wasn't getting anyone anywhere. We're worried about your job, money, and spending, Ben. Well, I thought, that was so blunt Olivia would have applauded her. Why? I'm not worried. Have you checked your accounts lately? I had not. Why would I? Not like I was here to stay, was it? My plan was to leave the body I had taken over and return to my old existence. That had been my plan at least. A plan that had been adapted and altered as I'd found out who I was and why I was even in this place. According to the awkward explanations I got, which were jumbled and pieced together by the others, I would burn through old Ben's savings within 6 months unless I began to do something about it. How did they know? Because when old Ben had decided to end his life by jumping off Central Bridge, he'd written down every piece of practical information for those who deal with getting his house in order. I remembered giving Peter the piece of paper with the passwords early on, as we'd needed old Ben's email to get in touch with Ed Sear, his old boss. Peter must have snapped a photo of it. All this mumbling and shifting in their chairs revealed this. They'd kept an eye on things until they now felt the need to intervene and say it straight. Sort of. Which meant getting a job. Of course, old Ben had a job. But I didn't report nor write. I also didn't like this. The meddling made me feel angry and chastised, which, I wanted to talk to Evie about it. At least your girlfriend would be on your side, right? Wrong. It dawned on me as Peter blathered on about the damn books. Maybe you should make more of an effort there. Write something new, market what you've got. You brought Evie in on this too, didn't you? I couldn't quite hide the indignation in my voice. They'd recruited my girlfriend? Damn, they were cunning. Why else had she all of a sudden taken such an interest in the books? How could normal, upstanding people be so devious? Because it had worked well enough to get me to even look at the books. Peter hemmed and hawed, and his sister had to step in again. We figured you'd listen to her. I felt a distinct warmth on my neck and cheeks. I'm fine, I protested, and noticed the slight scratch Mishka had left on Peter's tie. I sure wasn't going to tell him about it. Seemed I had acquired a petty streak. I couldn't help but cross my arms over my chest now. Walter looked a bit amused by all this, his eyes crinkling as he fought not to smile at my general helplessness. How are you going to handle tax season then? Huh? Once a year. Always. You know what they say about that? Great. More tasks and problems. No, I don't. Oh, right. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes as he remembered the memory loss, which had left their old friend forgetting so many things. Truth was, I'd never experienced most of it. Walter shrugged and looked oddly pleased with himself. Well, it's what's said. Only 2 things are certain in life, death and taxes. Rose and Peter groaned loudly and demonstrably at that, apparently having heard the joke numerous times before. How I longed to get outside into the cool and dark night. That, unfortunately, would turn out not to be an improvement over this. I leaned forward, my eyes probably wide as saucers, as I stared at Walter. Are you kidding me? Chapter 7. As Winter closed the door in the wall behind him, he noticed that Ellie, as usual, had placed whatever paperwork needed to be gone through on his desk, and then on the coffee table by the couch when the desk had run out of space. She was orderly and didn't want to stack things so they might end up unseen under each other. She was also still at work, he noticed, as he stepped into the office and glanced around. It was nearing the end of the workday, already dark outside, and most of his employees were still bustling about out in the large office space. Winter gave Ellie a nod through the glass wall as she noticed him and went over to his desk to look for the papers he needed and had emailed her about earlier. Since he seldom spent the whole day in the office himself, his assistant had flexible hours. Considering the fact that she was still there this late, she had to be finishing up something and her teenagers were likely not home that day. It didn't take him long to find what he was after. The report on the helicopter crash lay on his desk as requested. He'd read it numerous times before, would probably know it by heart soon. The mere thought of that crash made him bristle. He would never forget the surge as they had fallen straight toward the ground. Winter closed his eyes a moment as the sound of twisting metal and the screams of the other passengers reverberated in his head. Then he forced himself to keep looking, moving along the papers and searching through the ones on the coffee table. He glanced back a moment, at the door. No hitman came through to kill him today. Winter shook his head and scanned the papers. There. The former Mayor McLaughlin's report on the new competition. Sometimes it paid to have friends in high positions. The information was often invaluable. Winter grabbed the papers and was about to turn and leave when he noticed a few people stepping out of the elevator. He couldn't see the sliding doors from his office, so to him it always looked like people popped out of the wall. But among those suit-clad persons came a most unexpected vision that made him stop dead in his tracks. Detective Olivia Jones stood out a little with her jeans, shirt, and short leather jacket. She was dressed to move, not sit in an office or in long business meetings like those around her at the moment. Her long dark hair flowed down her back and framed her face, strikingly beautiful, Winter thought. And strikingly pissed off, too. Oops. She didn't hesitate as she exited the elevator. No, she simply turned right and headed for Winter's office, purpose in her steps, and not a glance to spare Ellie, who was on her feet, ready to intercept. Olivia had already yanked the door to his office open by the time Ellie reached her own door. Detective Jones? Winter waved Ellie off and added a smile, as the woman looked utterly confused that someone could have gotten into the elevator without registering down at reception. What a pleasant surprise. Is it? I sure as hell didn't intend for the word pleasant to fit the situation. Olivia stepped into the office and let the door close behind her. Her voice came out calm and contained as always. She didn't raise her voice, and as a result, somehow she got people to listen to her. Winter wondered if it was on purpose or not. Either way, it was effective. Winter kept a smile plastered on his face, hoping he didn't look manic. I suppose not, since you managed to bypass the receptionists and security downstairs. How did you do that, by the way? That made her smile. Well, smirk, at least. Why don't you check the security footage, or is it malfunctioning again? Ouch, she had a point. Winter had been forced to alter some tapes, both after the attack by the hitman, Okanoff, and after Sophia died, due to the fact that Olivia had been forced to shoot her. Winter sighed as he felt a heavy burden sink down and settle in his stomach. Sophia, his poor friend, and Olivia, his police detective. That was who she was. Nothing else. She shouldn't even be here. Winter should have bolted out the door in the wall at the first sight of her by the elevator. Damn it. Listen, Mr. Winter. Olivia seemed done with their odd small talk. Ward, Winter thought, and then mentally chastised himself for it as the detective got her phone out of her jacket pocket. The movement caused her badge to show, reminding him she wasn't there to be social. Of course she wasn't. I'm tired of your meddling and anonymous requests for me to look into things. My what? Like this email I got. Funny enough, our tech guys can't trace it. How about that? Winter gathered the papers in his hands into a neat stack that he held against his side as he shrugged. How about that indeed? What's it got to do with me? Olivia scoffed. Please. Her tone of voice was more than clear in informing him of how little she believed him. What's this about, detective? Olivia stuffed her phone back in her pocket as she lifted her eyes to meet his. The amber color reminded him of a golden sherry he'd drunk on a sunny day over a century ago in Andalusia. He could still remember the way the sun had shone through the crystal glass. Actually, he had been reminded of that the first time he'd seen her. Stop this foolish thinking. I've been informed of a missing person. Olivia didn't seem to notice his wandering mind. A Parham Young, American and Indian citizen, aged 35, did a welfare check at his house after the email claimed he hadn't been seen in a while. The man's house seemed to have been broken into. Uniforms found his car late last night outside a bar with the lovely name Benny's Pit Stop. She kept her face neutral at that last one, as did Winter. He knew of the place. They didn't much mind patrons who drank too much. They took their keys to prevent car crashes being traced back to them and kept pouring until their clientele had to be carried out. There was a reason Param kept returning there. Well, I don't... And, she continued, no patience for his oncoming deflection, there are signs of a struggle in Mr. Young's home. Judging by the amounts of empty bottles, I'd say he has a drinking problem. Which was putting it mildly. And I don't think his car's secondary location has any other explanation than being left there after Mr. Young went on a bender the other night. So she'd reached the same conclusion as Court. Parham had been taken. Winter didn't really doubt that himself. There was no hope of anything else now. Still. This is all very fascinating, Detective, but I don't know why you're telling me. He hoped he had an innocent look on his face, but somehow he found it hard to concentrate. Stop it, Mr. Winter. Olivia, it turned out, didn't buy that at all. If you want my help, then stop sending your minions my way. That email came from one of them, right? Minions? What am I, the devil? I was thinking more along the lines of a Bond villain, but whatever. Uh-huh. And now she made him stutter? This was bad. I checked up on Mr. Young. Turns out he doesn't have a job. But he has a nice house and car. Plenty of money to spend on whatever he wants, including his alcohol. Guess where it comes from? Damn it. Now the Clement Moreau Foundation seems legit. Not much information, though. Winter had to try to deflect. I think it's a... What it is very interesting when seeing a connection between Param Young and you. See, I wouldn't have put much thought into it if it hadn't been for one thing. She was watching him intently now, probably ready to gauge whatever reaction he had to what was said next. Winter obliged and asked the expected question. And that would be? After the assault in here. Olivia gave him a look that suggested she still didn't understand how he was standing upright and breathing. Okanov was murdered. I investigated Ben. He was found with the deceased, after all. At some point during his confused amnesiac reaction, he remembered a name. Someone connected to this whole mess. Clement Moreau. It was the reason he went here to the fortress in the first place. Winter had to suppress every reaction he felt coming on. He hadn't known this. Why hadn't he known this? Of course, she'd make the connection. Her eyes didn't reveal any hint of triumph or annoyance. At least he was managing to keep it together. She shouldn't be involved in all this. She shouldn't have been involved in the Curtis Hill crisis either. He suspected she knew too much. Suspected she'd gotten even closer to Reed during that whole debacle. He couldn't get the image of her embracing him on the wharf out of his head. She'd been distraught by something regarding her partner, and... I don't know everything that's going on, Olivia went on, with a tone that suggested this annoyed her to no end. I know Ben wants you dead, claims you're supposed to be and all, but I don't know why yet. Yet? That's what I said, isn't it? Winter couldn't help but chuckle. She was persistent. But that wasn't a surprise, was it? It was part of her core personality. It made her an excellent cop. He was truly glad she had that. Should you associate with someone who plans to commit murder? I'd think that's not great for your career. Ben's a lot of things, but he's no murderer. She eyed Winter openly now, not trying to hide her suspicions. So she knew Reed was not actually Ben Reed then. Interesting. Her trust in him, though. Winter didn't have that in common with her. Well, I think you'll understand that I won't take your word for that. Now, as for the Param Young matter, if you want my help, then damn well ask for it. I'm more amenable to do something when I don't have lapdogs yanking my chain. Lapdogs? Tyrant fits better for someone with so many people doing their dirty work, yes? Winter glanced through the wall and saw people working in their offices, talking to each other or on the phone. Some were smiling, others looked tired at the end of their workday. He'd seen tyrants, and this wasn't how they operated. But maybe it was best that she thought of him as an asshole. It could keep her out of this business with Reed. His gaze fell on her again, and he knew, judging by her stance, that that wasn't going to happen. Not with her, no. Also, there was a microscopic glint in her eye, like she was half joking, and then, just from that tiny hint of warm humor directed his way from her, it all fell out of him. Fine. I'll ask nicely next time. Next time? Strange things are happening these days. True. Parham is my friend, and I'm worried about him. Olivia nodded. She'd obviously figured as much. All right. My head of security thinks he's been taken from his house against his will. I agree. I wouldn't mind an extra set of eyes on it. So you're investigating this yourself? I didn't say that. She gave an eye roll that was impressive in its conveyance of doubt. Of course not. Because things like these are better left with the police. Uh-huh. Sounds suspiciously like you don't trust me. Whatever gave you that idea, Blondie? Anyway, I'll recruit some help. Something tells me this isn't a regular investigation. Which was her not-so-subtle way of saying she'd get Reed to help. The mere thought was aggravating, especially because she was right about the case. But Reed? Winter felt a rope of dread coil in his stomach. No! His head screamed. Sounds like a splendid idea, he said instead. What could possibly go wrong? According to you, you might end up dead. Will you have dinner with me? Yes. Winter forgot the next words about to spill from him. What was that? Had he said that? What the hell? Stop it, you fool. You have to keep her away. The mere thought of being killed, permanently killed, seemed to have turned his brain function down several levels, and... Wait. She said yes? Winter noticed Olivia's bronzed skin had gone several shades lighter before blood rushed to her cheeks, reawakening the warm tones again. It had to have been a Freudian slip, as it was with him. He'd asked what he truly wanted, and she'd answered what she really meant. Did you just say yes? Her eyes darted everywhere in the room a moment before she gathered herself and met his eyes, full of assumed self-assurance that wasn't quite supported by her answer. I think I did. All right. They eyed each other a moment. Then Winter noticed they'd caught the attention of a few people who were staring with poorly concealed curiosity. No one had heard anything, but they could read body language, and something had just changed in that room. Every head turned away too quick for innocence as Winter looked at them. Damn glass walls. I'll get to it then. Olivia's soft-spoken voice drew him back. I'm sure you have my number. Oh, she was refusing to back down now and throwing the anonymous tips in his face. It was rather impressive, despite her shaken equanimity. Winter allowed a small smile. I'm certain one of my serfs has it. And I'm worried you're not joking right now. He watched her walk back to the elevator, feeling a pressure in his chest that he was sure could lift him off his feet. What was happening? He felt like a stupid teenager, which he could hardly remember being anyway, letting his brain run off with his mouth that way. That had not happened in a long, long time. Not until her. It wasn't the first time in his life that he'd felt this elated feeling, but he did hope it would be the last. He was supposed to stay away from her, not have dinner with her. Hit toe! He blurted and ignored the curious stare of Ellie through the glass and made his escape through the not-so-secret door in the wall. Chapter 8. As fresh air hit me and invoked a sense of relief, it didn't take long before I realized I wasn't alone. As annoyed as I was at Rose, Walter, and Peter and their inadequate intervention, It was due to someone else's mistake that I even noticed. I'd stepped off the porch when I saw the silhouette of a person quickly stepping behind the corner of a house further down the street. That movement happened a little slower than intended. I didn't need to double check to be sure it was a man, and I had a pretty good idea of whom. My first decision was to leave Rose and Walter's house. It was too far to walk from the suburbs of Northwater to Harrow on the other side of the Ashdale River. So I had planned to call a ride as soon as I got outside. I had needed the air, but now I couldn't think about it. Even the well-meant yet intrusive advice from the others didn't have my attention anymore. They were probably right. They usually were. I simply didn't like it. I hurried down the street, trying to appear not to rush. I knew I was being followed. I didn't have to look back to know. I'd caught glimpses often enough the last few weeks and knew that Detective Chris Spiteri had gotten over his fear of me. Hatred could do that. He had seen my true form shine through after all when I'd threatened him and forced him to stay away from Olivia and Curtis Hill. The man was obsessed with people with the more otherworldly abilities. He saw them as a threat, as they had no need for technology to cause harm if they so chose. Most of them didn't, though his mind was set. To Spiteri, there was no difference between me and people like Evie. She had a genetic disposition for it. I had merely brought along my baggage when taking over old Ben's body. Either way, the man saw only threats and danger. I walked on with purpose, forcing myself to stay calm. It was late, dark, and cold, and the few people outside paid me no heed. The occasional car passed by, and though I was tempted to look back and see the figure caught in the lights, I didn't. I didn't need to. I sped up in a sudden, calculated rush and ran between a couple of houses on a narrow path between them. It led me into the street parallel, and as I saw families eating dinners or watching TV through the windows, I sought out a temporary hiding place. Hardly without thinking about it, I let the shading obscurity cover me, knowing it would make it hard for Spiteri to notice me. I rounded the corner of the last house and was relieved to see a house further down the street with some still existent bushes and hedges. I ran to the house next to it and stepped inside the garden there, taking refuge behind a lower hedge that shielded a small front lawn from the street. There were few lights on in the house, which made me even less visible and decreased the chance of me scaring the residents should they come outside. They were likely out or asleep. I waited and was rewarded with the faint sound of footsteps coming down the sidewalk. I moved so I could see between the dark leaves in the hedge and saw, albeit not clear as day, Spiteri walk by with his head swiveling back and forth as he searched for me. He was a tall and slim man with dark hair, and I'd recognize him anywhere now. I watched and heard him as he searched the nearby area. He'd lost me here, so it made sense. He even glanced inside the yard I was in before stepping over to the neighboring house with the larger hedge and plenty of bushes. It was the more obvious hiding place. I heard him rustling about, annoyed at my disappearing yet again. I wondered if Dr. Ogden had been in on this. They had worked together in trying to figure out Evie's kind and stop what they saw as threats to others. Why was she dead? Was she murdered because they'd gotten close to someone who posed a supernatural threat? Or was it simply a pyromaniac like the newspaper said? Could she simply have been unlucky? I noticed my shade begin to flicker and discarded any such thoughts. They made it hard to remain focused and clear. The fewer emotions, the better control I had over that particular trick. I heard Spiteri give up next door and his soft footsteps sounded again. I glanced through the hedge in front of me but didn't see him return that way. I wouldn't have either. It was more likely for him that I was hiding further down the street or that I had gone that way. Should I follow Spiteri instead? I got up and glanced over the hedge, seeing his retreating shape. The man had tried to kill me, strangle me actually, so I knew he was not to be underestimated. But what was he up to? Had I scared him so much that he was simply taking his own precautions? It seemed the most logical theory. Still, I was curious. I walked over to the opening in the hedge and was pushed back so hard I fell on my ass as a shape halfway fell with me. "What?" A hand clamped down over my mouth as a shh sounded in my ear. Too surprised to say anything else, I noticed it was a woman crouching beside me as she held a hand over my mouth. It was hard to see in the semi-darkness, but she seemed shorter than me, light build, and with dark hair. "Be quiet. We need to hide," she hissed at me. Then she let go of my mouth and seemed to take for granted that I'd listen while she moved back to the hedge. There, she bent down to be hidden and, to my stunned surprise, blurred a little around the edges as she became hard to notice. "What the?" I mumbled, and then became aware of more steps nearby. It could be someone walking their dog, of course, but common sense told me to get my ass back behind the hedge. As I did, I called forth my shade again and felt an odd sensation as I crouched down next to the woman. It felt like the little pushback one gets when trying to press two magnets together, like it was impossible for us to touch when obscured like this. As she glanced at me, I knew she felt it as well. "This way," a voice whisper shouted somewhere to our left, somewhere out on the street. The steps came closer, loud enough for me to know the people didn't care whether or not they were heard. A moment later, I knew why. Even through the limited view of the hedge, I saw Alex and Indira Robbins walk by, the two remaining siblings of the triplets that seemed to show up everywhere. Were they following Spiteri now? Of course they weren't. It was me, wasn't it? I seemed to have gotten very popular lately for all the wrong reasons. I shook my head at my own stupidity and consequently lost control of my shade. It didn't matter, though, as the dark-haired brother and sister passed by out there. We heard them checking out the next-door garden before they also gave up and moved on. I crawled awkwardly around the woman while getting upright at the same time and felt her grab for my ankle. I peeked out at the street but saw nothing. No murderous cop and no kidnapping happy siblings. I sighed in relief, but this wasn't good. I hadn't seen the triplets, the two remaining at least, in a while. There was also the fact that I had killed Elliot, their brother, with the consequence of waking a poor and long-deceased woman from death. Was that shooting why they were following me? Or was it still to hand me over to their employers? Apparently, they found my concealment trick all too interesting. That reminded me of the woman who was still behind the hedge. "Get back here," she urged me with her hand. I did the same to make her follow and stepped out onto the sidewalk. I had no idea who she was, and I would rather talk to her in the light from the streetlights. She didn't follow, but the general darkness around me helped the siblings trick me. As I saw the immense black shadow across the street, a shadow that seemed to be moving, it was too late. The triplets were able to create a fog of darkness that rendered everyone but them blind, and I saw the swirling tendrils of it across the street. I turned to warn the woman. She had helped me, after all, but at that time I noticed the same damn fog emerge from the tall hedge next to the one the woman was behind. I took one step back, but didn't stand a chance. I glimpsed Alex pushing through the hedge itself before a wave of his darkness washed over me and blinded me. I was already stepping further back and would be out of it, but he was faster. I gasped as a hand clamped down on my throat, and a lightning bolt of pain shot up through my right arm. Alex had gripped my hand and twisted it so hard I felt my body want to move with it to ease the pain. I sank down on one knee, my head escaping the jet-black darkness of the concentrated fog so I could see him. "Where's our brother?" Alex stepped closer. His heavy boots sounded like thunder in my panicked ears, his shoulder-length dark hair framing his angered face. He increased the pressure on my hand, causing me to groan in pain. Didn't they know Elliot was dead? "Answer me!" He squeezed my throat harder, making that impossible. "We do need him alive, remember?" I could see Indira walking across the street, no hurry in her steps, as she sauntered closer. She looked almost bored. "Not sure I bloody care anymore." I could see Alex wanted to either twist my arm off or snap my neck. The nerve endings in my arms screamed at my brain to make the pain go away, and I could feel my lungs begin to burn. I tried pulling back, but the man's grip was like steel. I grabbed hold of his right arm with my free one, but the pain confused my brain too much. I couldn't call forth the shade. I knew it caused a severe shock of cold for any human caught under it. It would be enough to at least startle him, but I couldn't. I could only think of the pain, could only see his sister closing in out of the corner of my eye. Then I saw the woman run out from behind the hedge. I tried shouting for her to stay away, but couldn't make a sound. A cry of warning sounded, probably Indira, but it was too late. The woman leaped and hit Alex with a force that would have knocked him over had she been a bigger person. As it was, she grabbed hold around his neck and slung her legs around his waist, and then blurred a little. I saw her eyes turn black as I again called for my shade, heard Alex yelp, and felt a warm shock of a sting that suddenly struck me through his hands, ripping me from his grip. I was forcefully pushed back again, fell on my ass, and then on my back for good measure. For a moment I only saw the dark sky above, most of the stars hidden by the collective light of the city. "Alex!" I jerked sideways and up as Indira came running. Alex, with the woman still on him, shouted something unintelligible, but instead of throwing her off, which he easily could have done, he sank to his knees and keeled over. The woman got her feet on the ground but held on around his neck, her black eyes directed at Indira. Indira wasn't having it. She called forth her fog again, and it whirled around her as she moved. "Let him go!" The woman did, and stepped back as the man at her feet lay in a daze. That moment was all I needed. With the blinding and debilitating pain gone, I let myself be enclosed by the familiar and concealing shade again. I crept forth the few feet between us and grabbed Indira's ankle. With her attention on the woman, my only obstacle was her fog. For a moment I was blinded by it as my head and shoulders got caught, but as a gasp escaped her at the sensation of my shade, she lost control of it. She halted and fell, supporting herself on her hands as she stared back, horror in her widened eyes. I let go then and got up. The woman stared at me, a peculiar look in her eyes. "Come on!" I noticed the house behind her now had several lights on. We'd woken someone in there with all this noise. The police had likely been called. The woman stepped around Alex, who was beginning to push himself up. I had no idea who she was, but as I let my shade fade, I reached out a hand to her. She did the same. We needed to run. We both knew that much. "Who are you?" I shouted at her as I pulled her with me straight into a yard and made a dash around the house. "I'm here to even the scales, to fix your mistakes, Ben." Despite the downright surprise and confusion at her words, what I paid attention to was her pause. It sounded like the name was utterly alien to her. Chapter 9. Running through unfamiliar streets and taking shortcuts through people's properties was not my idea of fun, nor was the numbing pain that still resided in my arm. The woman who'd helped me kept up, her hand still clinging to mine. As we came into a deserted residential street, I slowed down and glanced around. I couldn't hear much, except the odd dog barking and faraway sirens. It seemed most folks had gone inside for the night. There were lights on in the houses that lined the street on both sides. Most were still up. "Who are you?" I cleared my throat and then swallowed hard. Alex hadn't been able to crush my windpipe, but there was a distinct soreness there. Still, I could talk, and there were more important things going on. Hadn't I come a long way, prioritizing other things than pain? "They call me Elva." I turned to the woman and let go. In the streetlight, I could see that she was young, with big yet narrowed and unwavering eyes of an indeterminate color. She had long, voluminous hair that seemed darker than the night. There was something about her that made me wary, and I couldn't put my finger on it. She was no physical threat, with no more than 5'4" and a lithe build. She wore simple dark clothing with what might have been a fleece-lined jacket. It was hard to see, but it was cold outside. I had never seen her before, and still found her oddly familiar. Looking at her gave me a sense of déjà vu, but no amount of staring could bring forth what name I had on the tip of my tongue. It sure wasn't Elva. "They call you?" Who were they? What was going on? "You are staring." Elva had a small smile on her lips. I've come to understand that's rude. Come to understand? Apparently, I was nothing but an echo machine as my brain tried screaming the obvious at me. For a moment, as I looked at her face, it was like it blurred a little, and my eyes could see another, more familiar one. I shook my head, and the sensation vanished. Who are they? It was easier to press that point. People. Elva gave a shrug as if this was obvious. Humans. Her clarification made me draw breath hard, and residual pain went down my throat. A shout from back the way we'd come drew both our attention. Whatever her connection to the triplets, or what was left of them, Elva looked like she took them seriously. Her whole body froze as she stared between the two houses we'd passed between. This way. I took her hand and pulled her with me into yet another yard. Less shrubbery in this one, though. We ran to the nearest hiding place, a messy patch of a pathway that ran next to the garage, a rickety fence covering us from a side street. A moment later, Alex's heavy boots sounded as they hit the ground, followed by Indira's lighter steps. I swear I saw them run down here, she said. Alex stomped on past us, his sister on his heels. I could barely make them out through old cracks in the fence. That woman could do the same. Or something similar, Alex interrupted her. Yes, she could, I agreed in necessary silence. I knew these people wanted to hand me over to their employer. I would be an offering to avoid some horrid reprimand for their own mistakes in trying to capture both Evie and Curtis Hill. Evie was protected now that she worked for Winter, and I had no idea where Curtis, his girlfriend Jennifer, or Jeff, his father, were. Maybe on a beach somewhere, or perhaps in a small quiet town. Who knew? And that was the point. But the triplets had failed, and their employer, the Yorov Group, made their business using people with special and useful abilities. So far, the triplets had messed up. They'd killed my friend Sophie, killed one of their own, as well as a cop. It had been Elliot who'd been behind that last one, but Alex looked exactly the same and couldn't move about freely in the city. His black fog must have saved him numerous times already, since every policeman knew his face. The fact that Alex and Indira were still at it meant there was someone they feared more than the police. I hadn't noticed their presence in a while, though. Only Spiteri's. Indira's voice drifted back to us as they moved away. If that's the case, then either will do. Or both. Greedy bastard, I thought, and then felt myself pushed forward as Elva bumped into me. I turned my head only to see her crawl toward the fence, straining her neck like she was trying to hear something. "What the hell are you doing?" I whispered, though hardly any sound came out. I couldn't risk it. I grabbed a belt loop in her jeans and halfway pulled her back. At least I managed to stop her. She turned back and gave me a confused look. "She's not pregnant." "What?" My brain digested this piece of ridiculous information in a hurry. "How's that important?" "Isn't it?" "Did you hear something?" Alex's voice sounded closer. I froze, as did Elva, who by the look of her face realized what she'd done. We both scrambled to get to our feet and run back along the narrow path, which wouldn't be easy, judging by the dark and uneven shapes in our way. It was likely littered with trash, but Alex was faster. He'd jumped the fence before we could run, and by the time I'd turned around, I could hear Elva grunt as he got hold of her. I turned and saw Indira jump the fence as well. She landed as Alex yanked Elva back toward him. "Here, you take her," he told his sister as he swung around to push a staggering and confused Elva toward her. That left nothing between him and me, except for the switchblade that appeared in his hand. Whatever fighting knowledge I had seemed to set in when others were in trouble. It was like my brain kicked into high gear and sifted through old memories of others defending themselves. Then I utilized that same knowledge in the here and now. I suppose it made sense in a way. Many deaths are caused by violence. I would have seen my fair share, as did I now. Before Alex could turn back fully and threaten me with the knife, I sprang forward and stamped my foot down on the back of his knee. He cried out and fell down on his knees. I grabbed his right shoulder and slammed him into the fence. It was enough to daze him a moment. I passed him without giving him more thought, my sight on Indira, who was struggling with keeping Elva under control. As I came close, I barely had time to duck as Indira swung a fist above Elva's head and toward me. I leaped forward, still bent low, and slammed sideways into Indira, who gasped as she was pushed into the fence as well, pulling Elva with her. Luckily, she held the younger woman by the hands, and she lost her grip at the impact. Elva almost fell, but I grabbed her around the waist and pulled her back before we both turned. "Oh!" Elva stopped as we ran onto the front lawn of the property. "She is pregnant." I turned around on reflex and saw a woman and a man in a downstairs window, speaking with agitated movements while she quickly typed something on her cell phone. And yes, she was definitely pregnant, her telltale protruding belly showing above the windowsill. "That may be." I reached for Elva's hand again and pulled her with me. "But she's also calling the cops. Let's go." "Oh, right. Yes," she agreed and did as I said. All the noise must have scared the owners of the house, and no wonder. Knowing we had a few seconds head start at best, we ran as fast as we could, past startled people, through yards, and down narrow passageways. I didn't care where we ran, as long as it got us away from our followers. I knew what they were capable of. By the time we slowed down, I had no idea where we were. Somewhere in Northwater still, sure, but every street looked more or less the same in the dark. "You think we lost them?" Elva asked as she followed along. I shrugged and glanced around. "Yes, but I did think that earlier too." "Can't hear anything." She stopped and turned around in circles, straining her neck as she tried listening. "Hey," I said, making her snap around to face me. "Who are you? Why did you help me?" "They were following you." Elva stared up at me with confusion, a confusion stemming from me not getting that obvious piece of fact. "Yes, they were. So were you, it seems. Why?" "Don't you recognize me?" I eyed her with no regard for the blunt staring. I did recognize her, but I didn't seem to quite remember her. Wasn't that the story of my short life? "You've been making a mess of things, Ben." "So you said before. You've caused too many disturbances, taking over that body and life being the first one." My breath caught in my throat. I still didn't remember everything about my previous existence, but I did know one thing. I was not the only one of my kind. That would be impossible. The mere logistics alone. "So they sent me to balance it out." "Balance? So you're not like you?" "No, I'm your opposite." "Opposite?" I glanced around at the empty and dark street in confusion before settling my gaze on her again. "Then you deal with the dead, Ben. I deal with that which lives." I'm pretty sure we could have heard the proverbial pin drop despite the muted music from a nearby house and the sirens likely responding to the terrified couple a few streets over. I stared at the woman. Stared in dumbfounded shock. Felt like my feet were pinned to the ground. "See, I don't understand why that's considered rude." Elva tipped her head sideways as she stared back. "It's merely a way of taking in what you see properly. But when it's a person you look at too long, then—" "Never mind that." I held up a hand, and at least she understood that cue. "Are you telling me that you're here for me?" I fought to take a step back at that. Was she here to take me back? I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't simply leave people with no warning. I had too much to do, and... "No, calm down." Elva stepped closer and smiled. It seemed natural enough. "I'm here to balance things out. I just told you that." "What does that mean?" "You've been causing big messes all around. You know this. Don't deny it." She held up a hand herself, mimicking my gesture as I was about to argue. "Saving someone about to die, killing someone?" She shook her head and actually tisked at me. "Yeah? Well, things get complicated real fast when you're human." "Oh, I know. It's very hard to stay indifferent. That's no excuse, though. You can't be allowed to run loose. There's too much distortion." "Distortion? Balance? You're here to keep me on a leash?" "Something like that. Yes, it's—" Elva stopped herself and glanced around me. "You hear that?" I did, now that she pointed it out. A voice, male, coming from somewhere down the street. At least we were enough in sync to run toward the nearest car, an SUV parked in a driveway, and hide behind it. To my eternal gratefulness, it didn't have an alarm set. Half a minute later, hasty footsteps were accompanied by Spiteri's clipped voice into a phone. "That's 3 streets over. Thanks, Mike." Then his pace shifted as we heard him running. More importantly, he was running away from us, probably toward the disturbance that had been called in. "You have a little too many people following you, you know that?" No, I had no clue. "Well, there's the two—" "Sarcasm, Elva. Get used to it." "Oh, right." I turned and saw her bite her lip in uncertainty, her face halfway lit up from the solitary light hanging on the nearby porch. It must have been a trait of the former occupant of her body. "How did you get here, anyway?" "With a bit more care and consideration than you." I was about to retort, but thought better of it. I hadn't thought it through much, had I? "I chose the body of a dying woman with no family. She was, in a sense, the perfect specimen. Or so I thought." "What's wrong? Are you ill? You're not supposed to be, I think." I had healed moments after waking up in old Ben's body, after all. Shouldn't she have done the same thing? "No, the woman was in a coma and the body healed when I took over after her death, but the family thing was a bit optimistic." "How so?" I glanced around the car, but could neither see nor hear anything of Spiteri. He must have sped up when getting a clue as to our whereabouts. I gave Elva a short wave to follow and stepped out onto the sidewalk again. Her last living relative, her grandmother, died a few months before I took over. It seems the previous Elva had a few friends that functioned in the same capacity, though. "Tell me about it." "All right. There were—" "No, it's an expression." I sighed as I glanced around, trying to figure out where we were. "It means I know what you're saying from experience." "Ah, well, seems blood isn't necessarily the most important factor when establishing family relations in this part of the world." "Right. It's odd, though," Elva mused as she sped up to walk beside me. "They weren't there for her when she was sick. I know. I paid attention to her for a while to assess if she was the best vessel for me. I certainly didn't want your trauma or limitations." "Uh-huh." I stopped and got my phone out. "Wait. Do you remember everything?" "To a degree, yes. The human brain can only encompass so much, so I had to compartmentalize certain things. But essentially, avoiding the trauma that you experienced when taking over the body of a man who jumped from a great height on purpose." "I mean, come on. What were you thinking?" "Anyway, avoiding that kind of thing was the best course of action." I stared. Elva pointed it out, yet again. "There's a woman, Kathy. She's the previous Elva's friend. She gets uncomfortable when I watch her. I think I may be beginning to see why, because right now I'm starting to wonder if there's something wrong with my face." I pursed my lips sideways as I considered Elva. "Well, you haven't escaped everything. You seem unable to keep your thoughts to yourself. I had the same issue." "Yes, it's awful. It's like the body takes over and spills things out of my mouth without my say-so. I think I offended a man the other day by calling his coat ugly. I didn't mean to. Well, I meant it, but... you know." "Yep, I do. Good luck with that." I focused on my phone again, the artificial light glaring out in the semi-darkness. "What are you doing?" "What anyone who's lost does to find their way again. We need to get out of here." A map?" "Nope, an Uber." Chapter 10. "I've found I don't like sleep very much," Elva proclaimed as I came into the living room and saw that she was already up. She sat on the couch, feet on the table's edge, as she visibly shivered at the thought. "Feels too much like I'm... dead?" Yes." I shrugged. "I know the feeling." "I wish I could control it." "You can, up to a certain point, but I don't recommend it. If you're sleep deprived, you sure do lose more control." I emphasized my own point by succumbing to a massive yawn. "What a ridiculous system." She appeared offended by this physical weakness as she crossed her arms over her chest and humphed. She had fallen asleep shortly after entering my apartment last night. I didn't think I'd left her alone for 5 minutes to find something to drink before she'd passed out on the couch. So much for getting more information from her. Do you have any food? I do like that. Something sweet, maybe? I bet you do. I couldn't help but smile at that. Food had been my only comfort after becoming human at first, too. There may be some cereal somewhere, but I'm not sure where. But Elva was already on her feet and past me before I could finish. I could hear her rummaging through the cabinets as my phone pinged. I glanced at it and noticed a message from Olivia. Awake? I typed yes, unlocked the door, and turned to go see what kind of havoc Elva was causing in the kitchen when the front door opened and Olivia entered with a short knock. You're getting polite, I greeted her. Must mean you want something. That drew a smile at least. You know me so well. Mostly it's that you're dressed for work and you live and work across the river, so something must be up. Look at you. She closed the door behind her and came over to me. Sleuthing all over the place. But yeah, besides your trouble last night with the triplets and... Chris, there's something else. Her little pause before her ex-partner's name was more telling than anything. I'd sent her a text last night, just in case, but we both knew these people weren't after her. This is so good, Elva declared through a mouthful as she re-entered the living room, a box of cereal with some colorful design on it in her hands. Do you think it'll be better with milk? People seem to prefer that. You didn't have any, so I made do, but... Oh, hello. She halted as she noticed Olivia, but couldn't quite stop chewing. Hello? Olivia responded as a flicker of confusion crossed her face. I'm Elva, Elva managed, after swallowing the cereal. She happily extended her left arm, then looked down, switched the box from one hand to the other, and repeated the gesture with the correct appendage. Isn't she a little on the young side, Ben? Olivia asked after she'd introduced herself and let go of Elva's hand. Young for what? We both asked, almost synchronized. Olivia closed her eyes and pinched the area between them. Oh, sweet patience. I'm older than him. Elva shrugged, stuffed her hand in the box, and ate another mouthful of cereal. The crunching was deafening for a moment. And Evie? Olivia pressed. That made a light switch on in my head. It was early morning, and I was still only dressed in a t-shirt and sweats. I was just so used to people staying in my place it hadn't registered. And no, Olivia added, you are not older than him. What are you, 18? 20, I think, at least according to the driver's license. She's probably right about that, I agreed as I eyed Elva. She's technically older than me at least, kind of like the chicken and the egg thing. Whatever laid the egg came first, Elva said, rolling her eyes. Where would the egg come from if not? It was some sort of reptile, if I remember correctly. Olivia and I stared and then decided in unison to ignore that bit. You shouldn't go around saying things like that, Elva. By the look of you, you can't be older than me in this place. If you confuse people enough, they can cause trouble for you. That made the color drain from her face. She swallowed and nodded. Sorry. Yes, there was a doctor who... I think he was a bit worried. What the hell is going on? Olivia didn't have any patience for Elva's rambling, nor for my explanation, it seemed. You, she pointed at Elva. The couch. You, she added, and pointed at me. The kitchen. Which was how 10 minutes later I found myself back in the living room, watching as Olivia sat down on the other side of the coffee table, opposite Elva. Honestly, we should have gone straight to her place last night. She was a lot more adept at getting information fast. What's your name? Olivia began, her voice calm and steady as always, yet demanding attention. Even the new human being on the couch understood that much. Elva, like I told you. No, from what Ben tells me, you're not human. Like him, you've taken over the body of someone who died. What's her name? Elva's brows lowered in confusion, but she did manage to find a card holder in a pocket. She withdrew a driver's license and read the name out loud. It was like she hadn't even thought about it before. Or, as it turned out, maybe she couldn't remember all of it. Elva Galadriel Mistflower Dunning. Olivia stared a moment. Then I saw a definite twitch at the corner of her mouth. Let me see. She reached over and took the driver's license. "What's so funny?" I asked as I peered over Olivia's shoulder and saw that that was indeed Elva's full name. "Nothing." Olivia pressed her lips together a moment and then focused on Elva again. "You're right. Old—" She eyed me with exasperation. Elva was 20 years old. That's a young age to die. It always unsettled her when I differentiated old Ben from myself. "Traffic accident," Elva volunteered. She was in a coma before an infection finally overpowered her immune system. Olivia nodded, and I noticed her type the name into her phone. She would likely check Elva's story later. "Why'd you choose her?" "She was nearby and known to be about to die at the time we decided someone needed to see to Ben." "See to?" "He's been causing all kinds of troubles." Olivia turned her glare fully on me as she looked up. Yes, she knew about those troubles all right. A teenager had, after all, died in her stead because I'd saved her life. She knew as well as I did that I could not interfere with deaths without severe consequences. Olivia turned her attention back to Elva. "Are you here to kill him?" That bluntness took Elva aback. "No, I'm not allowed to do that. I'm here to even things out." She stopped herself and then looked up at me. "Until you decide to leave, I have to be here to make sure you don't do anything so reckless as to meddle again." "Leave?" I decided to ignore Olivia's suspicious glare. In the beginning, I had wanted nothing but to leave old Ben's body and return to my former state. Now, I had to finish what I had started, of course. Make sure Winter not only died, but stayed dead. But I didn't even know if I could leave. I hadn't tried in a long time. Like it was better somehow not to know. "You can't follow me around everywhere. I don't need a watchdog." "Oh, but you do," Elva argued. "And how long have you been here?" Olivia went on, with no regard for Elva's reasoning. "A couple of months." "Why not make contact before now? Keeping an eye on him can't be that important." Elva ran a hand through her thick hair, another gesture likely inherited from old Elva. In the daylight, I noticed it wasn't black after all, but a brown so dark only the sun could bring out the warmth in it. "I didn't do the same as you, Ben. I made sure to take over a body who, although she'd been through trauma, didn't suffer any at the time of her physical death. That was your mistake. It made sure things didn't happen normally." "Normally?" Olivia interrupted, but Elva went on unperturbed. "That trauma was violent and recent and couldn't be healed properly with everything else, so—" "I lost my memories." Elva nodded. "I think so, yes. But in not having a memory loss, my brain went on overload. There was too much. Can you even imagine? I was connected to everything, and I mean everything living. We are not only connected to humans, but all that lives and dies, every animal, insect, every cell. There are bacteria dying and living inside you right now." "You could feel all that?" There was skepticism on Olivia's face, but compassion in her voice. "I could. It started a few hours after I came to and then got worse. Suffice it to say, the previous Elva's friends and the doctors were worried, so I was delayed." "You seem in control now." She did, and I was beginning to feel a bit grateful for the memory loss I'd suffered at first. The doctors and Rose had called it a defense mechanism after the trauma. It seemed they might have been right. I had to gain control by sifting through what was important. The human brain is fantastic at hiding truths to protect the person within. I compartmentalized. Elva smiled at us, beamed almost, as she seemed both relieved and proud at this feat. "And you're not pregnant, by the way," she added as an afterthought to Olivia. "Excuse you?" "Oh, I see," I said, before Olivia could respond any further. "I can only sense when people are about to die. Nothing else. You've limited the whole thing even further." "Exactly." "Exactly what?" Olivia demanded. "She does seem to have a thing for pregnant women." "Geez, Ben, don't say things like that. You make it sound like some sort of creepy fetish." "What's a fetish?" Elva asked, eyes innocently directed at Olivia, who shook her head and looked down in exasperation. "Oh, God. It's like traveling back in time, finding a female you, and starting from scratch again." She slapped her hand sideways, hitting me in the knee. I patted her head awkwardly. because I knew she would hate that. There, I added, for good measure. Oh, please kill me now. No! Elva shot up off the couch, eyes wide as she stared at us. Do not kill her. Olivia sighed and glanced up at me. She's new to sarcasm too, huh? Very much so, I said, and got no further as there came another knock at the door, followed by Peter. His face went from tired to happy at seeing me, confused at the stranger with clenched fists by the couch, to semi-alarmed at the sight of Olivia. At least it gave us a break, and a much-needed one at that. The thing about Peter, despite his obvious discomfort, was his contagious, easygoing nature. The awkward tension seemed to fade as he inserted himself in this mess, obviously curious about the young woman being interrogated in my living room. And rightly so. Of course, the knowledge of her odd ability added interest into the mix, as she told him. Only in a quick moment, as he went into the kitchen to fetch some sorely needed coffee, did I manage to instruct Elva not to speak so freely in front of him. Unlike Olivia and Evie, Peter only knew about my unusual abilities. Nothing more. He doesn't know? She looked confused as her eyes darted between me and Olivia. Why? Because he still thinks I'm actually Ben. Why not tell him? That would only cause him grief. Oh. Elva's brow lowered as she eyed me. You actually care. Why? I glanced at Olivia, who only shrugged. I don't know. Empathy? Gratitude? Friendship? You've been here too long. I didn't have anything to say to that. She was probably right, but she would go through the same if she were to stay. She'd have to experience it on her own. Okay, Peter broke in as he came out of the kitchen, balancing 4 cups of coffee. So I thought about it. You're like a walking, talking pregnancy test. That's pretty cool. Really? Is it? Olivia's comment caused him to spill some of the hot liquid onto his hand. Ouch! Peter hissed as he maneuvered the cups onto the table, where we helped ourselves, before sucking on the side of his hand to ease the burning pain. Yeah, he added when able, that is kinda cool. Anyway, what's more interesting is you two gaining these abilities after being in awful accidents. I should go get hit by a bus or something. Don't do that, Elva urged, still not quite on board with interpreting tone of voice. Hey, I'm kidding. Don't worry. Although, you have to admit, gaining the ability to fly would be way cooler than sniffing out who's got a bun in the oven. Says the guy with a pregnant girlfriend. I swallowed down a sip of the coffee. It was so good. I needed to remember to pace myself. Duh. We call him Little Bun. Olivia scoffed. Him? Or her. It's a temporary unisex name. Peter shrugged and looked relieved he'd thought of an answer. Here's a name for you. Olivia handed him Elva's driver's license. As he read, he almost swallowed his coffee down the wrong tube. Oh, does that tell me all kinds of things about your parents, Mistflower? He told Elva and tried hard not to laugh. Personally, I was simply happy she didn't blurt how those were not her parents. Look at them, Olivia told Peter. Not a single reaction. It's like explaining philosophy to a pair of toddlers. Hey, I said, because at least I recognized a jab when thrown my way. That was more than could be said for Elva, who smiled like a child, making both Olivia and Peter chuckle. I wasn't quite sure I'd survive an alliance between the two. Why are all of you in my home anyway? Has to be the coffee, Olivia said. I slept here, the new and way too literal houseguest added. Yeah, Peter said, eyeing Elva. I have some news, but that can wait. Slept here? Dude, what about Evie? No, Olivia waved him off. It's not like that. Oh, okay. News? I prompted Peter. Yeah, so, I don't have time for all this, Olivia interrupted, before Peter could stutter anymore. I was pretty sure what she didn't have was patience, not time. I have to have a word with you, Ben, about Param Young. Param, Peter said, and put his half-empty cup down on the table. What about him? Olivia considered Peter a moment, and then gave a small shrug. I suppose you do know him. I'd bet money you did all the actual work when searching for him. Have you seen Ben use a computer? That index finger typing is painful to watch. Hey! What? Olivia looked up at me. You have any untruths in that statement to point out? I pointed back and forth between them a few times. I don't like this. Anyway, Olivia went on, ignoring that, Param's gone missing, and I'd like to find him before... She trailed off and looked annoyed with something, or more like someone. I knew her well enough to see that by now. By missing... Do you mean kidnapped? She did. Got us up to speed on what must have happened in his home and how she had remembered me searching for a man named Clement Moreau when she'd been investigating me for murder. Oh, the good old days. It didn't take a genius to find the link, though. Once she'd started looking into Param, it wouldn't have been hard to find his connection to that name and the foundation that kept him with monetary funds. Peter and I had found out, and we hadn't had Olivia's resources. How did you find out he's gone? Peter asked her. Oh, damn it, I blurted, and downed the last of my coffee. That's what that message was about yesterday, right? Olivia opened her mouth to answer, but I was too agitated. Besides, I knew the answer. If you found Param's connection to Clement Moreau, then you found his connection to that damn... Why is he so angry? Elva asked. Yes, Ben, Olivia confirmed, ignoring Elva. It was Winter. Well, one of his cronies. They decided to inform the police, or rather, me, probably to have covered all their tracks in case... She trailed off, almost like she didn't quite believe that herself. Anyway, I need your help to find Param, preferably before someone else. Oh, so now I'm supposed to do Winter's dirty work. Ooh, Elva chimed in. Winter, yes, that makes sense. Sorry, carry on. She gave us a sheepish look as we stared at her. Of course she knew about Winter. Hadn't she admitted she knew more than I did about most things? I'm not doing anyone's dirty work, Ben, Olivia went on, putting down her own cup now. Well, I'm not interested. Dude, listen to yourself. It's not Param's fault he's been kidnapped. I assume. Peter nodded sideways at Olivia. If she needs help, I guess it's because of the more... special stuff about him? Special? Olivia arched an eyebrow at that. You don't know? I only assumed since the guy's connected to both you and Winter there had to be something more going on. If you can enlighten me, that will save us some time. Forget it. I'm not doing this. It was bad enough Winter refused to die, and that he knew I couldn't kill him myself. Now I had to fix his problems too. I'll go. We all looked at Peter. He didn't seem particularly happy about his own statement. In fact, the mere thought of spending 5 minutes alone with Olivia seemed more daunting to him than handing me his precious laptop to do with as I pleased. Well, good. Then you can fill me in on what Param's deal is. Why? I asked Peter. You don't even really know him. Param doesn't deserve this, and we weren't all that nice to him the last time we met. You weren't. No, I was rude. You tackled the guy in his home. Really? Olivia folded her hands on her lap and produced a prim smile I did not like the look of, especially since it was directed at me. I had been desperate for any information about my identity then, and I'd known Param could provide some help. Yeah, turns out the guy was super scared of Ben. You don't say. The disconcerting smile did not vanish. I'm done doing stuff Winter's way. Curtis Hill was a one-off. I'm not doing this. Very good, Elva chimed in, sounding like a schoolteacher praising a student for getting it right. You should stay here with me. Right, my own personal watchdog. Peter looked like a question mark at Elva's statement, but Olivia only smiled wider. It was a smile lacking mirth, utterly unsettling. I didn't want to stay there to be monitored by some blabbering babysitter sent to make sure I behaved, and Olivia knew that. I glared at her, but it wasn't like that was going to faze her. I'm doing this under heavy protests, I said, feeling as restrained and outpowered as the toddler I surely sounded like. That's nice, Peter laughed after me as I stalked off to find some clothes. Make sure to bring a sign. Chapter 11. Odd choice of decor. Olivia peered at the various knickknacks, paintings, and artifacts in Param's hallway. Physical reminders, I believe. Olivia nodded and then rested her eyes on the somber painting of Clement Moreau. Born again and again. Yes, seems it takes its toll on him. There were no bottles on display in the front hall as far as I could see, but he had more than enough stashed elsewhere in his house. They all stood in neat rows, like a reminder to himself of how much of a deep hole he'd ended up in. The ones that lay strewn on the floor, some broken even, indicated something unusual had happened. So this is him? Was him? The slightly sallow and serious face of a 40-something 18th century priest stared out at us. Yes. And he recognized you? Yes, I repeated, feeling patient as I kept my voice low. But he couldn't exactly place me. He'd never seen me when alive, you know? Olivia nodded slowly. And Winter knows about it? Of course he does. Seems the Winters have been providing for the guy for centuries. Peter's voice reached us from the living room, where he and Elva were looking around. Oh yes, I hadn't escaped her. In not staying behind with her, she'd invited herself along. Seemed that now she was done shadowing me. She was sticking to me. Through the Clement Moreau Foundation. Olivia nodded to herself. Clement? No, one of the others must have been convincing when revealing himself to them. He actually is. I had to admit that. Well, it's still hard to wrap my head around. She sighed and turned to Peter as he came out of the living room and into the hallway. The world keeps getting stranger. Tell me about it, he said as Elva came walking the other way from the kitchen. I found these again, sticking out between some books in the bookcase, behind some bottles. Peter eyed me. Sure you're okay being here? I stuffed my hands in my pockets and leaned against an undecorated spot on the wall. Why wouldn't I? I have no recollection of Sheila, remember? Peter winced at his own forgetfulness, but his concern was genuine. Old Ben had not had an easy upbringing with an alcoholic for a mother who'd been neglectful. If not for the Klein family next door, things would likely have been worse for him. But he had developed a severe case of depression over the years, which had ultimately led him to Central Bridge one night to be greeted by me. So, yes, I could understand Peter's question at least. But Sheila was not my mother any more than old Elva's parents were hers. To me, Param's house wasn't a trigger for anything other than sympathy. Considering everything he knew and remembered, it was a shame he didn't seem able to make the best of it. What are these? Olivia's brows lowered as she stared at the faded photos Peter had found. I didn't get it before. Peter stepped closer and glanced at the photos as well. I thought it was previous recipients of the stipend that were photographed with whatever Winter was running WGI, or whatever it was called at the time, and I was right, I guess. Peter gave me a short glance before he looked down as Olivia flipped through the photos, but I think those are Param's previous lives. You all right? I asked Olivia, as she seemed more and more confused when staring at the images. Unlike Peter, I knew now that those were not the current Winter's ancestors. That was Winter himself. He appeared a little different each time. Changing clothes and hairstyles plus the lesser photo quality would do that. But it was him. Yes, Olivia nodded as she swallowed. These just look a little odd. Everything about that man is odd. That at least roused a tiny chuckle from her. She grabbed a napkin from a nearby antique silver napkin holder and wrapped it around the photos before she put them in her back pocket. Anyway, I only wanted you to see this place. Something's off. Yes, I admitted. She was right about that. Param was weirdly neat in his mess. Something had happened to him. So what now? Peter almost bumped the leather satchel with his precious laptop into a sideboard as he turned a little in the cramped hallway. His last trip to the bar is a dead end, Olivia offered, as her eyes glided over Peter and Elva. She sighed and seemed to realize she wasn't getting rid of them if she wanted me to go along. However, she went on, we do have someone who might be able to provide some information. We do? Let me guess, you happen to know the people who took Param? Don't be silly, Ben. Olivia got her phone from her jacket pocket. I happen to know where his money comes from. I felt my fists clenching in my pockets at once. I am not going to... Not Winter. That guy probably only ever speaks the truth about 20% of the time. unless he dances around it. Then who? Olivia tapped on the screen and shrugged as she raised the phone to her ear. Evie, of course. Evie? The mere name made my hands relax. Yep, I believe your girlfriend knows more than we do right now. This is a bad idea. I stared at the 4 white buildings that constituted what people in Ashdale had dubbed Winter Fortress. The block-like structures with the uneven yet modern windows could, in fact, appear as the fortified towers of a fortress, with only the wall connecting them missing. Between them were only a myriad of green areas, people bustling about, and a few smaller parking spaces than the one we'd parked in. It's fine, Peter said, his voice radiating positivity for some reason. Is George working today? Peter's girlfriend worked as a receptionist in the main building. If she was there, she could get us inside faster. Nope. She's got the day off, spending it with her sister, who's getting a dog. He sounded like he wished he was the one getting one. Maybe I should offer him the cat? Evie said it'll be okay, Olivia chimed in as she led the way. We all knew, though, well, not Elva perhaps, who trotted along happily, that I wasn't exactly welcome. After I had regained my memories, such as they were, I had told Winter what he had to do. Stay dead. If not, I would have to do something about it. Needless to say, the man hardly went anywhere without bodyguards these days. Just try to be... Olivia eyed me sideways as we walked, less glaring. Now she was simply asking the impossible. Still, as a few drops of rain began to descend on us, even I hurried my steps and walked inside as the sliding doors slid open for us. Olivia stopped and looked around the high-ceilinged and white lobby. Evie said she'd be down for us. You there! Stop! A loud voice rang through the open space. Next thing I knew, I was pummeled from all sides. Yep. We hadn't even gone through the metal detector yet. Several bodies slammed against me from every which way, acting like I had a weapon on me. They all tried to wrestle me down, their joined efforts acting against each other. I heard Olivia shout something and saw her gun out before she too was subjugated to the same treatment. Her dark hair flew down above her and a pair of security guards, as my body was slammed onto the hard floor as well. I heard a scream, several actually, but one nearby made me glance up to see that Elva had tried to stop someone, her arm now being twisted behind her. She cried out in pain and I tried to get up. Stupid, I know, but I knew what it was like to be so new to everything, especially pain. Elva's scream of agony almost drowned out everything else for me as I struggled to breathe under the bodies holding me down. My arms were twisted behind my back, my legs and upper body pinned to the floor. One of them even pressed the side of my face down on the cold tile surface. I am with the police, for crying out loud! Let me go! I heard Olivia yelling somewhere nearby. Even in anger, her raised voice sounded controlled. A piercing whistle broke through the sounds of shuffling, yelling, screaming, and general panic. What are you doing? A familiar voice yelled. Evie. Stop this nonsense, a man joined in. His voice sounded unfamiliar. But sir, we're under orders to... I know, the man said. Ms. Moon overrode that order. But... Am I not making myself clear? Check the docket. A few mumbled, yes, sirs, followed before the pressure keeping me down began to ease. Between the shuffling legs of the security guards, I saw Olivia's face, eyes slightly narrowed in fury. I only felt a great surge of annoyance that even overrode the pain of the brutal handling. As they moved away, allowing Olivia and me to stand up, I noticed Peter had been pushed against the wall, while Elva had sunk down on her knees where she was cradling her arm. I knelt down beside her. Are you all right? Elva sucked air between her teeth, her eyes shut tight. It hurts so bad, like the nerves are in shock. She was rocking back and forth a little, stiff as a board, while trying to stave off the pain. I know, it gets bad in the beginning. You have to wait it out. I put an arm around her shoulder, which at least seemed to work a little since she leaned against me. I glared up at a young security guard standing close by with a severe case of guilty conscience written on his stupid face. Proud of yourself? Olivia asked him as she stepped next to us. She's like 16. The man deserved that lie, and at least he had the decency to apologize. I'm sorry, miss. This had better be worth it, Evie, the voice who'd interrupted said. I glanced to the right and saw Evie, dressed in jeans and a short white tunic under a black blazer, standing next to a different kind of security guard. Oh, yes, that big and burly man dressed in black did not belong to building security. He worked for Winter's private security. Evie gave him a nervous smile, as this scene had likely not strengthened her reasoning for letting me inside. The man huffed and uncrossed his thick arms. Search them, he added, to the gray-clad security around us before he left Evie there and disappeared from our view. A while later, I found myself on the 7th floor, right outside Evie's office, which was further away from the elevator than Winter's was. He wasn't there. The see-through walls told everyone that. Did they have to be so thorough? I halfway snarled, as I noticed a button on my shirt had become unbuttoned. They're only doing their job. Evie had a little smile on her lips that probably stemmed from my exasperation. Yeah, but 4 of them to search for weapons? Who do they think I am? Okay, so maybe they were a little overeager. You think? The stupid button finally again fitted in the stupid buttonhole. I tried to get downstairs faster, but this wasn't your fault. That made her laugh softly as she reached out and took my hand. God, no, this is all yours and Winter's fault. What was there to say to that? She was right. I sighed and glanced into Evie's office, a bright, tidy space where Olivia was pacing back and forth while typing on her phone. Peter sat on a couch talking to Elva, who was beginning to look better. At least she wasn't clutching her arm anymore, and the color had returned to her face. Is she going to be okay? Evie asked, as she saw where I was looking. Yes, she doesn't have a lifetime of getting used to pain behind her. She really is like you, then? I had managed to update Evie on the bare minimum on our way upstairs, without any of the accompanying security guards hearing. Now that they'd finally left us, and Peter wasn't listening, that was easier. Yes, seems I messed with one too many things. No, that's not what I mean, but yes, I get it. She's like you, but from the opposite team, so to speak. I guess. I saw her try and jump that guy when you and Olivia were, restrained? Restrained, sure. Evie smiled, her thumb stroking soothingly against the back of my hand. She kind of reminded me of you and the fire extinguisher incident. Oh, yes. That had staved off some guys who'd been hunting Evie when we first met. Maybe we're just equally stupid. Stupid's not the word that comes to mind. Evie leaned toward me, the smile still on her lips, and I felt this all-encompassing need to keep that smile there, to make her happy. Guys, you can be all lovey-dovey later. We've got a case, remember? The sound of Olivia's voice startled us apart. Be right there. Evie shrugged as the office door shut behind Olivia. Despite the fact that she's a cop, she's so straightforward you know exactly what she's about. Unless she's trying to arrest you. That made Evie laugh as she pulled me into her office. Okay, so Param, Olivia said, before I'd managed to close the door behind me. What have you got on him? Not much, Evie conceded, but this is actually bigger than... Is Mr. Braun going to stare at us the whole time? Peter broke in. We all turned to him before we saw he was staring across the hall, down a few offices from Evie's. Separated by a few glass walls and some 30 feet, stood the big bodyguard from downstairs, staring in our direction and making no attempt at hiding it. That's Court. Don't worry, he's been under orders for a long time to... Be on the lookout for Ben? Olivia stepped toward the wall and eyed the man. I remember him. He was here the night... She stopped herself, glanced at me, and then let it be. I knew she meant the night she'd shot Safia Bishop, Evie's predecessor. Nevertheless, Olivia went on, as Evie gave the glaring Court a wave to make him step back a little. He did, but I had no doubt he kept a close eye anyway. Param? Right. Evie walked over to her desk where she grabbed a tablet and tapped on the screen. Param is a special case, not someone who falls under my usual duties. What is your job? Elva asked. She looks out for people like you when they need some extra help, Peter said. That about sums it up. Evie scrolled down on the tablet for a few more seconds, and then put it down on her desk. Clearly, she didn't have much information on him. But Param is more Winter's responsibility than mine. I simply make sure he has what he needs and answer questions if someone should come looking. Yeah, both Olivia and I uttered. We had come looking all right. But Param isn't the reason I asked you to come here. Evie, please. Olivia sounded more than exasperated. Don't emulate your boss. Can't you just give us the info? That made Evie smile again. It must have been Olivia's annoyance at Winter that did it. Yes, whatever you need, guys. Only, this isn't just about Param anymore. Something else has happened. We think Winter's gone missing too. There was silence for a moment. Then realization hit me. Oh no. I could see this clear as day now. No, hell no. But Ben! No. What's happening? Elva whispered over loudly to Peter. No clue. Ben, Evie tried reasoning, we believe it's connected. Of course you do. I turned to Olivia. Why did I let myself get talked into this? Empathy? Olivia smirked as she threw my reasoning for not turning Peter's life upside down back at me. Don't pretend you're unfazed. Olivia had actually gone paler at the news. That may be, but you're not unfazed about her plight. She indicated Evie, and she's asking us for help. I really am, Evie confirmed. Her eyes flicked to the side, and I realized she glanced over at Court. This was a desperate attempt by someone who had no idea what to do further. Why else had I been allowed inside the building by that man? And damn it, Olivia was right. I couldn't deny Evie help when she asked, not even for this. Fine. Fine what? Elva asked. The words came out through my gritted teeth, my nails digging into my palms. Apparently we'll be looking for, Winter as well. Chapter 12. Tell us in your own words, Ellie. Evie gave the assistant an encouraging look when the woman stopped staring in Court's direction. He was visible even now, through several glass walls from Winter's office as well. I'd only been in there once before, at least in person. My eyes were drawn away from the desk and toward the seating area. I had seen Winter be killed right there in a vision, or a memory. It was hard to separate the two, especially when they seemed to fuse together in my mind. But I had seen it happen, witnessed him being stabbed to death. There had been blood everywhere. I huffed. There was no blood on the floor and the carpet now. It was spotless. Everything was normal yesterday, Ellie told Evie. No, us, I remembered, and withdrew my gaze. I noticed Olivia had been staring at the same place. We both focused on the light-haired woman who was likely retelling this for the umpteenth time. Obviously, Winter's personal security had been through it already. He left early, as usual. As usual? Olivia interrupted, and then went into interrogation mode. Doesn't he run a company on a global scale? Judging by all the papers in the office, he did. There were documents and contracts lining every surface of his desk and the coffee table. There were even a few on the couch. Peter was standing close to the desk, having a discreet look. Elva had sat down behind the desk, ignorant of Ellie's momentary look of disapproval. Yes, detective, but he works fast. Whatever paperwork needs seeing to, he's usually done within a couple of hours. Then he likes his meetings scheduled early as well. Unless there's something special going on, Mr. Winter's usually done for the day well before lunch. Olivia looked confused. What? Is he a speed reader? He's had time to practice, I murmured, though not hushed enough not to be heard, judging by Olivia's side-eye. I believe he is, yes, Ellie answered her, quite serious. Olivia shook her head. Then she took in all the unread documents that were placed around the office, untouched. Okay, go on. He's usually here at 7 in the morning. If he's late, he lets me know. He didn't today. He's not responding to any messages or calls. His phone is off, the woman added, as if that was as perplexing as two suns suddenly rising above the horizon. I take it that's unusual. Very much so. Ellie stared back at Court, who was now on his phone. When I happened to ask Court if he'd seen him, all sorts of alarm bells seemed to go off in the man's head, and he went looking. As the assistant did not turn her eyes on me at that, I knew she didn't know about my ultimatum to Winter. She thought something else was going on. Listen, detective, Ellie went on. I know this may sound like no amount of time for you to think someone's missing. It's only been 6 hours. She pursed her lips tight as she thought about this. That we know of. It could be over 20. Why, did you see him after lunch yesterday? Yes, he emailed me about some documents he needed and swung by the office in the late afternoon. He picked them up, then you came, and after that, he left. Really? I said, noticing a slight reddening of Olivia's cheeks. What did you talk about? I knew it must have been about Param and the message she'd received. Knowing Olivia, she didn't take kindly to being treated like a lapdog, but that hint of blushing, that was new. Never mind, Ben. She actually waved me off. You're right, though. It is a bit early to think a grown man is in trouble. He could be. But you don't understand. He can't just run off like that. He has too many obligations and responsibilities, and he takes them seriously. The last time we didn't hear from him... Ellie's sentence ended in a sob, and she raised her hand to her mouth. It seemed her worry was genuine, if only she knew how little danger the man was in. The last time what? It's all right, Ellie. Evie stepped forward to comfort her. The last time, I'm guessing that was the chopper accident? Ellie nodded and gathered herself, straightened up, and nodded again. It was. And look at how that turned out. 4 dead and 1 living, breathing Winter. Oh yes, I knew that. I had seen that memory as well. The man had crawled out of a crushed helicopter while everyone else had died on impact or in the following fire. Evie hadn't been working here at the time, but she could hardly have avoided hearing about it in this place. It must have been all Winter's employees talked about for weeks. There are 2 sets of papers missing, Peter said as he'd sidled over to the coffee table. He was right. There was an open square on each surface where some papers had been removed. Olivia nodded. What were they? Ellie glanced at Evie, who dipped her chin. Obviously, airing their laundry, whether dirty or not, did not come easy for these people. A report about the chopper accident and some information regarding the mayoral election. Right. Olivia nodded to herself at this information, before seeming content. That was weird. She even thanked the woman and smiled as she took her leave of us. All right, Ellie said, nodding at Evie. Let me know if there's anything. We will. Ellie glanced toward Court again and then headed for the door. Nice to meet you again, Mr. Klein, she added to Peter before she left. Evie and Olivia resumed talking, but the look of shock on Peter's face caught my attention. Then it dawned on me what the assistant had actually said. Nice to see you? Again? I repeated. Yeah, so... Oh man. Needless to say, the next half hour went by with me not getting half of Court's details on his and his staff's search for their boss. His obvious scowling toward me didn't even faze me as I was busy doing my own scowling. So Peter had gotten a deal with Winter of all people. The mere betrayal. Dude, he said, between the drone of Court's and Olivia's voices, as they went through what he'd done since Ellie contacted him. I need funding, right? And Impact is my best bet. And guess who owns them? I don't care, and there's a baby on the way. We need money. I opened my mouth to protest again, but there was no arguing that. Not unless I wanted to be a complete ass. Still, my friend had gone to my enemy for help. And not for the first time either. Of course, the first time had been to help Evie. I was an ass, wasn't I? Regardless, I found myself walking behind the others, fuming a little, as Evie led us from the main building to the tallest one, situated behind the others from the main parking lot. The grass was slippery due to the increasing rain, and we all walked with hurried steps as the cold droplets hit us. Are you sure you're all friends? Elva asked as she walked beside me. Yes. I couldn't quite help the grudge in my voice. It's only... You all make snide comments and call each other out when you're... Wrong? That's the gist of it, yes. Doesn't seem all that fun. Shouldn't you rather spend time together? That's part of it too, when they don't go behind my back and... Oh yes, make deals with your enemy? Right. He's not, though. There was silence between us for a moment as I watched the others walking ahead of us, their ill-equipped jackets pulled tight as they braced themselves against the rain. Then Elva's words registered. "Yes, he is." "No, that's not your purpose. That's personal. We don't do personal." "But his whole existence is an insult. It goes against everything I am." "That may be, but you're the one making it personal. You've always been too curious." "You know, see, now you're annoyed at me. I'm excelling at this friend thing." She smiled wide and slapped me on the shoulder. "Oh, great. Did you by any chance alienate yourself from old Elva's friends?" "Maybe." Her smile vanished at that, confirming what she didn't say outright. Her comments about me staying here too long, the fact that she remembered everything and knew exactly why she was here, meant she probably hadn't spent time getting to know anyone. Not really. Unlike me, she hadn't had the need for people to help her out. That had also separated her from them. "Turns out people don't like being told things straight," she said. "Nobody does, but most put up with it. However," I stopped and held her back with a hand on her shoulder, "if you confuse calling someone out on their bullcrap with merely making hurtful comments, the truth you mean? Yes, if you do that, people aren't going to like you." "Doesn't matter. I don't need them." "Yes, you do." I thought of Param. Except for Winter, who looked out for him, the man had no one. He had isolated himself from the world with his bottles. The days had to flow by in a lonely haze. It was not a compelling existence. "I'm only here to keep an eye on you." We began walking again as the others had reached the main entrance of the building. How nice. I wondered if my teeth could grind together any harder without cracking. Besides, I'm getting better. I did not tell the assistant that she was not pregnant. "Oh, great, the pregnancy thing again." "Because she is too old. I did that the other day, and it made a woman cry." "For crying out loud, Elva." "Hey, I also didn't tell Evie that, and she's young enough." "I... what?" "Yeah, so I've matured a lot." "Since a few hours ago?" Now that was sarcasm. "See, I'm evolving. Anyway, why did mentioning Evie have you react like that?" "Like what?" "We've stopped again." I glanced around. Yes, we had. Peter was holding the door open for us while typing on his phone. Only that it's none of your business, I suppose. You don't read people very well yet, either, do you?" "Oh, you two are together?" "Yes, and it wasn't a surprise, by the way. We use... Well, that explains it then." Per... Wait, what?" "You know." "No, I don't know." I realized then and there that having Elva on my back was going to be more exasperating than anticipated. Her lack of socializing made her way too blunt. "Well," she stopped herself, so it seemed she was actually capable of not blabbering on without a filter. "I'd never thought the day would come where I'd be grateful for my initial memory loss. It had stopped this from happening to me on a permanent basis. There are rules, Ben." I nodded. I had learned that the hard way. Twice. No saving people who were going to die, and no killing people who weren't. It messed with the natural order of things, and the consequences were too great. Never mind normal moral issues, they weren't enough in my case. "You can't create life." I blinked. "Oh." "It would have the same consequences as when you saved Olivia's life, or when you killed that dark-haired man." "Yes, fine." I began walking again as Peter had come to an end of typing, giving us a curious glance. Why were we standing there in the rain instead of heading inside? Besides, I didn't want to talk about Elliot's death. Didn't like thinking about it either. "It was the final straw, you know," Elva went on, not taking the hint. "That's when it was decided to even things out." "Yes, fine," I repeated. This time, at least, she quieted and followed me inside. Turned out, the building housed some offices on the lower levels and apartments higher up. Many of them were for visiting business partners, though the one we ended up in was fairly high up. The view of Winterland and the city below was striking as Court let us in. Peter made a low whistle at the sight. "Wow, maybe I should have stayed in college. Hey, Mr. Security Dude, shouldn't he have, like, the penthouse or something?" "Too obvious," Court said. His voice clipped, as he was clearly doing something that didn't sit quite right with him. His angered eyes naturally landed on me. If it's too obvious, then that's the place that gets broken into. I couldn't help but smile at the effort they must have gone into to fix and replace locks and security systems. I couldn't break in through a regular door, never mind the technical monstrosity behind us now with the electronic keypad on it. Still, Winter's home held little interest to me. As the others fanned out to see if they could spot something his own people couldn't, I made my way to the nearest couch, an enormous piece of furniture in the large open space that was the living room. There were 3 of them, light gray, centered around a large black table. The whole room was spacious and light-colored, not only due to the big windows. Clean, modern lines went everywhere, the gray and white balancing out darker details. There was also a dining table with 12 chairs placed around it, a section of smaller and probably more comfortable furniture centered around a fireplace, and a sectioned-off area for a small office. The furniture there was more steel and less demanding than in the office we'd come from. What bound it all together was the herringbone-patterned hardwood floors, which also gave the most warmth to it all. It was a lot of space for one person. Excepting Elva, the others had disappeared, no doubt checking out the rest of the place. My personal prison guard was busy checking out Court, who was busy glaring at me. "Very muscly," she managed to utter. "Good grief, Elva. Blabber filter, remember?" I said. "I thought you were supposed to watch me, not the other way around." "But he's so—" "Just go help the others." It was strange how the big man looked relieved at her stomping away. Still, his obvious suspicions toward me never wavered. He was seemingly nothing, if not professional. "What?" I said, when even I began to find it uncomfortable. "She's my bodyguard. Apparently everyone has one these days." A twitch to the guy's nose was all the answer I got. Instead, he called for Evie and told her he was leaving this to her. "Why did he allow this if he thinks I did it?" I asked her, as the door closed behind the man, and Evie came over to me. "You didn't do it, and we know you and Olivia seem to figure weird things out, so—" She shrugged, tapped my feet to move them from the couch, and sat down next to me. "So you know I didn't do it, huh? How?" Evie leaned back and smiled her usual resigned smile when it came to this whole thing. I really shouldn't have put her in the middle of this, and now, with what Elva had said, I couldn't help but think that even more. But it was Evie. Having her around felt very different from anyone else. Was I simply being selfish? I knew I was, on so many levels, but I never wanted any distress to befall her. "How do you think we know?" I closed my eyes and exhaled slowly. This wasn't Evie's fault. No, she was right about that. This was both my and Winter's fault. Still. "How often am I followed, exactly?" "Not when you're with me." "Really?" "Mm-hmm." I told him. Told him that I don't want to get in the middle of this stupidity. Nope. Stupidity. And if I so much as sensed one of his PIs near me, we'd have a problem. Can you even imagine? I work for him. People spying on me? That would open up a whole can of worms. I could imagine. The lawsuits would have to line up. But knowing Evie, she would likely use her ability on him. A severe enough threat in itself. The only person it didn't work on was me. And possibly Elva. He trusts me. The deal was that as long as you and I are in the same place, his people would back off. After all, we both knew you won't try anything when you're with me. How insightful of you both. Evie shrugged. Court told me they knew you were at Rose and Walter's house last night. Sometime after that, they lost sight of you. I'm guessing that's when you came across Elva. But Court deems you were too far away from any place we know Winter was in to have actually done something. How nice of Court. Evie smiled that resigned smile again. I could have told him that, though. She sighed and leaned sideways toward me. Her head barely rested on my shoulder before she popped up again at the sound of the others' raised voices. Elva, for crap's sake, Peter said as she was herded back into the large room by him and Olivia. Uh-oh, the kids, Evie said jokingly as her attention turned to them. Somehow I couldn't muster a smile at that. Luckily, she didn't notice. "What's up? Found something?" Evie asked as they all walked over to us. Olivia put her phone into her jacket pocket. "Found Ms. Dunning here snooping through drawers." Elva huffed at that. "I don't see the prob." "Like full-on sifting through underwear," Peter said. "Like that guy would hide something important there." "Really?" I shot Olivia a glance. "I'd have thought you would." "Ben, I will arrest you," she snarled at me, her eyes narrow slits. "You already tried that. Didn't work." Her usual searing eye roll didn't quite reach its normal heights. Uh, anyway," Peter said, raising his hand as he took a subconscious step away from Olivia. "I did find this." He was holding a tablet up for us to see. "Where?" Evie asked. "Stuck between the bed and the nightstand. Maybe the guy fell asleep and didn't notice." "Can you do something with it?" Olivia asked. Peter tapped on the screen but shook his head so quickly he didn't need to say it. "Locked out, I'm afraid." "Just try." Even if he had been about to object, he didn't dare, simply nodded and continued attempting things. "There's no need to be here any longer," Olivia went on. "You have an idea?" Evie asked, a smidgen of hope in her voice. "A hunch, at least. Winter was up to something yesterday. Let's find out what." Chapter 13. "This is so frustrating," Peter said, as Olivia parked her car between two dark SUVs in the multi-story parking garage. We were a few floors up from the street and could see the sleek, rounded tower that was City Hall. It was a modern building that oddly enough resembled a factory chimney, especially from a distance. It was the only skyscraper in the city. "What?" Evie asked him. I turned in the front seat to see him fiddling with the tablet. "Why does he need all this security anyway?" "To avoid people hacking into it? Trade secrets and the like? Mine is the same." Evie shrugged. "We all have those. It's supposed to save on paper and make accessing information and contacting others easier, even when we're not at our desks." "If you all have them, then why didn't your people find it?" I asked. "This is a secondary tablet. The other one was in his office. We can't access that either. Seems Winter took some extra precautions. Anyway, the devices sync up so he doesn't have to take the other one home." "Damn it!" Peter hissed as he was, once again, locked out. "Oh, here we go. At least a cafe nearby can provide half-decent Wi-Fi." "Why's it so important, anyway?" Peter sighed and lowered the device. "I've told you this a million times, Ben. If only you'd listen. Devices sync up when you let them, which is what you should do with your own, by the way. Do you honestly think a guy like Winter with so many balls in the air isn't going to have, at the very least, his calendar synced?" I turned to Olivia. "Is the answer to that yes?" She nodded, a microscopic twitch at the corner of her mouth. "Let's go," she added, confident that out of the five of us, Peter should be dealing with that thing. "Yes," Elva agreed, scrambling to get the door open. "No, not you," Olivia said as she got out. "Not in there." She indicated City Hall with a backward nod. She was met by a pair of pleading eyes, but in the end, which was about 5 minutes later, I found myself walking into the tidy and sterile-looking lobby of City Hall with Olivia, no Elva in tow. I felt a tiny pang of guilt for Evie's sake since she'd stayed behind with her, but it was nice not to have my personal guardian with me. She might look young, but I had no doubt she could cause trouble if she wanted. She was like me, after all. "So we're here because you can read upside down," I said, as we got in line for the reception. The last time I'd been here, looking for Winter then, I'd managed to sneak past the security checkpoint unseen. We were apparently not doing that today. "You think Winter is the only one with extra reading skills? Learning to read upside down has saved me time. So when a certain someone holds certain papers so he thinks I can't see what they are, well, tough for him." Which explained why Olivia had so readily accepted Ellie's description of the documents Winter had asked for. She already knew. "So you actually think something happened to him? He could have taken a holiday or something, gone out drinking, gone... What do people do? Gone fishing? That's something, right?" "Yes," Olivia agreed. "He could. And if not for Param, that's what I would have thought. But he was actually worried about the guy." She frowned. "I think whatever happened to Param happened to Winter, and my guess is Winter went here, judging by those documents. Odd thing to ask for when your friend just went missing, right? Right. I considered this through the thrum of people talking around us. City Hall seemed as busy as it had last time. I don't see a connection between City Hall and Parham, though. Winter? Sure, but they are two completely different people. Also true, Olivia said. But think, Ben, where was Evie kept when she was taken? Twice? The election headquarters of this administration, I said. They had kept her locked and tied up in the basement of Strand's campaign headquarters on Curie Square. Exactly. I've been thinking there's something weird about that. Once, that means squatters. Twice, that means they felt pretty safe there. And the first time she was kept there, the election campaign was still using the building. I nodded, as this made more sense. So you think someone here has an unhealthy interest in people with some added abilities? Or people like Winter who knows about them? She shot me a sideways look. Unless it's about this should-be-dead thing. I shrugged. At this point, I honestly didn't know. Maybe someone had taken Parham to figure out how he came back over and over again. But how would anyone know about Parham's secret? And had Winter gotten in the way? If not for Parham and my friends needing help, I was still not sure why I should care. Some convincing talking from Olivia led us through the security checkpoint, where thankfully we were not accosted by a bunch of guards. In that respect, the day was picking up. Detective Jones, a pleasant, slightly accented voice, greeted us as we walked into the buzzing area. It made up over half the space when excluding the reception and security check. People were meeting down there, either in small meeting rooms with large glass windows next to green doors, or by the coffee shop over on the other side. The smell reached me and... "No, not now," Olivia said, a hand on my shoulder to hold me back. "Yes," she added to the voice, and we turned to find ourselves face to face with a dark-haired, petite woman. We both had to look down at her. She couldn't be more than 5'2". Her strong, marked features were framed by softer highlights in her shoulder-length hair. Her eyes, though oddly soft, seemed more intense for the dark, yet not overdone makeup. "My name is Romeo Contrera." "Nice to meet you," Olivia said as they shook hands, "though you are not Mr. Bard." "He is otherwise occupied, I'm afraid. I'm his advisor." "An advisor with an advisor?" I asked. Romeo smiled and extended her hand to me, an eyebrow arched, as I was obviously not with the police. "Ben here's my advisor," Olivia said after I'd introduced myself. "So where is Mr. Bard?" "In a meeting, but I'm sure I can help you, Detective. You were asking about Mr. Winter?" She was? We had come looking for whoever Winter had a meeting with the day before, and that had apparently been a man named Aidan Bard, advisor to the mayor and former campaign manager during the election. I couldn't quite see what that had to do with Parham. He didn't really socialize, did he? "I do hope everything is all right," Romeo added, her accent and her name placing her as Italian now that I'd heard her speak a little. "I'm sure it is," Olivia said. "I'm following up on a disappearance, and Mr. Winter is worried about his friend. When was he here?" "For about 30 minutes yesterday. He arrived at approximately 3:30 and left half an hour later." "To meet with Mr. Bard? Why?" "Because Mr. Bard," a male voice broke in, "was able to help him with something." We turned to find a man our own age, dressed in a charcoal suit, briefcase in hand, as two other men, dressed similarly, waited a few steps further away. He had short brown hair, the color of hazelnut shells, and a trimmed beard in the same hue. Aidan Bard, which he introduced himself as, gave us a smile that was meant to instill confidence and make you feel seen. I had no doubt he would move on and become an elected something or other himself in a few years. He gave off that vibe. Still, we had to go through the same explanation all over again. "So what did you help him with, Mr. Bard?" The man shrugged and gave Olivia a different kind of smile no one could misunderstand. As usual, it didn't faze her much. She was probably used to it. "Only a small favor." "Know him well, do you? I thought he voted for the other guy?" This was a known fact. Winter had not hidden his endorsement for the old mayor. I saw Romeo purse her lips a little at this, but they evened out as soon as she noticed me paying attention. "Ah," Bard said, That was politics. He's an okay guy despite that. Olivia shot me a warning glance before I could utter my opinion on the matter. What did he want? I asked instead, tired of this whole ordeal. He was somewhat cryptic. Bard gave his companions a raised index finger in an "I'll be right there" gesture. Needed help finding someone, at least I think it was someone. Gave him a number for a guy I use, and that was it. Guy? P.I., he clarified. Anyway, that's all it was. Is Winter in some sort of trouble? No, Olivia lied, shaking her head. Not at all, but someone else might be. Oh, well, I hope you find them then. He gave Olivia the name and number of the P.I. when she asked, and then said goodbye and swept Romeo with him in his wake as he returned to his colleagues. We watched them in silence as they headed for the elevator and disappeared from our view. At least he's helpful in his unhelpful helpfulness. I rolled my eyes. What? Come on. She headed for the exit. What's your impression of that guy? She asked before I could utter anything. I didn't have to think long about it. Don't like him, don't know why. So creepily helpful? Yes. Like he'd do and say anything to send us away. Olivia nodded and got her phone out to make some calls. Lucky for me, she stopped right next to a coffee cart that had taken up shop right outside the skyscraper and under some cover from the rain. Half a coffee later, she was done. So the P.I. confirms he works for Bard now and then. It's not a secret, but he never received a call from Winter. Maybe he didn't get around to it? Is that really what you think, Ben? I shook my head and lowered the cup. No. I think that Ms. Contrera had those times way too ready and at hand when asked about yesterday, especially since she wasn't even there, and she's not Bard's assistant. An assistant would know. They know everything about their bosses, don't they? Yeah. Should we ask Court about it? Why not Ellie? Because she likely knows everything Winter's supposed to be doing. Court seems to go with him to whatever he actually does. She gave me a look. Wonder why that would be. If the guy simply croaks, then he won't need to. Never mind. She waved me off and I drank some more of my coffee as her brain churned on. I'll call Court, but he wasn't with him yesterday. I sort of knew that, having argued with Peter about his gaming project during that conversation. I had picked up the fact that Winter had been flying solo yesterday. I finished my coffee as she talked on the phone and felt more alert and better than I had, which was likely only in my head, but I did notice something I hadn't so far. A familiar face was watching us from the other side of the busy street, half hidden behind a rack of colorful clothes and postcards outside some tourist shop. Yeah, Olivia said, oblivious as she hung up with Court. He's never heard Winter so much as mention Bard's name, so he found it a little odd that he's gone to him for help. And Court knows everything about Winter's life? I knew something no one knew, and I was pretty sure people wouldn't forget it if they ever saw someone rise from the dead as if nothing had happened. Doubt it. Yeah, well, we have another issue, I told her, and threw my cup in a nearby trash can as I told her of the curious eyes paying attention to us. You recognize her? Olivia had listened with no apparent reaction. Oh yes, that's Indira Robbins. Right. Olivia closed her eyes like she was fighting fatigue a moment. Doesn't surprise me. No, after all this, I think you're right. I didn't need her to explain. The triplets had replaced the thugs sent to take Evie. They'd been using Strand's headquarters to keep her prisoner. We'd even seen them near one of his events once. They worked for, or were enslaved to, depending on how one saw it, an organization that wanted people with extra useful abilities, which meant that if the triplets worked for Yorov and were protected or aided by someone in City Hall, then those protectors worked for the same organization. They're going through a lot of trouble for Param. According to him, the fact that he can even remember his lives is a flaw. If they want to copy that, sort of eternal life, I guess, then how would they go about it? Olivia shook her head. Dunno, and it all makes my head hurt. Let's check it out. I nodded and followed suit as she stepped out into the rain. It was falling heavier now, the water splashing around our feet as we crossed the street. Gone, I muttered as we stepped onto the sidewalk. Olivia followed my line of sight and nodded. Indira had moved in the few seconds it took us to get closer. Olivia glanced over at the little shop. Let's get back to the others then. I say we check out this Aiden Bard and figure out what's what. He gave me a bad feeling. Sure it's not a funny feeling? I think that look he gave you falls under ogling. Shut up, Ben. What? It's surely better than Winter. Okay, he asked me on a date, okay? Who? Bard? No, dumbass, Winter. She stopped and didn't glare or frown or anything I expected her to do. A fat and cold drop from the roof splashed onto my head, and I nudged her forward so we could get inside the parking garage. And, for some reason, I said yes. Despite being filled with cars, the space around us gave off an echo as we headed up the stairs. I wasn't surprised at this. I'd seen that her interest in the man was mutual. Well, if you trust him. That was it, though. She didn't. But she was attracted to him, and it was gnawing at her better judgment. Olivia didn't truly trust anyone. Except maybe me. Damn it. I was probably the only friend she had who hadn't betrayed her in some way. Was she waiting for it to happen again? Because that was what always happened to her? Really? You were berating Peter earlier for making a deal with Winter regarding his business, and this is all you have to say? By the rate things are going, I wouldn't be surprised if Rose and Walter move into Winter's apartment next week. The man seems to be everywhere where my life is concerned. That, at least, made her smirk. Anyway, I went on, Evie said this is none of my business, so I'm... Evie knows? God! Olivia huffed the last word out as we'd reached our floor. Of course she does. She's not blind. Are you embarrassed or something? Of course I am. She was about to indicate her car, where Peter had taken a seat on the trunk, nose close to the tablet, Evie and Elva talking nearby. Olivia's gaze fell on someone else. Indira. Her head bobbed up between two cars and then down again, too late. Why was she taking this risk? She must have run up the ramps to avoid us on the stairs. I'm tired of this, Olivia said. Let's herd her in. She pointed out my direction and then went around several rows of cars to box Indira in. As I moved straight toward one of the two remaining triplets, I saw her begin to move. Ducking down meant she'd lost sight of Olivia a moment too long. When she realized we were on both sides of her, she ran, only to be met by Evie, who'd seen what we were doing. Indira skidded to a halt as Evie stopped in the open space between a row of cars and the one where Olivia had parked. She pointed a gun at Indira. Oh yes, Evie had become a decent shot after starting her new job. What's going on? Evie asked, her voice raised so both Olivia and I could hear her. I stepped out into the open space myself, noticing the ramp was wet from all the cars that had been driven inside that day. Why don't you tell us that, Indira? Olivia reached us. She'd already drawn her weapon, and it was also pointed at Indira. You've been following Ben a long time now. Why? Judging by the slight widening of Evie's eyes, she hadn't known this, which meant that Winter's guys hadn't either, which again was a reminder that the triplets knew what they were doing. So why had she been so easy to spot? I could only think of one reason. To scare us off Bard's trail. If we were preoccupied with Indira and her remaining brother, then... Where's my brother? She shouted at me. Where's Elliot? The question froze me to the ground as the sound of an engine seemed to draw everyone's attention but me. It wasn't like there weren't cars driving around in there all the time. I noticed the true danger too late, of course. I had my back turned. Only saw the shocked reaction on Evie's and Olivia's faces, the sudden smirk on Indira's. By the time I realized the car came up behind me, it was too late. Or should have been. I felt a yank at the back of my jacket, felt myself pulled to the side and then back as Peter used the momentum to swing me out of the way, and himself into it. In a mere second, I saw the gray car pass me, the familiar, focused face of Alex inside it. Peter as he was hit and rolled over the hood and fell to the ground. Evie, Olivia, and Indira as they jumped out of the way. The car screeched to a halt 10 feet from the others. Indira, who'd known this might be necessary for them, was the only one with the wherewithal to run. She reached the car, yanked open a door, and got in before the tires skidded on the concrete, and they drove off. I turned and stared in shock at the tablet that still lay on the trunk of Olivia's car before I saw Peter's lifeless form on the ground. Chapter 14. For a moment, as Winter awoke, he saw glass walls and assumed himself to be in his office. That wasn't right, though. Why would he be sleeping there? And why was he hungover? And was he? Something wasn't right. He tried opening his eyes a bit more, noticing that the light was not as bright as expected. Not the office, then. There was a certain lack of normal sounds, too. People talking, shoes clicking on floors, phones ringing. Here, wherever here was silence. Winter swallowed, realized his throat was parched, and sat up. His head didn't hurt, but he felt dizzy, groggy, and generally weak, like he hadn't eaten in hours. He must have been drugged. He could handle his alcohol better than this, and besides, he hadn't been drinking. Surely he would remember the start of a night drinking, if not the rest of it. And of course, he realized, as he managed to get his slow brain to react, he was also locked in a cell. So there was that. Well, it wasn't the first time that had happened. This time, though, his surroundings were a bit different. He was on a cot that creaked at his movements, a folded blanket on one end. He was in a basement of sorts. Stone walls, one door atop 3 steps, a few cabinets stood off to his right, and to his left was another cell. He got up and walked over to the wall. The plexiglass was thick and would no doubt hold against any attacks Winter could do with his body. Trying to break down the door would do no good unless he wanted a bruised shoulder. The electronic keypad on the outside of this construction told him he wasn't dealing with an amateur, and the cells themselves looked new. Was this built especially for him? He wasn't certain until he noticed he was not alone. In the other cell, moving under the dark green blanket, was a man. Winter stepped over to the small section of his wall that was attached to that cell. There were no breathing holes there. They were not supposed to be able to pass anything through. That much was obvious. What would that even be? He thought as he realized he was left with nothing but the shirt on his back, suit pants, and his socks. Everything else was gone. They'd even taken his cufflinks. What could he possibly do with those? "Hello?" he tried, knowing the other person should hear him considering they were left with plenty of holes in the rest of the walls for air. He got no answer, but the movement under the blanket caused a foot to appear first, and then half the face of Param on the other end. His sepia-toned skin was both pale and shiny with sweat, as he was clearly having a nightmare. "Oh, damn it," Winter mumbled at the sight. If Param had been here since he was taken, he was no doubt suffering from withdrawal. That would be painful and terrifying. He might not be having a nightmare. His body might simply be refusing to calm down even in sleep. Winter scanned the room around them again, but saw nothing of interest or anything that could help Param. Why wasn't whoever had put them there doing something for him? Did they want him to suffer? They didn't want him dead. If so, then what was the point of these glass cages? Winter shook his head in frustration and then noticed the tiny green dot in the corner to the right of the door. He couldn't see the camera due to the shadows up there, but it was there all right, which meant their guards were paying attention. So they knew. They knew about Param's suffering and didn't care. That told Winter just about all he needed to know about them. He sighed and glanced back at the wall his cot was pushed against. There was no window here, but then again, this time, his old friend Clement was inside with him. Rabat, 1790. The sweltering heat, even so far north in Africa, was made worse in the cramped cell. The smell of urine and unwashed bodies, mixed with the spicy smell of whatever was in the pot they'd been given to share, was nauseating. Winter made do with a chunk of the bread, which the other prisoners were happy to trade away for more of the warm meal. He had no idea what they were in there for, but he could guess at the most likely crimes, theft, or murder. There were 5 of them sharing that cell, and 2 had been keen on unburdening him of his coat and shoes. They were of fine quality, he couldn't blame them, but neither was he spending his time here without his clothes, especially walking on the filthy floor with nothing but his stockings. The black eye that became more and more visible on one of the men told them all to stay away while Winter's knuckles burned. It was worth it, though. Still, he did not take off his coat or waistcoat like he longed to do in the heat. His clubbed hair stuck to his neck and he had an urge to cut it off. Still, he hoped this mess could be sorted out soon. He hadn't traveled to Morocco to spend time in the jail. He had, in fact, paid all the taxes he owed for his trade. This was pure nonsense. Someone was trying to set his business back, he was sure, but who? A bang, likely from a stick against the door, made them all jump. Then a small hatch was drawn and a face peered inside. "Winter," a voice said. "Yes?" The face vanished, only to be replaced by a more familiar one. "Oh, thank heavens, there you are!" Winter nodded and got up from the bench. He walked between the other prisoners, careful not to step in their food, and stopped by the door. He placed himself so he could see both his cellmates and his secretary, Mr. Owens. The man's white hair was bright even in the dim light out there. "What's happening, Owens?" "Well, it's all silliness, I tell you. It's all paid. We even have the receipts, but Yusuf claims he doesn't." "Let me guess. He's misplaced them a while?" "Yes, sir. I believe they will be misplaced until whatever deal he made is done." "Probably a day or two?" "Not if Aksakov has a say. He's working on it now." Ah, yes. Winter had done well in hiring the young Russian lawyer. He had a way of getting his point through. It often cost a few coins, but still. Owens was right. It would be less time then. "Good. Meanwhile, I want you to proceed as planned. Any idea, by the way, on who's behind this?" "Well, sir, normally I'd say a local with a grudge or the like, but—" "Yes?" "Well, competitors are competitors, whether local or not." Winter didn't say anything, simply waited. "I saw the Mary Agnes in the harbor earlier." "Ah." Winter nodded. So this was likely the scheme of Mr. Demir Halls, an up-and-coming merchant in the Yorov Wholesale Company. He must have ventured into the spice trade here as well. With the safe passage treaty with the Americas, it would be a pretty penny to be made. Of course, getting in before Winter would be a nice bonus for the man's pride. Meanwhile, Winter was stuck in this unpleasant sauna until Aksakov could sort it out. The rushed voice of the guard out there sounded, and Owens looked confused. He didn't speak Arabic. Winter wasn't the best at it either, but he understood this. It was time for the secretary to leave. Moments later, Winter was back on the bench, his forgotten chunk of bread still in his hand. The other prisoners were still busy eating, so he figured he'd do the same. It was a waiting game now anyway. Better to have something to do. Perhaps he should engage the two who hadn't wanted to steal his clothes in conversation. It would do well to practice the language, since he had nothing else to do. A small psst put a stop to that plan, though. Everyone looked up, first at each other, then at the small window. It wasn't even a foot high, merely an arched slit that rose right above ground level. It allowed the prisoners a little light during the day, which was waning out there now. "Hello?" a voice tried. It sounded young. "Hello?" one of the men replied. "Mr. Winter?" Winter had to suppress a smile at the collective sighs from the others at this. He arose again and stepped up to the window. "I'm Winter." "Oh, mon Dieu, I've been searching almost all the windows. Finally." Winter peered out between the bars and saw it was a boy, no more than 12. What was this then? Some sort of message from Aksakov? "Well, you found me." "I did." The boy smiled from ear to ear at that statement for some reason. That was odd. There was something familiar about him, though. Maybe he'd been working for the inn Winter had been staying in until this dreary affair. It was all so confusing. I thought I was mad a while, and it kept repeating for me. "L'hiver, l'hiver." Why would I think such a thing? Winter? I've heard sailors speak of snow, but here? And ma mère thought I was mad. Then I hear you come to Rabat, and it all made sense. Your strange name, Wait! Winter had to stop him. The boy kept rambling on, mainly in Arabic, which Winter could barely follow. He kept interspersing it with French, though, albeit heavily accented. "Who are you?" The boy almost looked hurt at the question. Winter, he said, having a bit of trouble with the short I. It's me. Uh, it's me, Clement. Don't you recognize me? Who? Winter stared out at the boy. Clement was not a common name here. What was he talking about? And besides, the only Clement Winter knew had died long ago in another country. I recognized you at once, the boy went on. I thought you were your son, but you're you. Hold on. Winter stopped him by holding up his hand, the boy's dark eyes momentarily drawn to the piece of bread. Winter couldn't have the child spouting his secret for everyone to hear, and somehow he seemed to know it. Let's try this again, shall we? Winter switched to French, counting on none of his cellmates being able to speak the tongue. Who are you? The boy understood him. That was clear. But his explanation came out slow at first, as if he was trying to remember the language more than having little knowledge of it. He had been troubled, it seemed, for the past year or two, speaking of things he shouldn't know about. And then, when Winter had come to town, the name had awakened more memories in the boy's mind. I didn't understand first, the boy said, his small fists clenched around the bars in his urgency to get the tale out. But the word Winter seemed so familiar. Winter was likely part of regular rumors in town, even more so after these events, but his anglicized name had to stand out a bit. Yes. I went to the harbor to find out why. I saw you there, but you are not your son. You are you. How? Winter ignored the question. What's your name? He repeated. As I said, it's me, Clement. No, your name. No one here names their son Clement. The boy huffed and slackened his grip somewhat. Kareem. Kareem. And where's your mother? The boy had mentioned her, after all. Dead. Winter eyed the boy's clothes. They were little more than rags, his breeches frayed around his knees, his shirt more splotched charcoal and brown than the white it had once been. It stretched across his narrow shoulders. It doesn't matter, though. She's not my real mother. My mother was Marie Moreau. Winter was taken aback. He had no idea what Clement's mother's name had been, but the surname was right. Surely this street urchin from Rabat could not be his old friend. Winter cleared his throat. He needed to start with what was important. Do not ever say such things, Kareem. Clement. Your mother birthed you, loved you, and cared for you, even on the streets. Winter could only imagine what she'd done for her son's sake. That matters. Clement of all people knew that. You are part of her, and your mother loved you. Do not repay her in such a thoughtless, respectless way. At least the boy had the sense to lower his head in shame. Good. He wasn't heartless then, only confused. As for Clement, Winter went on, he died over 30 years ago. 32 it has to be. That long, but you haven't aged. What do you remember, exactly? That you were a hard-working student, but terrible at your pronunciation at first. It took a lot of practice for you to speak passable English, and even more for it to become flawless. It was like you couldn't remember how to say the words. You were very frustrated at how so many of them were written completely different from how they're pronounced. I think you learned French the other way around, by speaking it first and then picking up on the written language. And I set your handwriting straight as well. You'd been a teacher once, I believe, but you took little pride in your cursive. I remember being sick and weak, and the sound of children playing outside in the street. The raw smell of the river near my house. And my Edme. The boy swallowed hard at the name. You did me a grand favor the day she died, her family as well. She was buried within the churchyard, and... Enough. Winter shook his head at the absurdity. This little boy speaking of a long-dead woman as if she were the love of his life. How could he know all this? Even if someone wanted to swindle Winter in some way... No. No one knew this. He'd never told a soul. What is going on? How did this happen? He'd seen many a strange thing during his century on this earth, but this was new. There were people out there with some science-defying gifts, but this? He'd never heard of such a thing. Were you born somewhere else too? Kareem asked. Why do you get to look the same? No, I wasn't. I'm merely still here. Winter sighed and then realized his cellmates had long ago begun chatting amongst themselves, no doubt bored by a conversation they understood nothing of. How is that possible? Kareem asked. How are you possible? Winter countered. Neither of them was supposed to be, were they? His old friend come back? He had only ever watched friends and family die, not the opposite. Hey, you little rat! A man's voice shouted somewhere outside. Kareem glanced around, froze at the sight of the owner of the voice, and turned back to Winter. I must go. Get away from there! You know where my people are? Winter asked. Kareem nodded. He'd been looking for Winter, after all. Be there in 2 days. That should hopefully be the same for Winter, maybe even sooner if Aksakov did his job. Winter reached up and handed Kareem the chunk of bread through the bars. The boy was too starved to decline. His hungry eyes widened as he took it, and then scampered to his feet and fled as heavier footsteps neared the window. Winter watched with worry as Param's twisting and turning didn't look comfortable. In the end, he settled for not shouting until he woke up. It was probably better to not be conscious for the pain. The first couple of lives had been easier for Clement. Winter had insisted on calling him by his given names, and that had, after Kareem's first reprimand, been accepted. Winter had also taken to getting him jobs in his company over the years, but after the first couple of incarnations, things had gotten problematic. There were simply too many memories jumbling around in Clement's head. He'd slowly disintegrated, and Winter had created the Father Clement Moreau Foundation to keep him safe and looked after. Unless they could find a way to sort it, Parham would drink himself to death exactly like Billy had before him. It was a shame how much better he'd felt when he'd come back as Parham, swearing he'd not be so foolish again. But he wasn't a fool. He was deeply troubled, and Winter felt helpless, watching him sink down like this yet again. No amount of rehab had helped. Parham didn't want to get better. He wanted to forget. And this was the only way he saw how to do that. Conscious of the camera, Winter went back to his cot and lay down. If they weren't helping Parham or doing anything else, he might as well wait. As with Parham, that waiting could be spent sleeping to pass the time. Chapter 15. We were lucky in the fact that visiting hours coincided with Peter coming out of surgery. He'd been wheeled into what would be his room for the night. All 4 of us gathered around him. Ben? Yes. I stepped closer to the bed. The room around us wasn't quiet. There were 3 other patients with their own visitors around the other beds. Peter's stood closest to the door. Did you take the picture? Peter looked a little dazed as he had been given a hefty dose of painkillers. Still, he wasn't supposed to go to sleep due to the concussion, and so it wasn't strange that he winced in pain. Whatever they'd given him, it didn't take the edge off completely. Still, his priorities were a bit odd. Yes. Are you sure? Yes. Really? I glanced at the others, but there was no help to be had there as I was met with a frown on Olivia's face, confusion on Elva's, and an amused smile on Evie's. I took the picture. Several, actually. It was as disgusting as you'd imagine. And you didn't delete it or anything? Let me check. No, Evie interrupted. No screens, remember? I sighed in exasperation at Peter's lack of faith in my technological skills, especially since they were well-founded. I handed my phone to Evie without a word. Her grimace of disgust at the photo of Peter's compound fracture, his collarbone protruding through his skin with the accompanying blood, was also well-founded. It's thoroughly documented, she assured him and gave me the phone back. Cool, Peter smiled and then seemed to doze off a little. Hey, Elva, he added a moment later as he opened his eyes again and winced at the light. Do you think I'll get my superpowers now? You do deserve them, she told him, surprising us all with her nice bedside manner. Peter smiled, a short laugh escaping him. And my name shall be Morphine Man. Considering they weren't giving him that to make sure he didn't fall asleep, it wasn't very apt. Well, he seems fine, Olivia said, As the door opened behind her and George and Rose walked inside, I had called them as soon as possible, and Rose, who'd had the day off, had gone to get George. Walter was on his way too. The room was going to fill up. There was also the fact that as soon as Rose and George entered, their attention was on Peter and his bandaged frame, his left arm in a sling, while Elva's eyes widened at the obvious signs of pregnancy in both women. She seemed more attuned to it the more it showed. Still, Rose must have sensed someone staring, because as George went over to Peter, she turned toward Elva, her brows creasing in confusion. "Miss Dunning?" "Oh, hey, Nurse Klein." There was a moment's pause before Olivia stepped in. Elva looked decidedly worried, and I remembered her few comments about having issues after waking from her coma. "Elva, here's my ride-along," Olivia said. "Happened to be with me when this," she indicated Peter, "happened." She managed to divert Rose's attention back to her brother, but the look of confusion didn't leave her, nor did her worry. Peter had broken his collarbone, gained a painful concussion, and was generally banged up. "I can't handle this anymore," Rose told me, as visiting hours were nearing an end and we were standing in the corridor outside Peter's room. "You two need to stop ending up here and near grenade explosions." That last one was hardly our own fault, I thought, but refrained from making the remark out loud. She was right, though. Peter wouldn't be here now if he hadn't pulled me out of the way of the car. It was pure luck he wasn't worse off. Luckily, the car could only drive so fast inside the parking garage. "I'm sorry," I said, because I was. I genuinely wished I could change this somehow. But wishes and reality weren't always compatible. "He's going to be a dad. Peter, of all people." It sounded like a sob and a giggle had a collision in her throat. "He needs to be alive and safe for that." Rose stepped closer, tears in her eyes as she embraced me. "I know." What else was there to say? She was right. I put my arms around her. It was the least I could do. Rose, to me, was a beacon of safety. She, along with her brother and now husband, had been there for me when I first came to in this body. I had not been alone, and they had, with Rose's rational and kind spirit in charge, made sure I never felt that way either. "And a hit and run?" She talked into my shirt. "In a parking garage? What are the odds?" Those lies did not make it easier. Rose didn't deserve that, but neither Peter nor I wanted to worry anyone. We'd all agreed, while waiting for the ambulance, that we'd all happened to meet near City Hall for a bite to eat. "How do you know Elva?" I asked her, before she could question our thin cover story. "From work?" I was curious about this too. There was no denying Elva had made some kind of impression on Rose. Yes, she was one of our patients, was in a coma for a long while. And? I can't say much. We thought she died. That was obviously wrong, but she had trouble adjusting afterward. I mean, she woke up from a misdiagnosed death and then proceeded to claim she was looking for death. I could well see how that would have been received. I'd had the wherewithal to avoid such comments myself, but I'd also already been considered for a harm to self hold due to falling off a bridge. Elva had clearly not realized the consequences of being detained for one's own safety before it was too late. That explained her hesitation in talking about her first weeks in her body. A nurse walked by, her face somber as she watched us, probably thinking we were mourning someone's demise. But if she wants to be a police officer, Rose stepped back and wiped tears from her eyes with the back of her hand, then things must be getting better. "Ah, yes," Olivia's ride-along. "I'm sure it is," I said. Rose nodded and glanced at the door. "I should get back in. Dad's on his way, but he won't make it here before we have to leave." I excused myself to go find some water and walked down the corridor toward a water cooler that looked inviting after hours without any sustenance. There hadn't been time to think about it, but as I filled the cone-shaped cup, something tugged at me, vying for my attention and winning. This was why I preferred staying away from the hospital. And it didn't help that people I knew ended up there. But despite the life-saving mission of those working there, so many people had died there over the years that the impressions were too strong sometimes for me to block out. I could, but it would fester in my head, forcing its way through in my sleep. That was even more disconcerting. I turned from the water cooler to see a middle-aged woman in a bland hospital gown fall over, the linoleum-covered floor welcoming her into a rough and painful embrace. She didn't flinch at the pain because her body was already busy convulsing. Judging by the clothes of the first nurse who came running, this was not happening now. Unlike the nurse who'd passed me and Rose, this one wore a slim-fitted blue dress with a starched apron and a cotton cap on her head. Obviously, I knew the patient on the floor was dead long before she would stop moving. The familiar pressure at the nape of my neck spread into my head. This feeling of something being severed, of someone like me being near. In the case of such a memory, I was pretty sure I had been the one to break this woman's connection. The memory was as vivid and disturbing as always, and I hated it when they came upon me like that, uncontrolled and brutally honest. It reminded me too much of my first time after taking over this body. I'd had no control then, and despite having more of it now, I really wanted it to stop. A hand rested on my forearm, squeezing gently, and the sight in front of me changed. The colors of the corridor were still bright, but there were subtle changes, like the floor no longer being green, but gray. There were more people in there now, all dressed in colorful scrubs, some wearing white coats. They were all gathered around a man on a gurney. Apparently, he'd been so far gone they'd stopped transporting him and focused on their work right there for all to see. One of the hospital staff concluded there was a pulse, and the relief from the others was almost tangible. Then it all faded, and the corridor in front of me was empty bar for a lone man further down, a visitor, judging by his regular clothes. I looked at Elva as she let go of my arm. "Wasn't that better?" she asked. "But he was never truly dead. He might not have had a heartbeat, but none of my kind was ever there. He wasn't supposed to die." "No, I was there, watching over him." I nodded and remembered the cup in my hand. I downed the water, glad for the help with my thirst, a little disappointed it wasn't something stronger. "How did you do that?" "Show you, you mean?" "Yes, I can't do that. I can only suppress it a while. Never choose what to see." It was like my subconscious reacted to my surroundings or situations, working against the human mind, which didn't always want to see such things. "It's easy, Ben. I remember." She shrugged at that. "I remember what it's like to be me more than what it's like to be this." She indicated herself with a quick gesture. "Has this happened before? Someone like us becoming human, I mean?" "Once, eons ago. One of each then, too." "It wasn't me, was it?" "No." She gave a resigned smile. "So what happened?" "They broke every rule." "So they were brought back?" I had wondered why Elva was here to keep an eye on me. Not once had she stated she was here to bring me back. "No, they had to be kept apart." "Why?" That seemed odd, especially if they were keeping each other in check like we were supposed to be doing. "You're right here, so—" "They had a child." "Oh. That must surely not have been allowed. No. Something didn't add up, though. Wait, you said I couldn't create life." "No, but I can. Against all kinds of odds, I might add. Do you think a healthy young woman was my first choice for a human vessel? The problem was, when I had to make that choice, the other candidate nearby was a 92-year-old woman. Even with the healing that comes with the cell rejuvenation, I would not be able to move about easily. So, I am now this, and it's frustrating. I can feel the stupid body's need to procreate." "Did you see the nurse who came in earlier?" "No," she huffed. "Exactly. But I did. And he was perfect. Ugh." She grimaced at her own comment. "Listen to me. I'm sure there's no amount of birth control in the world able to prevent me from becoming pregnant, and I can't do that. Like I can't meddle in deaths. Yes, I get it." I also got why she'd been ogling court earlier. She was probably sizing up potential partners without thinking about it. "Exactly. You're not so shabby looking yourself. Seriously, Elva." She smiled widely at my annoyance. "And you're proving my point. We paid attention to you before I made my choice. and we noticed your infatuation with Evie, deeming this whole thing a less risky feat." "Infatuation?" I sighed in exasperation. "Whatever. What happened to that child?" There was a chain reaction of people dying, the dead waking, and unexpected pregnancies, which, I'm sure you can imagine, caused some trouble near the two entities. But the child survived. It's the reason why some people get death warnings. They aren't supposed to. We both stepped closer to the wall out of the way as a group of hospital staff wandered past, delicious-smelling coffee in every hand. I took a deep breath and waited until they were out of earshot. "Why aren't you here to bring me back?" "I can't do that. You have to do that. Until then, I have to stop you from causing such rifts in the way of things." "But Winter is supposed to be dead." I couldn't help but argue that. "He's not supposed to come back." Elva gave a shrug that annoyed me in how easy she could shake that wrongness off. "Maybe. But what's done is done. He does die. That's your purpose." "Why doesn't it make you angry? He defies you as well." She shook her head the way I imagined a parent would. "You're too curious, Ben." "You said that last night." "Yes, because I'm not the one who let myself be distracted by a young man jumping off a bridge. I'm not the one wondering why some of the deaths seem so pointless." I winced and drew breath as if she'd slapped me. Some of the deaths did seem utterly pointless and brought on by nothing but stupidity or deep sorrow. But they were part of me as well. At her words, I could remember a growing sense of wonder at this, a tiny ember of curiosity that had never quite let go. It hadn't eased after becoming human. "Listen." Elva's attention was momentarily drawn down the corridor as the others were leaving Peter's room. "You'll remember it all and come back to the fold when you're done with this little fancy of yours." Fancy? She made it sound so inconsequential. As I lay in bed at home later that night, Evie in my arms, I wondered how Elva could use that word. But it was a mere fancy to her, wasn't it? When Alex and his crew had broken into my apartment and almost killed Peter, I had made a conscious decision to stay in the body. It hadn't happened on a whim. I'd understood why I was there, to end Winter, yes, but also to make sure Peter wasn't killed. That would not have been right. Evie's breath came steady, soft, and undisturbed. Usually we'd migrate away from each other during the night. Right now, though, I was awake, lying close enough to feel her heart beating, slow and steady like her breathing. Her hair smelled faintly of flowers, and her toned and lithe body felt warm and soft in her sleep. It was familiar in a sense that I thought would never cease to surprise me. And despite the fact that I found myself entertaining a small hope of that never happening, Elva's words stuck with me. Was I stringing everyone along only to break their hearts when I tired of them? Evie turned over on her side, her hand holding onto mine, keeping my arm over her in her sleep. I sighed as I felt my eyelids fighting against my troubled yet tired mind. And what if I stayed? Given the information Elva had given me, would it be right of me to do so? Evie would lose so much. Would I only be diminishing her life? Chapter 16. It felt like the crack of dawn when George called. It wasn't, obviously, but with everything going on, there had been little sleep the last couple of nights. "He says to bring his laptop and some tablet?" George's voice sounded worried. She likely didn't want Peter near any glaring screens. Apparently, that wasn't recommended for concussed brains. I glanced around the bedroom, which was now lit, in confusion. Then I remembered I did, in fact, have his things. They'd been left in Olivia's car, so Evie and I had taken them with us. "And, George went on, not wanting to say the next thing. I heard some muffled talking behind her on the other end. "I won't touch the laptop," I said. "I swear." "Thanks, Ben." I heard the smile in her voice now and hung up. When I arrived at the hospital a while later, I came alone as Evie had taken Elva to find some clothes. She'd spent the night on my couch again, taking her guard duty job way too serious. We needed to have a talk about that. She couldn't watch me all the time, and what were the odds I'd break some cosmic rule at home anyway? Sending her off with Evie had even been a long discussion before she'd caved. About time. Peter looked like he was about to burst with impatience as I walked into the hospital room. He tried sitting up a bit and winced at the pain he'd clearly forgotten in both his head and body. He sank back against the pillow, the hospital bed raised so his upper body was elevated somewhat. "I don't get the whole visiting hours 2 times a day," he said, "especially when it's so boring to wait." "He's having screen withdrawal," George said. She was seated in a chair next to the bed. Her golden curls framed her now plump face, and her eyes were red, one hand resting on her growing belly. She must not have slept very well last night. From what I understood from Peter, she'd also struggled with more nausea than was usual, and for a longer time as well. It took some persuasion, but in the end we managed to send her home to rest. It would be better for her to sleep and come back in the afternoon. "How are you holding up?" I asked him as I slumped down in the vacated chair. "Worst headache ever. I'm not sure the doctors know what a mild concussion is." I nodded and felt a stab of guilt as I noticed Peter's eyes were squinting against the light in the room, which wasn't all that bright. From what I gathered, he was not the only one in there with some sort of head trauma. "That was a reckless thing to do, Peter." His brows creased as he thought about this. "You would have been hit by the car." "I know. And likely hurt worse as you didn't see it coming," Peter insisted. "You could have been killed." "No, I couldn't." "Yes, you could." "No." Emphasizing the word made him wince again, but he went on nonetheless. "I knew I wouldn't. There was no, you know." He waved his uninjured hand in my general direction. "There was no funny eyes and creepy voice. No one was going to die. But I don't know if you can sense this about yourself, so I figured I had the best chance. Turns out I was right." "Oh." I hadn't thought of that in the middle of it all. I honestly didn't know if I could sense my own death either. Still, you could have ended up damaged beyond repair, but still alive. Huh, I didn't think of that. Exactly. There are some things that might be worse than dying. Peter choked back a laugh. "Geez, Ben, your bedside manner is positively uplifting. How about saying thanks instead?" "Thank you." "Cool. Now, about the tablet? You brought it, right?" "Yes, but—" "Give it here." I did as he said with slow, hesitating movements that made him struggle to sit up and reach for it. "Come on, Ben, I'm used to my head hurting," he said, alluding to his migraines. "Now give it here. Oh," he added as he took the tablet from me, "and the laptop, too. Careful," he blurted. Even before I reached for the leather satchel he always carried the thing around in. "You know, I'm not a baby." Everyone is an infant near my laptop. He put the machine on his lap, and then struggled to get the lid open with only one arm and a broken collarbone that caused him pain when he moved. He frowned, admitted defeat, and then, with a gesture, allowed me to open it. Right before that guy, Alex. Ugh. I hate that guy. That was almost an understatement, considering Alex had tried to have Peter killed simply for being in my home at the wrong time. Before he screwed everything up, I was talking to my friend Randall. He had an idea of how to access the tablet. He sent me some stuff that might work. I'd heard him mention this Randall before, and I didn't think whatever had been sent was all that legal. Peter went on with booting up his laptop anyway, shifting between it and the tablet, awkwardly balancing them on his lap while using only the one hand. In the end, he had to admit defeat on that as well and use me to do all that for him. I could also see the glare of the screens not helping his already squinting eyes. A while later, I hated the laptop and the tablet with equal measure, and I wasn't too fond of Peter either. "No, that tab. Okay, now type this code in this area exactly as it looks here." "Exactly, I said. Does that look like this tag to you?" "No? Wow. And to think I was pleasantly surprised to see you having evolved to using not 2 but 4 fingers to type a minute ago. It's like watching mankind evolve backward into ape status. Honestly, Ben, this is the worst help I've ever received." "I hate you so much right now," I growled. "No, you don't. I'm impossible to hate. Ah, there you go. Now press that and add this here, just like Yes, exactly like that. Good boy. Shut up. Peter chuckled and then seemed to hold his breath as he stared at the screen of the tablet before exhaling. The damn thing finally showed something other than a black background and small frames of what looked like nonsense to me. Even I understood the significance of all the small app icons that suddenly spread out over a blue, wavy background. Piece of cake, Peter concluded, and then had to take a break. Apparently, I was not to touch the damn thing in case I'd accidentally delete something. I decided to find the cafeteria and get some breakfast. I called the others and told them how far Peter had gotten while I was at it. About an hour later, Olivia showed up. That was fast, I said between sips of foul-tasting green tea. I'd been forgetting myself lately, drinking too much caffeine and forgetting to eat now and then. I did not want a repeat of all the shaking and numb weakness that came with forgetting regular, healthy nutrition. I have some flexibility at work with having to step outside and investigate. What about the new partner? Olivia shrugged, like her partner being left hanging was not her problem. Olivia's problem was that her new partner expected to be exactly that, a partner. Spiteri had been in the same ballpark as Olivia. They'd worked on their own and joined forces only when necessary, until he attacked and left her to drown in the Ashdale River with a black eye, that was. Visiting hours were over again as we walked up to Peter's room, but Olivia's badge got us in this time. I was about to ask him if he felt like doing a check of Winter's device, but he was already at it, squinting eyes and all. The sight of Olivia at the foot of his bed made him stop, his eyes widening despite the discomfort. "Oh, get a grip!" Olivia crossed her arms as she glared at him. "I get that you didn't go about opening it in a way that's above board. Just don't show me." Peter swallowed and nodded. "There's not much of interest here, like his calendar and stuff are synced to his phone, though that's been turned off. And there are no appointments in the calendar today, or yesterday. But then I saw one meeting disappear while you guys were out." A slight frown touched Olivia's eyes. Probably Ellie holding out hope he'll show and then canceling last minute. Makes sense. Anyway, other than that, it's the usual stuff. He's oddly vanilla for someone with so many resources. No info on Param here either. The only thing is a few folders I can't access. "Didn't we just access the tablet?" I asked. "We?" Olivia smirked. "Yes, but he's got some impressive encryption on here. I can see the folders, but I can't access them." "What are the folder names?" Olivia asked. "Seems like surnames to me. Keller, Maciel, Von Croy, Wait, Maciel?" Olivia uncrossed her arms and leaned forward over the foot of the bed. "I know that name." "You do?" She nodded absent-mindedly as she was already pulling her phone out. She gave me a sideways nod, indicating I should follow her. "Wait," Peter called after us. "You're seriously not going to tell me?" I left with an apologetic look directed his way. Olivia spent about 30 seconds on the phone with someone before thanking whoever they were and hanging up. She glanced around, found the corridor too crowded, and pulled me into the room next to Peter and the other patients. This one was empty and recently cleaned, judging by the smell of soap and disinfectant. It was ready for a new intake of patients. It wasn't like that ever stopped. Maciel is a name, all right, and I had heard it. Officer Brown confirmed it for me. It's the first victim of the pyro murderer. At least she said the name with a straight face now. She hadn't before. The same one that killed Dr. Ogden? Unless we have more than one running around the city. Brown didn't know much, and I don't think it's because I'm not on this one. The guy's name is Slate Maciel, and he works as a private investigator. So Winter hired him for something, and he came across the pyro murderer? Why else would he have a file with the guy's name on it? It could be a coincidence. Or it could mean both Winter and Param are in serious trouble. I doubt it's a coincidence. Everything here leads back to Winter or us, doesn't it? Olivia nodded and stuffed her phone back in her pocket. Dr. Ogden had been way too interested in me, going so far as to break her own medical oath to figure out what made me tick. And now I was seeing her partner in crime, as it were, Spiteri, and the two remaining triplets everywhere. And Dr. Ogden's killer had also burned one of Winter's investigators alive, and Parham had been taken, and then Winter himself. "I think we should all be careful about moving around on our own," Olivia said, having drawn the same conclusions. "Whatever's going on, I believe we're closer to it than we thought." "Then maybe we should leave Winter to his own problems." Olivia caught herself as she was about to say something else. "You need to stop that." "Stop what? Saying the truth? I have no interest in helping him. I thought I'd made that clear." "Regardless of your animosity toward each other, he doesn't deserve to be taken by people like these, doesn't he?" I could feel myself getting more and more agitated. Why was this so hard to comprehend? "No, damn it, shut up, Ben. So the guy's secretive and deals with people of a supernatural persuasion as a side note in his daily business. But no, he doesn't deserve that. God, you're so set in your ways, you don't even see it, do you?" "See what exactly?" "That Winter might not be the villain here. Has it even occurred to you that you might be the bad guy?" I blinked, taken aback. "Why would that—" "You came here expressively to make sure someone dies. In my line of work, we call that intent to murder." Olivia's eyes were flaring, the amber color doing nothing to diminish the effect. "Not murder, he must die, and even if I can't do it due to the consequences, I have to see it through." "Do you? Really? You're too vague about that, by the way. Needs to die? What does that even mean? He's supposed to be dead? Why? Did you save him at some point as you did me, or forget to reap his soul?" I shook my head. "You don't understand." "Oh, I understand more than you think, Ben. How long have you been here now? Long enough to make good on your threat, that's for sure." "You don't believe I'll—" But I let the words hang there. Didn't want to say them out loud, which was, of course, making her point. "Kill him? Murder the man to make sure he stays dead? No, I don't believe that. I've never believed that. Not for a second. You are not a murderer, and make no mistake, something like that would be murder. Even if you have to do it indirectly, the intent is there. How would you know what I am and not? If you haven't noticed, I do spend some time around actual murderers. You are not one of them. Do you honestly think I'd waste 5 minutes on you if you were? Do you think Evie would? Do you truly think she'd even let you near her if she thought for one moment that's something you're capable of?" "I wouldn't." We both turned to see Evie in the doorway. Her warm eyes were on us, one hand on the door left ajar. She had a sad smile on her face, and I desperately wanted to change the reason it was there. "Well," Olivia said, "there you go." She took a step to leave, but stopped and put a hand on my shoulder. "Let's see if you'll at least listen to her." Olivia left the room in time to notice Elva in the corridor as a heavily pregnant woman with a leg in a cast was pushed by in a wheelchair. I saw Olivia clamp down on her shoulder and steer her the other way as she made to follow the poor woman. Then Evie stepped fully into the room and the door was left ajar with only an open gap again. "It's been trying, weird, and a little comical to have a boyfriend who threatens to kill my boss." She walked over to me. "But Olivia is right. I could never have stood up to Winter had I for one moment thought that you meant it deep down. I have a purpose." "Do you? Then why don't you act on it?" She stepped right up to me and put her arms around me. There was no hesitation in her movements. I bent my head and rested my cheek against the top of her head, closed my eyes as I slid my arms under her rain jacket and felt the soft cotton of her dark and short tunic against my hands. "Why did you really come here, Ben?" I remembered the night the old Ben had died, how I'd been there, seen it all, done my duty, but not understood. I was curious. The words spilled out of me so fast I knew them to be true. I didn't understand why anyone would want to escape this. I held her tighter and felt her nod against my chest. I understood now, though, after having gotten to know old Ben through his friends, his family really, that things were never that easy. But I had been curious. Elva was right. I was probably too curious for my own good, and that curiosity had forced some capacities on me, compassion among them. The others were right. Param and Winter didn't deserve this. It made Olivia's words reverberate in my mind. Has it occurred to you that you might be the bad guy? No, that had not occurred to me, not until now. Chapter 17. Ward, is that you? The shivering voice of Param reached Winter through the plexiglass, but not before he'd thrown up in a nearby bucket. Winter turned over on his cot, the springs creaking under him, and eased up on his elbow. Yeah. You all right? Not really. Param's voice came out dry. He sounded parched. He probably was. Winter hadn't seen a soul since he'd awoken in the cell, so no one had brought food or drink. He would have woken up had someone entered when he slept. He wasn't that much of a deep sleeper, especially in a situation like this. Do you know where we are? Winter asked, hoping that they might not have drugged Param when bringing him there. No such luck. No idea. In the city, I guess. Winter took in the stone walls again. Has to be in the oldest part, then, with a stone basement like this. Every wall was made up of large and carved pieces of rock, held together by mortar. Param tried sitting up, but sank back down again. Too bad this isn't a Buster Keaton movie. Then we could just peel away the mortar and escape through a tunnel. Or the wall would conveniently fall down. God, you make us sound old when you say things like that. Ha! Winter shook his head, but couldn't help a smile. Have you seen our esteemed hosts? Only some goons. Doubt they're the brains behind this. Came in with food, I don't know, yesterday. I have no clue how long I've been here. With no window and no sounds coming from outside, it was hard to determine time in there. It was a couple of days when I found out you were missing. So this is my rescue? Winter could only shrug, but Param saw him. Well, he reasoned, I've been through worse. Yes, he had, but Winter didn't like how he looked now. He was still pale, his skin dry at this point, his short black hair standing on end, and he was visibly shivering. Winter desperately wished he could do something. I'm sorry I can't give you my blanket, he said. Doesn't matter. I'm not cold due to the temperature. Besides, I'd feel silly complaining to you about freezing. Don't, Winter said, but he knew the words were meant not to diminish how bad the cold could actually get. The southeast of Finland, 1714. The heavy snow slowed them down, their ragged breaths becoming faster as they forced their legs to plow through the deep, white hindrance. The underbrush of the massive forest around them would have been bad enough, but now it hid under all the snow, causing unseen unevenness, messing with their balance as they ran. Sharp voices sounded somewhere behind. Eetu held on harder to Marja's hand, and they ran on in desperate understanding. The soldiers had been drunk and uncaring, bored with the campaigns and the long winter. Eetu didn't even know if it was the Swedes or the Russians. Who cared anymore? They did nothing but advance and retreat, fight each other on what was, for them, foreign land. Everyone else tried desperately to hold on to their lives. Eetu didn't dare let go of Marja. Large pines loomed over them, but smaller trees had managed to grow between here and there. Still, it made it possible to move through the woods with somewhat ease, if not for all the snow and treacherous growth under it. The sky above was clear, stars and moonlight blinked down between the canopy, causing the snow to glitter even at night. A dance of green glowed over them. It was no help. The soldiers must have seen them run from the farm and followed. Eetu could hear hooting and laughter. This was fun for them. Something to pass the time while they awaited their next orders. A deceptive rise in the ground had him stumbling as his foot suddenly tread deeper than expected. Eetu felt the cold snow spill over his boot and inside it. Wait, Marja urged, holding him back as he tried running forward. Where are they? He stopped and stepped back, the snow crunching under his feet. It was impossible to stay completely quiet, and it was hard to hear properly because of it. There were few animals about, only a few deer that ran at the first sight of them. The soldiers had the advantage of following their tracks. It wasn't dark enough outside to hide anything. The snow and moon saw to that. They both tried listening, but the voices seemed to come from all around. "Sounds like they're everywhere," Maria whispered. He could feel his wife shivering against him, and it wasn't the cold, it was fear. "Do you think the others are dead?" Etu swallowed and shut his eyes hard a moment. Everyone had been about to go to bed for the night when the men had arrived. He hadn't heard what his father-in-law had said at first, but he'd heard him yelling, standing outside, facing them, that this was all the ale they had. That was it. The men had come to steal their drink, bored out of their minds, no doubt. When they didn't get what they wanted, they'd turned their eyes on everything else. Everyone. There had been so many screams from the farm folk. Etu and Maria were visiting. The only reason they'd been able to get away was that they weren't sleeping in the main house, but in the loft atop the Staddlestones building. But they'd been spotted, heading into the forest. "I hope not," he told her. The cold bit into them, but the fear was overwhelming. He couldn't lie. Not to her. He glanced down at her terror-stricken face, and it pained him to see, but he felt it too. Her family might not be alive anymore. Not if bloodlust had befallen the soldiers. Everything had been so chaotic. Still was. Clouds of white smoke escaped them as they breathed in the cold. Maria fought back tears, fearing for her parents and siblings, not knowing what was going on. Tresses of her fair hair hung around her face, her blue-gray eyes dark in the night now. Her cap was lost somewhere in the woods, her hair falling out of the knot she so meticulously gathered it in each day. Etu could see snow coating the hem of her heavy skirts, and she had nothing protecting her against the cold other than her dress. He felt the bite of the cold through his shirt. They'd been taking their outerwear off when the terror had started. "We can't stay here," he said. "Maybe they'll get tired and give up?" Maria nodded, wiped tears from her eyes with her sleeve, and followed him. Her hand felt warm in his, the only thing not cold. The snow crunched as their feet broke the crisp upper layer. It was as if their bodies wanted to fly over the forest ground, but nature wouldn't let them, pulling them back down each time. Maria yelped as her skirts caught onto something. Etu felt her hand slip from his, and he stopped, waded 2 steps back to help her. "Are you all right?" He could see her twisting, fighting to get up. Maria pushed herself up a little and took his hand. She nodded, and then used both hands to hold on to him. Thankfully, she wasn't hurt. That was never going to help them, though. They moved between the trees, changing directions when they thought the shouts were too close. Why wouldn't the soldiers give up? Why hunt them? Wasn't it enough to kill the opposing army? To leave their bloodlust for soldiers like themselves? There had been nothing but misery, deaths, useless burned land, and even a plague after they came. Etu couldn't help but feel despair at more than the fear he and his wife faced now. The war had lasted years already. "Wait!" Maria stopped suddenly. He did, and followed her line of sight. There, right between a small clearing between the thick pine trunks that spurted from the snow like the dark legs of giants, he saw tracks. They cut right through the clearing. The moon illuminated it all, reflected in the bright snow. It was rare to be able to see so well in darkness. For Etu and Maria, it would turn out to be a curse. Tracks. 2 sets, one of them a little wiped out due to skirts dragging into the snow. When the blow struck, the realization hit Etu too late. They'd been running in circles, or been driven that way. The butt of a rifle hit him square in the forehead, sending him sprawling into the snow. The cold was nothing to the desperation that welled up in him. He could hear the voices of men who didn't care. The laughter as a boot hit his shoulder, kicking him so hard he flipped over on his side. He didn't understand the language. The Russians, then. Not that it mattered. He could hear the clink of metal, the creak of leather, and smell the oil and gunpowder. His wife screamed somewhere nearby. Etu knew he needed to get on his feet, but another hit with the butt of the rifle had him seeing black spots as sprays of snow flew around him. The one glimpse he had of the men told him there were 2, both armed. One had his wife's arm in a hard grip, pulling her toward him as she kicked. It was hard enough for the man to stumble, but he went no more than a step backward. It earned her a punch in the face, the sound of the fist connecting making Etu roar with anger. A blinding pain in his thigh strangled the sound from his throat. He only glimpsed the bayonet that had been thrust in there, like his flesh was no more solid than butter. He tried getting up, heard nothing but laughter, and then heard nothing but his own cry of pain as he saw Maria try to fight back again. She twisted out of the soldier's grip. She'd never give in without a fight, even if she didn't know how. Her only reward was to be speared through by the soldier's bayonet. Etu never heard what sound she made and never wanted to. He saw the two soldiers freeze for a moment. "No," he screamed, "you're killing her!" The men looked at each other, and at least one of them understood his language, or the desperation in his words, perhaps. The one who'd been beating him yelled something to the other. Clearly, this had not been their plan for her. The soldier turned to Etu, changed his grip on his rifle, and swung it like a bat against his head, not willing to waste the bullet. It was still dark when he came to, and so cold. He wasn't quite sure of who or where he was for a moment. The snow had entwined his body in its lethal embrace. He was shivering. That was why he'd awoken. His body was trying to tell him something, only his mind couldn't fathom what. Maria? He tried. Maybe she'd left the window open when she'd awoken earlier. She was always up before him. Perhaps that was why their bed was full of snow. She'd make him something warm to drink, especially this time of year. Something spicy. She was so good at blending the spices together, and it was never quite the same, but always so tasty. Yes, that was probably it. He turned, decided to close the window, and then cried out as bolts of lightning shot through his right leg. His eyes flew open. "Maria?" Everything was dark and painful. The branches above hanging low, burdened by snow. No, this was not what he thought. Maria would not come and wake him with a smile on her face and the smell of flour or spices on her hands. She lay like a dark shadow not far from him. The soldiers were gone. They must have thought them dead or gotten cold feet. Maybe they hadn't been out there to kill. Maybe their own actions had spooked them. Etu didn't care. He groaned in pain as he tried getting up. His leg was useless, his head pounding in pain from the repeated hits. Something had trickled into his eye. Blood or snow. He didn't know which and didn't care to check. Instead, he crawled his way through the biting snow to his wife. She didn't move, and he knew she never would again. He forced back a sob and tried to listen. The breath on her lips was weak and raspy. She looked so peaceful, lying there in the snow, but the dark color of her bodice, which her mother had helped her mend not 2 days ago, hid the dark red of blood in the night. Etu felt it as he checked her for injuries. He knew, as her last few breaths had already told him, that she was gone from him. Despite the pain, he managed to pull her close. He forced himself up, leaning his back against a solid pine, his breath coming in ragged, painful bursts as he gently placed his wife's head in his lap. He expected his leg to flare up at her weight over it, but nothing happened. The sensation was beginning to fade, and he still didn't care. His body shivered, his shirt and breeches soaked through. He didn't give it a second thought. All he cared for was listening to her shallow breaths as they left her. The forest around them was so quiet now he could hear every single one. The soldiers had fled, any animal scared away by them, too. They were all alone. Together, as always. He couldn't be anything but grateful for that. They had been lucky after all. They both had older siblings who had followed the usual paths, inheriting farms, entering favorable marriages, and joining the army or clergy. Etu and Maria had been the young ones, the ones that didn't have their lives laid out for them by their families. They'd been in love for years. Allowed to marry if he made good to her father's demand, he'd become something. So he'd become a teacher. They'd traveled around together as the schools moved. It had been a good life, but too short. He stroked his shivering hand through her soft hair, not daring to move more than that as she took her last breath. When she did, he felt like someone had stabbed him all over again, only worse. The pressure in his chest was so painful he couldn't fathom it. He glanced up in despair and saw not only the green flames in the sky, but something else entirely. They were in a clearing, and far above, partly among the snow-burdened canopy, a white bridge spread out across the sky. It was the strangest rainbow he'd ever seen, ethereal and magnificent. He sighed, hardly aware the shivers had faded. He felt so very tired, and he wasn't freezing anymore. Besides, they were together. It wasn't that bad. The darkness between the trees didn't seem intrusive either. They would simply stay there, together. It wasn't that bad at all. The trees still loomed over him, but Etu glanced around in confusion. He turned abruptly. Who was there? Someone was behind him. He was sure of it. But no. As he turned, he saw no one. Only the forest. Barren, raw, and cold. He couldn't smell anything, but he could feel it. He glanced up, but the trees seemed to reach the sky, and they weren't all pine either. How odd! And where was the snow? The question didn't linger in his mind. He turned back and walked on, treading on withered leaves and colorless heather. The sound of running water drew him, and he could see a great river between the trees further ahead. Not far at all. The forest gave way suddenly as he stepped out onto the riverbank. The water ran by in a lazy, inviting flow, soft blue and with a burble that sounded like music to his ears. He wanted to step into it, felt a deep-seated compulsion to do so. He could see the forest continue on the other side. He narrowed his eyes to see better. Was it different? Yes, surely the verdant woods on the other side looked more inviting. He turned back again, but felt compelled to reach the river even before he'd set eyes on the stripped trees behind him. It didn't look all that deep, despite the massive amounts of water that flowed by. He could wade over and reach the other side. That was what he wanted. He took a step forward and then noticed the mist that floated above the water to either side. He couldn't see far in either direction, but there, further upstream, he saw her. Maria. He'd recognize her anywhere. Her fair hair streamed down her back, the skirts of her dress trailing behind her in the water at greater ease than in the snow. He sighed with relief. Then a frown settled on his face. They weren't together. His mind confused him as he stepped forward again. That was important. He knew that. Knew that that thought was particularly important. Maria walked forward in the water. She didn't see him. She was a few steps ahead of him. "Maria!" he shouted. "I'm here." The sound of his voice made her stop. He saw her look around, but the mist must have blinded her. "Maria!" He took another step and waved to get her attention. Tried shouting again, but her name would not escape him. "Wife!" he shouted helplessly. What was her name? How could he not know? She was everything he held dear. The water flowed around his feet, soaking them, but he wasn't cold. It felt soothing, like all his troubles could be washed away. He stared after his wife. She wasn't walking straight ahead anymore. She seemed confused, veering back and forth, getting lost and reappearing in the mist. His gaze shifted to the other side of the river. He took another step. What was her name? She was his. Who was she? She was important. Dread sank in his stomach as he took a step back. The river would wash away his memories as he crossed. She was his wife. He shook his head and backed up onto land. She was... Maria? He couldn't see her. Was she lost? He backed up a few more steps, tore himself away from the sight of the river, and then, despite a feeling of defying gravity, ran back. There was pain, but it seemed to slide off him. Etu opened his eyes and looked down. Maria lay still, her skin ice cold, her eyes closed. She seemed peaceful, and she was there with him. Nothing was more important than that. It took a while before he realized she'd never talk to him again. She wasn't really there. He glanced up and saw that the white rainbow had gone. So had the northern lights. He realized he was cold. Not freezing, but merely cold. His leg didn't hurt anymore, nor did his head. His mind didn't seek any explanation. All he knew was that he needed to get her home to her family. They would be worried sick, and that would never be eased now. Slowly and with stiff movements, first due to the cold, he managed to get up. He lifted Marya in his arms, and with steadier steps, now that no one was chasing them through the snow, he carried her home. Winter saw Param mentally retreat inside himself. The pain, cold, and longing for the numbness that alcohol gave him, overwhelming him. Winter hated feeling so helpless. And he had felt nothing but helpless, useless, and lost after the death of Marya. At first, he hadn't even understood what had happened that night in the forest. He could remember the blows he'd been dealt by the soldier, but he'd come out of it with not a mark, nor any pain, only bloodied clothes and a dead wife. But he'd been so certain he'd seen her alive and well afterward. Her family and his own all told him he'd been dreaming, that it was natural. In the end, he'd believed them. They had all tried to move on, but 2 men had been killed that night, his sister-in-law violated, and never the same again. It had been hard years, and Winter had hated the Swedes and the Russians alike. They had all brought this lawlessness to their doors, only 12 years later, when he'd succumbed to a harsh fever that had taken even more of his kin, had he realized he'd not been dreaming. He'd found himself on that riverbank again, seen her again. She had still been there, lost and wandering back and forth, wading in the tempting water. He'd called out for her, and even though she reacted to his shouts and recognized his voice, she never managed to find her way out. Winter had woken up in his bed again, free of his fever, which everyone thought had been broken. That time he'd known better. They'd taken to calling him Talvi after he came out of that forest. No one had understood how he'd survived the freezing cold for so long. The name Winter, which was apt, he supposed, had stuck, and he'd not cared, simply gotten used to it. But his kin would get less used to him. As the years passed, he showed fewer signs of aging than most. When those closest to him were gone, and only young nieces and nephews remained, all of them whispering about his unusual and healthy appearance, he'd deemed it time to leave. He'd traveled south, and met a few ends on his way. Every time he saw her there, wading through the shallow water of oblivion. And so it had become his plan to lead her out. At first, he'd sought out death. No matter the method, it was always painful, harrowing, and traumatizing. Then he'd realized his calling for her wasn't helping. It only confused her more. He didn't know what to do, only that him crossing that river would never help Marya. So he'd changed his ways, started his company, traveled to find answers among the living, adapted his name, and lived on. He'd even searched for the white rainbow, wondering if it was the reason. It had so looked like magic. But even that beauty, the fog bow, came down to science, as he'd found out a long time after. Not until he'd met young Karim had he had any true hope. Winter's gaze went from Param, who pulled his blanket up to his nose, to the camera and the little green light. He sighed and lay back down on the cot. Karim had come back. In a different way than Winter, of course, and neither of them was quite sure how. But Winter had pried, questioning Karim about what he remembered. He only had flashes of memory, weak and distorted, and they usually faded as he aged. This happened in every life. But his Edme had never lied to him. She'd waited. There, in the river, and it must have confused her. She'd waded the wrong way, too, causing Clement to follow her. He had crossed, but not where and when he was supposed to. Winter had no clue, but it was the best theory he had. Something went wrong every time the spirit of Clement tried to cross that river. It never happened the right way. But that had given Winter his purpose in his long life. He needed to see Marya cross. He needed to see to that everything went right, that she was safe, and then maybe see her again. That was what he'd lived for. Chapter 18. When someone finally decided to show up, it wasn't merely the guards. Winter was almost relieved, despite knowing better. But the wait had become boring with nothing to do, and he couldn't help himself. First, the door opened to reveal 2 men, one in his 30s, Winter thought, and the other in his 20s. The oldest guy was a head taller than the shorter one. The latter came off as even shorter due to the excessive bodybuilding. They both came inside, their eyes roaming over the cells, Parham, and Winter. Goons, Parham mouthed at Winter, not caring if they saw or understood. So these were the ones he'd seen before then. Winter, like Parham, sat on the cot, the wall behind him cool against his back. "Everything in order?" a female voice asked from outside the door. Then came an exasperated huff before the click of shoes sounded, and the dark-haired Italian woman from City Hall entered. What was her name? Romea? Yes, Romea Contrera. Winter remembered her, though he didn't think he'd ever spoken to her beyond polite greetings. She stopped in the middle of the floor, flanked by the guards, and took in the sight, not quite meeting Winter or Parham's eyes. "Looks in order." She turned to leave. A few minutes went by before she returned. The two guards waited, saying nothing, but unlike Romea, glaring to the best of their ability. When voices sounded from outside the door again, Winter was as little surprised by the sound of Aidan Bard's voice as he had been to see Romea enter the room. Of course it was them. He knew who they worked for, and he'd been stupid in going to see Bard to demand to know what they'd done with Parham. He'd walked right into that, hadn't he? Because he'd never expected them to go after himself. They never had before. It was understood he'd make too much trouble if they did. "Apologies for all the waiting." Bard stopped in front of Winter's cell. "I've been busy." "I'm sure," Winter said. "Snatching babies from their mothers, kidnapping people, and using the resources of City Hall must be exhausting." Bard smiled his wide politician's smile. "That about sums it up, yes." Winter nodded. He'd known this a while, suspected it even longer. After he'd realized Evie had been held captive in the Strand headquarters, twice, he'd never doubted it. It had only been about finding out exactly who was behind it. He'd even suspected Strand himself a while, but that would have been foolish on Yorov's part. Better to let the front be squeaky clean and clueless and then do the more nefarious things in the background. It wasn't a new tactic by the Yorov company, but it was the first time they'd ever done it near Winter. They'd had an understanding for over a century, since it became clear to them that he and his so-called ancestors knew what they were up to and was powerful enough to cause trouble for them. The problem was, he could never fully stop them. There were too many people in power within the company, too much secrecy, and not enough people who knew how they had become, and still were, so powerful. Not even Winter knew that. He wasn't even sure they themselves knew anymore. They were like cockroaches that needed to be stamped out, but no matter how many you got, others were always drawn by the smell. They kept coming. No, it would always be about keeping their numbers down. "So," Winter said, "how did you get me then?" He couldn't remember how that had happened. He could remember going to City Hall. Had he gotten home afterward? "That was easy." Bard shrugged and stepped closer to the plexiglass. "You were alone for once. Big mistake. And you came asking me questions about this drunk here?" He indicated Parham with a backward wave, not even looking at him. "How did you know? Where did we mess up?" "Nowhere. I only know what your employers are about and guessed." Bard huffed as he smiled. "Well, you got us there." "So?" Winter prompted. "Poisonous gas." "Really?" That could explain his trouble remembering. "Really. We had one of our men break into your car while you were inside with me. Then we hid Romea here in the trunk." Bard waved her over and proceeded to pat her on the head as if she were a child. Winter was impressed by her ability to stand still in that moment, but understood the flash of anger in her eyes. "That's your gift, then? You can emanate airborne poison?" Winter asked her, using a word people affiliated to various supernatural communities used. The Yorov operatives never seemed to think of their abilities as gifts. She didn't let it faze her, though. She nodded. "Yes, renders people unconscious at first. And then? Best not anger me enough." She smiled at that, though it never reached her dark eyes. "Well, if you planned that at such short notice, that means you had decided to get me before I met you." Bard flashed his teeth in a smile void of mirth. "We simply adapted our plan as soon as we saw you walking into the lobby." "Which means this whole thing is set up for me." Winter indicated the plexiglass cells. "None other." "Why?" "Because we've been watching you." "And?" This was not new. The two companies had been in competition over the years, watching you for a long time. Winter saw something flash in the man's eyes, something more than anger flaring from within a person. No, something actually flashed, like a spark of light. Besides, judging by the man's ominous tone, Winter knew this could only be bad. "I'm here to figure out what makes you tick," Bard said, his voice a little different, almost hoarse. Winter noticed the other three stepping back from the man, careful to keep their steps quiet, so as not to draw his attention. "See," Bard went on, "I know your secret. Now I want to know how you do it." "Do what?" Winter asked. "Because he had to, right?" Bard laughed, and then his voice was drowned out as he let himself change. Winter was expecting it at this point. Shape changers were indeed real. Peter Klein would have loved to know that for sure, but what appeared in front of Winter was not something he'd seen before. Bard's tanned skin changed, taking on a greenish-yellow hue at first, before the green darkened and dominated. Scales protruded through the man's flesh, glittering in the artificial light in the basement. His fingernails grew into claws, black and long enough to rip into flesh. Winter saw the man's jaw and nose push forward a little. God, that had to hurt. The man's teeth elongated and sharpened, looking like they belonged to a true predator. It was the eyes that were the most disturbing, though. The pupils had slit vertically like that of a snake, and the irises and the whites alike were a flaming orange, flecked with bright yellow. Huh. Winter stared back at the creature. It wasn't that he wasn't surprised. He was. He'd seen shape changers, but only heard of this. His reaction, though, must have angered the beast as Bard slammed his clawed and scaly hand flat against one of the breathing holes in the wall. A burst of flame, so bright it was almost white, shot into the cell and would have hit Winter in the face had he not twisted to the side. He couldn't help but move, despite not wanting to give Bard the satisfaction. His survival instincts wouldn't let him sit still, though. "See," Bard said, his voice a husky hiss now, his smile the smile of nightmares. "It's going to be fun getting you to talk." Chapter 19. The goons, as Parham had named them, took their time figuring out that there was little point in dragging Winter along the narrow basement corridor when he was perfectly able and willing to walk on his own. After some initial and unnecessary scuffling, they led him away from the cells, thankfully leaving Parham behind. Winter had no illusions as to why Parham was there. They would use him against Winter if they had to. A door swung open and they all followed Bard, who looked his normal human self now, into another room. As Winter stepped inside, he inhaled fast, but didn't stop walking. White plastic tarp covered the walls and floor, not a surface left uncovered. It was a perfect murder room, and he was the very special guest. Lovely. So Bard truly was onto him then. How? Winter had been so careful over the years, especially as technology made it even more difficult to run his business as himself. He'd kept a low profile, but not so low as to get people curious. People also tended to overlook odd things that shouldn't be possible. That didn't mean they didn't notice when it became too blatant. The same man running the same company for ages? It could cause uncomfortable questions to be asked of him. A single chair stood in the room in the middle of all the tarp. Winter was led there and forced to sit with a shove down on his shoulder. The room felt cold and raw, like it hadn't been used much for whatever it was supposed to be when it was not set up for wrapping up dead bodies and then moving them with no trace. Still, if he woke up in a nearby ditch covered in tarp, maybe he could make his way back for Parham after, if they didn't kill him first. Winter didn't see what use they'd have of Parham if he himself was killed. How much exactly did Bard know? Too much, as it turned out. "You know," he said as he walked in a circle around the chair, "my employers haven't been on to you as long as one would imagine." Winter was aware of the two guards behind him as well as Tweedledum and Tweedledee from before standing in front of him. What on earth did they expect him to do that required so many of them? Romeo was missing, though the sound of her heels clicking on the floor and approaching the room became clear as Bard talked. Actually, it only happened a couple of decades ago. You were involved in a situation with my employers. I understand that you and your people stepped in to prevent a man from joining our organization. Winter didn't say anything. He only listened as Bard made another round around the chair. The tarp crinkled under his shoes at each step. From the file, it's clear that this young man was so scared of us that he didn't even trust you. There was a burst of energy, for lack of a better word, and 10 people were killed, except for this man and you. Winter thought he remembered now, yes. God, it was so hard sometimes. He understood all too well when people said they couldn't remember what they had for dinner a week ago. Try a couple of decades. Although not the reason for moving his business headquarters every 20 to 25 years, a new place always helped him remember when something had happened. If he could remember where he'd been, then he'd at least know more or less when. It wasn't that he couldn't remember his life. He could, but there was such an abundance of similar days. Still, he did remember this. The young man in question had been called Jason, and he'd had an amazing ability to create a shield of pure energy around himself. It was impenetrable. He could also expand it at an incredible rate, too fast for a human body to withstand, and yes, when cornered by the Yorov operatives, despite Winter and his crew helping him, he'd panicked and killed everyone within 50 yards, including Winter, who'd showed up for work the next day. That had been at the beginning of his time in New York about 35 years ago. This caused a few questions to be asked, Bard said, and stopped moving. He stood in front of Winter, looking all ordinary, like they were discussing the most mundane business. How did you survive when no one else did? Bard went on. There had been a belief in the company that the Winters did not possess any abilities. Nothing throughout history had ever shown that. It only seemed that the power and privilege with your increasing wealth brought you the knowledge. Bard shrugged this off as understandable. He was actually right. Winter had searched for answers to the predicament Maria was in for years before he first met anyone with any nature-defying abilities. It had taken him a long time after that gaining these people's trust, as they weren't the most trusting kind. He couldn't blame them for that, though. There would always be people out to use those who could give them any kind of advantage. Winter was certain that even if Yorov would one day meet their demise, someone else would rise in their stead. It was the way of the world. What was important was that there was always someone fighting back. And when Edward Winter died in a car crash 11 years ago, you took over. Bard took a step closer as he stared at Winter. Judging by photos from that time, how could you avoid them these days, huh? You did look younger, but man, you look exactly like your father. A younger version of the same man, really. Winter continued to stare back. What was he supposed to say? Admit it all? No, that wouldn't do. He did actually age if he didn't die in a long while and subsequently regenerate, but slower than everyone else. Sometimes a few cosmetic aids were needed to keep up the pretense. Am I supposed to understand what you want here? He asked Bard. It was all too clear the man knew, and that meant his employers did as well. Winter didn't have to imagine what they wanted with this information, and Bard only confirmed it for him. You know the secret to prolonged life. We think you've been at it for at least 260 years. They'd traced him back to the beginnings of his company then. Times had been simpler when he'd run his little wholesale business out of a Paris warehouse. The secret to prolonged life, huh? He said and smiled. How dramatic. I think you mistake good genes for more than they are. I merely happen to resemble my father. And you mistake me for someone who will spend time listening to you denying this. Bard resumed his circular wandering again. Winter noticed the guards' eyes on their boss, wary while silent. They were afraid of him. Romeo had not come further into the room than by the door. So let's be clear, Bard went on. You have the secret to immortality. And we want it. There is no such ability, Winter said. You're right, there isn't. We'd likely know by now if there was. There are rarely any abilities that surprise us anymore. But even those with regenerative abilities can't come back from death, and I believe that would be the closest thing to what you can do. It runs in families, though, which means that the only explanation is that you were not born like this. Sure, Winter said, tired of Bard and his way too close description of him. I'll tell you everything, he said, as he heard Bard's steps behind him. There was this fountain in the middle of nowhere, and... A hand grabbed a chunk of his hair and yanked his head back. Winter stared up and could only see the top of Bard's head looming behind him. I told you I don't want to spend time doing this. Either I'm right, or I'm wrong. Winter heard the soft rustle of the man's suit jacket as he moved his right hand in front of Winter's head. He saw a slight gleam of light reflected in metal and then felt the cold bite of a knife as it cut deep into his throat, slicing the skin open. Winter's eyes went wide in panic. His voice strangled into a garbled sound as his throat no longer worked. He felt something warm run down his body and tried desperately to fight, run, something. But there was only the oncoming darkness as the faces in front of him faded away from him. Winter turned abruptly, yet again trying to see the figure behind him. He knew it to be there, but by the time he'd turned around, he was alone. There was nothing but barren trees around him as usual. He sighed and faced the river. It flowed by, never stopping, still calling for him. With each time he came there, though, Winter had become more and more lucid. He had more control now than the first time. He stepped forward a little, unsure of what to do. He had no intention of crossing, despite his gaze still being drawn to the verdant woods on the other side. He knew by now that when he reached the other bank, he would no longer remember anything, his slate wiped clean, ready to move on. But not now. Still, he had never gotten any wiser on how time worked in what he'd eventually dubbed the in-between. The riverland between life and whatever followed. It never seemed to matter all that much, and time was a hard concept to get a grasp of there. All he knew was that if he stayed too long, even his lucid state appeared to weaken. He could only hope that Bard would think he'd made a mistake and dispose of Winter before he came back. Hopefully, that did not mean they'd try and destroy his body. The mere thought made him shiver. He'd died in a few fires in his time. The regeneration was painful. Winter stopped walking as he came out of the forest. He took in the sight in front of him as he waited, before his eyes settled on someone far upstream, hidden in the mist. He could not make out the shape, as the person crossed the river and disappeared. It might have been someone he'd known once. From what he'd gathered, he could only see people he had a connection to. Considering the length of his own life, he hoped the person was someone he'd known long ago. As the water became more and more tempting, he turned and walked back, hoping Bard had decided he was wrong. Winter didn't need to run anymore. The sense of defying gravity couldn't push him back either. He simply walked between the trees, dead leaves slippery under his feet. Winter gasped as his body desperately wanted air. His body remembered the trauma first. It was usually like that. He put his hands on his throat, trying to stay the flow of blood. The sickly sweet smell was everywhere, and his throat was slick with it. Winter remembered the metal slicing into his throat and twisted, trying to escape, only to realize he was whole. There was no wound on his neck, only skin covered in blood. His own. He drew breath again. Then he realized he actually could. His brain raced to catch up. He had died, and he was lying on the floor, and he felt something warm all around him. There was the crackle of the plastic tarp under him as he moved, and he realized he had gotten his legs entangled in the chair as he fell over, probably as his body panicked. God, he hated the violent deaths. As he opened his eyes, he realized he was lying in a pool of his own blood. Why had Bard chosen such a messy way? Then his gaze traveled upward, and he saw 4 guards and 1 woman's faces staring at him in silent horror, while the smile on Bard's showed no such thing. He had the look of someone who'd just struck gold. "All right," he said, snapping the other 5 out of it. "Now we know it's true. Let's find out how it works." Chapter 20. Hey, are you all right? Evie asked Elva. We were seated around a plastic table in the hospital cafeteria, everyone hungry enough to eat dry sandwiches and drink cardboard-tasting coffee. The sound of alarm in Evie's voice made Olivia and I turn to look at Elva. Evie was onto something. She didn't look all that well. Her skin had taken on a light reddish hue like she was burning up, and she kept pulling at her clothes. You should stop that. Evie reached for her, her eyes sweeping over the cafeteria. Before Elva could embarrass anyone, though, she gripped the edge of the table, almost making coffee spill from our cups. She stared down at the floor a moment, and then sideways toward Olivia, her eyes mere pools of blackness. It made both the other women sit back on their chairs. Then Elva closed her eyes shut as she bit her teeth together as if a scream was about to burst from her. But nothing came. Instead, her muscles relaxed, and she slumped against the backrest of her chair with a bewildered look on her face. What the hell just happened? Olivia leaned forward again. What's with you guys and the eye thing? I nodded, staring at Elva's normal eyes now, pupils, irises, and all. I see how that can be unnerving. You think? What happened, Elva? Evie asked, her voice less harsh. Something... I didn't know I could sense that. Elva looked at me in her confusion. I thought I'd repressed everything I could. What was it? Felt like something wrong, that's how I can best describe it. Sort of like a severed connection being... unsevered? A severed connection that's fused back together? I asked her, and she nodded her agreement. For crying out loud, Olivia huffed, will you two stop it with the cryptic stuff? Someone dead is now alive, I told her, my eyes still on Elva. She looked spooked, like she truly hadn't expected this. She had indeed suppressed most of herself to get by as a human, but she had not foreseen this, even after knowing why I was here in the first place. Crap! Is there another zombie about? Ben? You didn't do anything weird, did you? What? I've been here with you. No, Elva said, before Olivia could respond. This isn't about Ben. This had to do with me. She shook her head and sat up a little. Her skin tone was returning to a normal light olive, like she was cooling off fast. How strange. How annoying, I said. I knew this could only be connected to one person. Though I suppose it could be useful as well. Did it feel close by, far away? I'd seen her reaction, and I knew, when something similar had happened to me, that the sensation was stronger when I was close by. Of course, it was also terribly painful since I'd been the cause. I didn't expect that with Elva, though. She wasn't behind this. If Winter had died and come back, then it was his own doing. Kind of faint, despite the strong sensation, Elva admitted. It didn't feel close, though somewhere there. She pointed toward some windows that showed nothing but neighboring gray and white buildings. Southwest? Olivia asked. Or inside those buildings? Elva shook her head. That's too close. Okay, so why is this important? Olivia directed that question at me, her eyes oozing suspicion. I deliberately ignored her. I couldn't tell her. I knew I should. But it went against everything I believed, everything I was, to tell someone that they could cheat death. I was here to stop that, after all. At least I thought I was. I knew Evie knew, but I had not been the one to tell her. Winter had done that, though at least it didn't seem like he'd told her exactly how he did it. Hell, I didn't know that. No one should know that. What did Peter say about Winter's phone? Nothing much. Evie, who'd lifted her paper cup, put it back down again. Why? Well, what about the GPS thing? What about it? He told me people usually forget it's on. That was met with stares. What? I pay attention when Peter's talking. Right, Evie said, slowly getting her phone out of her pocket as she eyed me, which caused a twitch of a smile to escape Olivia. Still, shortly after, Evie's phone lay on the table between us, on speaker. Luckily, the few other people in the cafeteria weren't seated close enough to be bothered, or to overhear us. The phone is turned off, Peter said on the other end. Visiting hours were over, and the nurses in that ward were strict about it. Still, that meant George had had to leave as well. She was strict about the screens. Yes, but can't you check the history? I asked. No, Ben, I can't because I'm a good citizen and that is illegal. Olivia rolled her eyes at that, likely believing he absolutely could if he wanted to. Besides, Peter went on, you need all kinds of stuff to be able to do something like that. I mean, we're talking cell towers and... But what about the programs on there? You mean the apps? Sure. Geez, Ben, one of these days this stress is going to kill me. All right, hang on. Which we did, waiting in silence as he went through Winter's tablet again. This was how he'd found Param when we'd been searching for him. For a reclusive, the guy really got around, and he had forgotten that his social media accounts pinged his whereabouts when he went to certain places. It was interesting, I thought, that not one person seated around the same table as me were active social media users, but a social recluse, like Param was. Funny world. So the guy's not on social media, Peter said after a while of tense silence. Olivia didn't have to say anything out loud for me to understand she wanted answers. She was at least going with it for now. But there's this app, he began, and then his voice faded into a lot of scrambling noises as he lost control of the phone and the tablet at the same time. Some impressive swearing later, and he was back. Yeah, so these apps want to know everything, right? And the map shows where he's been. I mean, you guys really should check your settings, because this is kind of shady if you ask me. Get to the point, Olivia said. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Yeah, okay, so I can see where the phone was last. And? Pinged at City Hall, then at 2 restaurants in Charlton, then a shoe store, and then the library and another restaurant. Weird. He must have been seriously hungry and in need of shoes for some reason. Olivia rolled her eyes again. If Peter had seen it, he'd probably have been terrified, or the phone hooked onto the networks as it, at least, passed by. Oh, yeah. Peter sounded like he thought he should have thought of that sooner. Want me to check and see if I can find the times? Doesn't matter, I said. We know he was taken southeast quite fast before they turned the phone off, right? Evie and Olivia nodded. And she, I gave Elva a sideways nod, pointed in the same direction from down here in Fairview. Right, Olivia nodded, her suspicion at Elva's discovery not quite gone from her eyes. She really wanted to know how it was connected to Winter. So, you think he and Param Young are being held somewhere on the outskirts of the city, Charlton? No, Evie said, not Charlton, further out. Outside the city? I asked. Evie nodded thoughtfully. Winter has a place outside the city, in Cleaved Valley. It's a mansion, but he doesn't go there anymore. Not since the helicopter crash. I believe it used to be his go-to place for some quiet, but now it's rented out, I think. I can check with Court. No, both Olivia and I said as she reached for her phone. Evie looked at us in confusion. No Court, I said. I did not want that suspicious man following us everywhere. I agree, Olivia said, not adding anything to that. It was obvious she didn't trust him, though. He worked for Winter, after all. Do you know where this place is? She asked Evie, who nodded her confirmation. Then that's the place to check out. She turned her eyes on Elva again. For some reason. Guys? Came Peter's voice from the phone. You're not going to leave me hanging, are you? Don't be silly, Olivia said. Your brain had a dance party inside your skull. Better than outside, Peter retorted. Thanks for your help, Peter, Evie said, a smile on her lips now as she pressed the button and hung up the call, though not before a final, "Oh, come on, it's so boring." Are you sure about this? Olivia asked me, her arms crossed now. I glanced at Elva, who'd been oddly quiet since her reaction to Winter likely coming back to life. It wasn't as if there was an abundance of people like him about. She is more fine-tuned than I am. I had to be fairly close to dying people to sense it. Olivia stared, no, glared, at me, but seemed to come up with no better alternatives. Fine. She stood so abruptly, her chair scraped against the floor. Let's go check it out. The rest of us scrambled to get up, and I grabbed my coffee. Cardboard taste or not, I still wanted it. It was tepid, though, and I grimaced with every sip as I followed the others out of the hospital, banking on the effects of the caffeine to be worth it. It was still raining as Olivia drove us out of the city, heading in the direction Elva had given, southwest, as Evie found the place on a map. "Shouldn't take more than a couple of hours," she told us, "but judging by this, I'd say the last stretch is going to be slow. Looks like a narrow dirt road." We settled into a calm silence after Evie gave Olivia the directions. The sound of the steady windshield wipers, the only sound except for the car engine. As buildings became fewer and far between, the landscape changed and became greener despite the time of year. Fall would soon claim all that color. The cold weather had already begun to set in. For a short while, I could see the massive Ashdale River to the north, but we drove away from it now. It was an odd feeling, as I was so used to seeing it everywhere. It was often how I navigated my way through Ashdale. If I knew where somewhere was in relation to that body of water, then I could usually get by. Eventually, we reached an area with hills and flat valleys between them. Smaller rivers and creeks were everywhere, and I assumed they would reach and meld with the mother of rivers in this area, even if we'd just left it behind. As a larger hill caught my line of sight, I recognized the area. It was flattened on the top, nothing but rows of trees up there. It was where we were going, according to Evie. It was also close to where I'd seen Winter's helicopter crash, not when it actually happened, obviously, but in a vision later. I'd remembered one of his deaths then. He hadn't been alone in that wreckage, though. 4 others had died. And stayed dead. Was that why he didn't want to go out there anymore? Because of guilt? A couple of hours after leaving Ashdale, we came to the dirt road Evie had mentioned. Unfortunately, the slow climb up was not what turned out to be a problem. The rain that had fallen over the last 24 hours had caused the road some serious damage. A small river that ran by had overflowed in places, leaving the gravel and sand to be pulled away. Rivulets of water flowed in the middle of the road in places, and, according to Olivia, it was like driving in gooey molasses. In the end, we had to give up. Her standard-issued car couldn't cope with the terrain, and as she concluded we needed to stop, we saw that we weren't the only ones. 3 other cars had been given up and were parked up ahead. One, a large black SUV, was also blocking the road. "Someone's gone up there," Evie said as we exited Olivia's car. She redid her ponytail and pulled the hood of her rain jacket over her head, as Olivia twined her hair into a knot at the nape of her neck and then did the same. "Is this a private road?" I asked. "Don't think so. But this is part of the Cleaved Valley Regional Park. I don't think people can go ahead and build homes up there. According to the map, Winter's Mansion is the only building around here. It's likely old." "Here," Olivia said as she'd walked ahead of us a little. "Best to walk through the forest. The road's too messy." There was no arguing that. The road cut through the forest on the other side of the narrow river, and we followed it up a small incline before we had moss, twigs, and fairly solid ground under our feet. She was right. It would be better to walk there and keep an eye on the road than get stuck in the water-sodden ground below. No wonder Winter had used a helicopter to get out there, if this was how little it took to render the only passageway up there useless. "It's sad, though," Evie said as we walked between high-reaching trees, the clouds hanging low as rain still dripped down on us. "From what I hear around the office, Winter used to come here often. He had meetings here and all, but after the crash he just stopped." "He had employees that were killed in that crash, didn't he?" Olivia asked. "Yeah. It's nothing short of a miracle that Winter survived then," Olivia went on. Sure." "Guys?" Elva's voice came from behind us as she seemed to have gone into a silent hate-ship with nature. She hadn't voiced a word since we parked the car, and she'd stated she preferred asphalt and concrete. "Do you hear that?" We stopped to listen, the rain thankfully easing now so we could actually hear what sounded like an engine. We stepped closer to the edge leading down to the road. We were about 20 minutes away from the cars at this point, but could still see them further down. A new one was arriving. "Looks a lot like the one that hit Peter," Olivia said. "You can tell?" "Part of my job to recognize vehicles, isn't it?" "Triplets, then?" "Not only that," Evie said from somewhere behind us. We turned to see her studying a tree for some reason. As we walked closer, we saw a small metal box fastened to it with screws. Someone wanted it to remain fastened, regardless of curious animals or bad weather. "What is it?" Olivia asked as she bent down to look at it as well. "I think it's some sort of sensor. That's a camera lens, isn't it?" Evie pointed at what to me looked like a small black dot on the metal. "Looks like it." Olivia straightened up and pulled her hood back so she could see and hear better. We all did. "They must have set up quite the high-tech and wide perimeter." She pursed her lips and then eyed me. "Seems like your theory holds up, parasite man. We're in the right place." Chapter 21. "Stupid nature," Olivia said as we jogged through the woods, surrounded by beech, birch, and maple trees which spread out and created an open area between them. We had few places to hide. "Give me a city any day," she added. I glanced down toward the dirt road, but it hardly looked any better, and besides, we'd be even more out in the open there. Below the road, the river was dug into a ravine now, not level with it, like it was further down. "We have some 20 minutes on them," Evie said. "What's the problem anyway?" Elva asked as she frowned at the rain. It fell and hit us with cold splashes. We already dealt with these people. "That was luck," I said, taking a long step over a rotten branch. "Besides, we got away. We didn't stop them. There's a huge difference." "They're insane," Olivia added, "and the fog thing gives them a hell of an advantage." "I doubt they can cover up the whole forest," I argued. I'd seen them fill up a large apartment with the dark fog that rendered anyone else blind. But as long as we stayed ahead, we might be safe. "I don't want to find out," Evie said. She pressed her lips together and pushed on. She'd been their prisoner once. No one could blame her for never wanting to see them again. We moved upward, not seeing the top of the hill. After a while, we slowed to a brisk walk to stop ourselves from becoming exhausted too soon. We doubted Alex and Indira could run the whole way either. The road below seemed more stable now as the river flowed too deep in the ravine to cause any overflowing and subsequent damage to it. "How far up is this house anyway?" Elva asked. She was winded like the rest of us now. "As far as I can tell, all the way up." Evie glanced back and then followed on Olivia's heels as the latter sped up again. Plants and moss made squishy noises under our shoes as we jogged. We all stared back, expecting the dark fog to sneak up on us, but there was nothing to see but trees and rain. When the gunshot came, the crackle echoed through the woods. Birds flew up further ahead, squawking and tweeting. Evie and Olivia threw themselves to the ground. I glanced around again, my heart rate increased, but I saw nothing. "Are you guys crazy?" Olivia hissed. "Hit the deck!" I noticed Elva was also still standing, staring in all directions. Another shot sounded. I could almost feel the crack due to the sound reverberating between the trees. "Get down," Evie said, her hand reaching my ankle. I did as she said, gesturing for Elva to do so as well. Soon after, we all lay on the ground, staring everywhere, trying to slow our breaths so as to be able to hear properly. The wet ground soaked through our clothes, and the cold was uncomfortable. Beside the soft ripple of the narrow river far below, we heard nothing at first. Then, shouts, sharp and hurried. "Crap! Did they sprint up here?" Olivia raised her head a little, but clearly saw nothing of interest as she remained in that position. "Where did that even come from?" Evie asked. There came another shout, and we froze again. It sounded further away than the shots. It also sounded like it came from another direction. "Might be nature playing a prank on us," Olivia said. "They must be further away from us than it sounds." Slowly, she began to get up on her knees, but a different sound drew my attention. "Wait!" I pulled her down again. "What?" She gave me an annoyed look, nothing new there, but as I strained to hear, she seemed to catch it as well. A low humming noise, and it grew louder fast. "Engines," Olivia said. I nodded and managed to turn around without getting up, so I had my head closer to the edge above the dirt road. Sure enough, far up I saw 3 ATVs emerge from a bend in the road. "Those sensors sent a signal, didn't they?" I asked. "Oh no." Evie noticed what I was staring at. "I mean, yes, they did." "Okay," Olivia said. "Stay low. You've got your gun right, Evie?" "Yes." "Good. Let's see if we can locate the triplets first. Make sure those guys don't see you." She eased up on her knees first, drew her gun from the holster under her jacket, and then moved to my right. "Are we supposed to just lie here?" I asked, though I had no clue as to what to do. "Yes, you are." But as she kept low while moving so as not to be seen from the road, the woods around us seemed a little darker. I could hear a few more shouts, but oddly enough, they didn't seem to come from within the forest. Still, I recognized the dangerous ability the triplets possessed. I was about to warn Olivia when another shot sounded. The crack was quickly followed by a splintering noise as a tree right next to Olivia was hit. She stumbled back in surprise. I heard her gasp, but before she could draw breath to swear in shock and anger, she stepped on a slick root that lay above ground. She fell back toward us, slammed onto her back on the ground, and toppled over the edge leading down to the road. "Oh my God!" Evie exclaimed somewhere to my left. I tried reaching out, but Olivia's fall was governed by gravity. I didn't stand a chance as she swept past us. Could only watch as she landed on the dirt of the decline below us and rolled down onto the gravel on the road, right as the ATVs drew close. The four-wheeled bikes drowned out most sounds now. I thought I heard another shot, but wasn't sure. "What do we do?" Elva asked. "If we're fast," Evie said, as she drew her own gun from the holster she kept by the small of her back, "maybe we can take her with us across the road and down into the ravine." Unless the walls of the river's corrosion down there were too steep. Still, I nodded. There was no other solution to consider. The ATVs were driving straight toward Olivia, who lay way too quiet on the side of the road. "Are you insane?" Elva asked, as Evie and I were about to get up and move down the slope. Loose soil would make it difficult, but at least we wouldn't be falling as Olivia had. Another shot hit a tree right next to us. I could feel the splinters land on my back as Evie and I fell flat on the ground again. Down here," an all too familiar voice yelled. The light around us was fading, and I felt no surprise when I looked down to the right and saw Alex, closely followed by Indira, as they stumbled down toward the dirt road. Indira held something against her ear. A phone, I realized, as I could soon hear her muffled voice as she spoke into it. "They're taking her, Ben," Evie whispered, and indicated Olivia as I turned to her. I looked down and saw that one of the men on the ATVs had dismounted and walked over to her. He picked up her gun and then her, while the other two drivers drove on a little, clearly waiting for Alex and Indira. One of them was on the phone, so they were working together. We lay on the outskirts of the black fog as it now covered the forest behind us. Something wasn't right. Beyond the obvious, of course. "Why aren't they covering themselves?" I asked. "They've been shooting at us." The men on the ATVs moved fast. Olivia's hands were tied behind her back with plastic strips before the driver lifted her in front of him on the ATV. The two remaining triplets got on the back of each of theirs. The engines roared and they sprayed gravel behind them as they drove off back the way they'd come. The black fog immediately faded behind us. We all rolled over on our sides as we heard a new sound while the ATVs vanished from earshot. The sounds of breaking twigs and shoes treading on moss and leaves. It took a moment as the dark air around us lightened into a gray mist. First and then revealed the rain and low-hanging clouds. Further down at about the spot where the siblings had left the forest to meet the drivers stood a man. I recognized the tall frame of Spiteri at once. "Hey," Elva whispered. "That's the man." "Yes, I know," I interrupted her. I stared down at him. We could see him clearly enough to know that he was breathing hard from his run uphill, and he held his gun, ready to shoot, despite having seen his prey escape. They would likely regroup and take him out on their own terms. I realized he wasn't after us this time. He'd been following the triplets, who we already knew were connected to the kidnappers. And yet, as I saw Spiteri turn, draw breath, and not turn back, I knew we were in trouble now. We were in his path after all. Chapter 22. The clothes fit perfectly, like they were tailored for him. Winter was pretty certain they were, which meant two things. One, they were in his mansion in Cleaved Valley, because how else would they find his own clothes for him? And two, They were assholes since they didn't give him socks this time. Still, it was nice to wear pants and a shirt that wasn't smeared in his own blood. He'd been given a couple of minutes with a sink in another room, so he thought he'd managed to clean most of it off his hands, face, neck, and hair too. "Cleaved Valley, huh?" Parham said, as Winter had relayed their whereabouts to him. "Means they rented it from you then?" "I suppose." Winter leaned back against the wall again and sighed. "We were so busy checking up on Ben Reed, I guess the background check failed on that one." Winter glanced around the sparse room, excluding the cells that was. He rarely, if ever, came down into the basement, so he guessed it wasn't to be expected he'd recognize anything. But he knew they weren't in his apartment due to the walls, so the only other place his clothes would be was here. His staff had likely not cleared everything out, simply cleared it away. And these bastards had snooped around, and he needed to stop calling them bastards. They couldn't help being raised to do these kinds of things. "Kind of smart when you think about it," Parham said, and had a drink from a water bottle. "How so?" "No one's going to think we're here, are they?" Parham seemed a little less shaky to Winter. He was sitting up and leaning back against the wall too, but all in all, he looked like he needed a stiff drink. Ironically, he probably did. Going cold turkey could be bad. At least he had some water now. "Where'd you get that anyway?" Winter asked, seeing as he had no such thing in his own cell. "That woman gave it to me when they took you out of here." "Did she now?" Parham swallowed down the last of the water and nodded. "Yeah, told me not to show it to the others." "Interesting. Maybe she's a sadist. Nice one moment, cruel the next." Parham shrugged. He didn't care much. Their situation was bad enough. "Any plans for getting out of here?" "No, they were expecting me to wake up." "They know, huh?" "Yes." Parham nodded again and then stashed the bottle under his blanket. "So that's what they want? To know how you do it?" "Yeah. Seems like the fire serpent wants to live on." Parham scoffed. "That's overrated anyway. But it does explain why they took me. I've been wondering about that." Winter met his gaze through the see-through walls. "Parham," he began. "It's not your fault," Parham said. "They're going to do what they will, and you and I are going to continue on in the same patterns anyway." He drew breath and kept silent. He was so very tired. Winter knew that. But he also kept dying, actually dying, not ever really knowing if he'd come back. That was different from what happened to Winter. "I'm sorry, Parham." "Don't be. It's my own doing." He looked around and then leaned his head back against the wall as well. "It's all my own doing." Winter didn't know what to say to that, and the door opening prevented him from finding out anyway. Two of Bard's nameless men came inside. They shot Parham a look but settled on Winter. He had no illusions as to what this was about. They did, after all, need him to talk. A few minutes later, he was back in the tarp room. They'd removed the bloody one on the floor with a new khaki-colored one. The chair had been shoved into a wall. They had no need for it. He hadn't noticed the hooks in the ceiling the last time he was in there, but now, as his hands were tied to a rope hanging from one of them, he was painfully aware. The painful jolts from the cattle prod were relentless. They'd modified the tool to their cruel needs. The sting of the electric charges felt like needles spreading through him. He could feel his body reacting to the pain every time, the desperate need to escape, every limb frozen in place as the jolts paralyzed him in pain. They mainly prodded his sides, but when he passed out, they awoke him by using the prod under the soles of his feet. Winter hung by his arms, swinging back and forth a little as he couldn't stand properly. They'd tied him up so he could only stand on his toes anyway. His shoulders and wrists ached with the strain, and he glared at the men. "Just tell us," one of them said. They stood far enough away for him to not kick them, not that he could, had he had the chance. He tried to get a lungful of air, but everything hurt. They didn't really say much, only asked that same question now and then. They didn't seem to take much joy in it either. There were those who did. At least you knew where you had them. These two? They were mostly quiet. They did their job efficiently. They knew exactly how often to stun without killing. Winter suspected they knew exactly how much it took before someone talked after assessing them a while. He wondered how much time they figured they'd have to use on him. Quite a lot, he realized a while later. At least it felt like it. It might have only been a few minutes. What did he know? But as he slowly came to after passing out again, he saw, through a lens of confusion, someone else strung up like him. Was he seeing himself from the outside now? That made him laugh, though only a strangled sound escaped him. Something warm touched his chin, forcing his head up. The cattle prod. "Have a look," one of the men said. In his pain-addled mind, Winter wondered why they were wearing suits for such a dirty job, but he did look and know he wasn't seeing himself from outside. They'd tied Param's hands above him, and the other man was pulling at the rope until he could only stand on his toes. "Oh no, don't do this." Winter thought he said the words, but no sound came. He was exhausted, in pain, and worried for Param. "See, we're not going to kill you," one of the men said. These weren't Tweedledum and Tweedledee from before, but the other two. "Killing you means you'll heal." "And how's getting better going to get you to talk?" the other one said, a nasty smirk on his face. Winter settled on Thug and Lowlife. Excellent names for those two. Thug nodded to Lowlife and removed the cattle prod from under Winter's chin. Lowlife stepped forward and grabbed his throat, his fingers digging into flesh. Winter couldn't breathe. Were they going to strangle him to death now? When the pain set in, he missed the cattle prod. Whatever ability this man had, Winter could well see, in his oxygen-deprived mind even, why Yorov had acquired him. The bolts of electricity were nothing compared to the blinding pain that pulsated through him. It felt like every cell froze in agony, and he could do nothing but stare in horror until his brain began to shut down. "It's a bit of a letdown that immortality doesn't make you invulnerable," Lowlife said before Winter passed out. Still, it was Thug's ominous, "Let's start with this one then," that caused panic to rise as everything, again, turned to black. Chicago, 1910. The cold seemed to seep through the house, or maybe it was Winter himself. He drew a deep breath, not such a violent thing. His body needed air. It was always what it craved first, no matter what. He'd awoken with various weapons in his body, yet air was what he always needed. "Sir? Are you awake?" The sound of Goodfellow's voice was a bit surprising. Winter had thought he was alone. He had been during the night. Winter blinked a few times, his vision coming back clearly. Goodfellow's lined face hovered to his right, the man's dark work attire strangely fitting for a death in the house as well. His surprise did not fit with the latter, though. "We thought you were dead." Winter swallowed and realized he was parched. He turned his head and saw out the large window, where the floral-patterned, heavy drapes were drawn to a world that looked as white and unforgivably cold as when he'd peered outside last night. He'd moved his business to this city to take advantage of the railroad, maybe even buy into one of the railway companies that had set up here too. All it had gotten him, to begin with, was disease. If they could inoculate people with vaccines against smallpox, then why wasn't there a cure for this? The blasted influenza had him bedridden for days now, and the fever had already taken 2 of his servants, and, technically, himself. He sighed. At least he seemed to become immune to diseases he died from. Hopefully, that would serve him well in the future. "I'll fetch the doctor," Goodfellow said, as he got no response. She wasn't there. As soon as he'd said the words, his mind began working to come out of the stupor he was in. "Beg your pardon, sir?" "Marya is not there." "I'm sorry, is this someone you want me to send for?" Winter managed no more than a chuckle, though he could feel his body returning to its normal state fast. She wasn't there any longer. He'd searched for her, called out her name, but there was no more sign of her wading in the river. He felt a lump in his throat, his eyes shiny. I'll fetch the doctor then, shall I?" Goodfellow said, uncomfortable at the sight, no doubt. Winter didn't care. The man didn't understand. She had finally crossed over. After all this time, she was no longer lost and confused because of him. She was where she was supposed to be, on her way to something new. "Don't think it's necessary," he told Goodfellow. "Sir, we thought the fever took you. We thought you were dead." Winter blinked hard and focused. Goodfellow wasn't exaggerating. They really had thought so, judging by the 3 mirrors in the room that were covered with linens, to prevent Winter's spirit from leaving his body and getting stuck earthside. They must have mistaken his deep sleep for death, because all this had taken more time than it did for him to come back. He turned his eyes back on the butler. Must have been close. By all means, call the doctor if you wish. In the meantime, do you think Mary can rustle up some breakfast? I mean, until we find another cook? Oh, yes, she's been doing well so far. I'll have her bring something up. The butler made to leave, but then seemed to think of something else. Yes? Winter prompted, as he sat up a little. Well, there is a matter of a visitor, sir. A visitor, now. Couldn't whoever it was simply leave a card, or scribble something on a note? Yes, sir. I thought you thought I was dead. Yes, sir. It's only that this man is rather insistent. Winter furrowed his brows in confusion. Why did he say man like that? Spit it out, good fellow. He's an Oriental, sir, the butler said, whispering the word as if that explained it all. Is his name Konishi Akihiko? You know him? Oh, yes. I see. Well, he refused to leave even though I told him you were dead, as it were. Goodfellow gave Winter a confused look. Winter knew all too well. The man's mind was trying to tell him he hadn't seen a dead body, but someone so close to death as to be mistaken for one. That was the rational answer to all this. Goodfellow had only been working for Winter for 2 years, so he had never met Akihiko before he went traveling. Akihiko seemed more restless than his previous incarnations, and hadn't managed to settle into working for Winter. Give Aki whatever he wants, food and drink, and set him up in the suite on the 3rd floor, he added, knowing that if he didn't, Akihiko would find himself in one of the unused and cold rooms in the attic. But, sir... But what, good fellow? Nothing. I'll see to it. Good man. Winter fell back on his pillow as the butler left the room. My, did he have news to share with Akihiko? Winter closed his eyes and couldn't help but smile at the memory of an empty river. Finally, after all this waiting, it had happened. Winter came to, awoken by Param's choked cries of pain. They were using the cattle prod on him, poking the end into his side and sending the merciless electric charges into his body. The smell of seared flesh was present, though Winter guessed it came from both of them. He could see blisters and sores on Param and refused to look down himself. The worst part was his feet. He was hanging so high only his toes were on the floor. He couldn't put weight on them due to the pain, and his arms ached even more. As they put him through another round, Winter realized this couldn't go on. Not because of himself. He would always survive, wouldn't he? But Param wouldn't. It didn't matter that he might come back. It didn't work that way, at least not the way Winter saw it. Param was alive, and his life mattered. To degrade its meaning down to banking on the next life was an insult. He mattered as much as anyone. Winter hardly paid attention as he was moved back into the cell. This time, they did have to drag him between them as his feet refused to cooperate. There was quiet in there a long time before he, slowly, forced himself to sit upright on the cot. His whole body ached. He did have sores and blisters on him, and everything thrummed with pain. His head pounded, and his eyes felt sore under the glare from the lights overhead. The pain in his feet beat in sync with his pulse. Param lay on the floor in his cell. Winter had to shout at him several times. There was a moment he thought he'd died before he finally began moving. "Get up from the floor," Winter commanded. The cold stone would do him no favors. It took some coaxing, but a while later, Param managed to dump his long frame onto the cot. "I have to stop this," Winter mumbled, but Param heard him. "Don't you dare tell them anything, Ward." Winter didn't answer him. He wasn't even sure if telling them would mean they could succeed. Something had not only gone wrong with Maria and Param in the in-between, had it? Winter had become pretty sure his lucid state in there was an anomaly. He'd always thought seeing Maria and not realizing they were dead had caused it. Like an unforeseen genetic mutation. Just because someone knew how he did it, didn't mean they could actually do it themselves. Winter sighed and felt his throat rasp in a painful response. He winced and tried to sit still to avoid more pain. Why had his mind escaped back to that cold day in Chicago? There was some comfort in it, he mused. At least it had been to begin with. For the next few decades, he'd eagerly expected to see her again in every new face he laid eyes on. He never doubted he'd be able to recognize her. He could recognize Clement, after all. Winter shivered where he sat. Even Ben Reed had been recognizable to him. It was a sensation that seemed to weaken with time. He would get a strong sense of recognition at first, like he knew he'd seen them before. It was as if his eyes strained to see a face that wasn't really there anymore. Then, as his brain got used to the new ones, he lost the ability, or it became weak. But by then, he always knew anyway. Seeing Reed for the first time had been a shock. Winter'd always sensed a presence near him when crossing into the in-between, but not until he saw Ben Reed had he ever been so sure. Ben Reed, or the spirit inhabiting his body, had been there numerous times when Winter had died. He'd always been there to help him cross into the in-between. The next crossing, wading through the water, was something he had to do on his own. Reed gave him the exact same feeling as when he first found himself in that barren forest, a sense of elated emptiness and relief. It was something his physical body always fought, which was why, he thought, he always had the feeling of standing in front of a loaded gun when the man was nearby. Why now? He'd asked himself that question so many times after he'd first encountered Reed. Why now? But what was the answer to that besides why not? He had no illusions as to the fact that if Reed killed him, Winter would not be able to return. He didn't know why exactly, only that it would put a stop to his returning to life, and he still needed to return. He wouldn't for long now, but he couldn't risk Reed stopping him. Winter had been relieved to find out Reed couldn't actually kill him without severe consequences. Consequences he'd been surprised to find the man cared about. Reed didn't want to inflict harm on others. Winter shook his head. It was all too strange. He glanced over at Parham again. He was used to strange, though. Hell, Winter himself was more than strange. Aki had returned that winter in Chicago, tired of his travels, stating everything was different and the same, and that his mind ached at times. He'd died of typhoid the following year. Winter hadn't taken him seriously until the signs were blatantly clear in his next life. He was pretty sure Billy had gone to war at 18 to die. He'd failed in that regard, but he'd drunk himself to death some years later. And now Parham was slowly doing the same thing. So why had his mind escaped to that freezing morning in Chicago so long ago? He'd experienced happiness over the years, careful never to isolate himself from people. It hurt when they died, yes, but it would be worse never to have known them at all. But those few decades after he died that night had been a time where he'd been full of joy and with an optimistic drive to search. How silly. He'd been foolish enough to think that because Clement came back, then so would she. But as the years went by, the disappointment had come by so slow it had crept up on him. Just because Clement never crossed the river when he was supposed to didn't mean that that was what had happened to her. And then the world wars had happened. The world changed irrevocably, and Winter had realized he'd been a fool to think it would be that easy. All he'd ever been able to do properly was build his company and use it to keep himself grounded. Over the years, it had grown thanks to him swearing to keep with the times and never stagnate, as well as keep track of and recognize patterns reoccurring in the markets. "You're thinking too much," Parham said. He eased himself over on his back, a slow and painful process. "I usually have a lot of time to do so." Parham snorted through a small smile. "Just don't tell them anything." But that was the problem. Winter didn't know exactly how this would end. All he knew, as he watched Parham calm down and stop wincing in pain, was that they couldn't go through this again. They had to escape. And they had to do it fast. Chapter 23. Something small snapped under my shoe. I merely waited, partially obscured by the beach next to me, even more so by my own shade. wrapped around me like a film of darkness it was hard for the eye to take notice of, even in the graying, wet forest around us. The clouds still hung low, making it appear as if they rested on the canopy in some places. The patter of rain against the ground and still leafy branches helped with the confusion even more. Spiteri had stopped. Clearly, he'd heard me. He held his gun at the ready, straining to see between the trees. I leaned back a little and saw Elva as she glanced back at me. Like me, she was obscured from the human eye, almost at least. We could be seen, but it was difficult. She was also aided with several trees between herself and Spiteri. None of us had any illusions as to the threat he posed. The man had effectively left Olivia, his partner, to drown in the Ashdale River. He deemed it more important to kill me than lift a finger to help her. That really said it all. He had a deep-seated fear of people with the more otherworldly gifts, had seen some of them hurt regular people, and that had apparently been enough. Never mind that gifted people lost their heads, just like regular ones. Panic could do a lot of harm, and so could downright bastards. Taking it out on all of them didn't sit right with me, especially when one of the people he would like to see wiped from existence was Evie. As far as I could tell, Spiteri wasn't on to her, and I wanted to keep it that way. I glanced back and saw her keeping her distance as we'd agreed. It was easier for Elva and me to sneak up on the man. We had no wish to keep moving up toward Winter's mansion and risk Spiteri ambushing us further up the hill. Evie's head kept turning back and forth a little, as if she was searching for us. She must have lost sight not long after we concealed ourselves. Cold rainwater trickled down my neck as I watched Spiteri. The small tap-tap-tap of the drops as they hit my shoulders did nothing to distract me. It was actually an oddly comforting sound that helped my focus. I turned my eyes away from Evie again. I was disposed to lose that focus when she was around. She tended to elevate my pulse and make me smile. That didn't work well with staying detached. Go figure. Spiteri stood stock still now, and Elva and I didn't move either. Spiteri knew he wasn't alone, that much was clear, and there was still daylight, albeit gray and misty daylight. It would be hard for him to hide. If he hadn't seen the triplets get a ride on the ATVs, he'd likely have thought they were after him. What mattered was that he knew someone was there. Our plan was to disarm and disable him so we could get on with this lousy day. The fact that they had taken Olivia with them wasn't good. I'd learned enough by now to know that when people who could easily kill didn't, it usually meant they had something worse up their sleeves. Spiteri didn't start running or shouting something. The latter tactic would be dumb anyway. No one hunting him would give themselves away in a situation like this. No, we were all in a silent agreement on that one. When he began moving back the way he'd come, I slid out from my place of hiding as well. He walked closer to where Elva stood. I could spot her with ease, more so than anyone else, I thought. She stuck out as a shadow to me, even in this flat light. If I focused hard on her, her features began to appear, but Spiteri's eyes didn't catch all that. He walked with careful steps, hardly making a sound as he neared Elva. To her credit, she stood still, not panicking or doing something rash, as he got closer. Soon, there was nothing but a thicket of young, shade-tolerant trees between them. I sidled between trees, angling my way toward him as he focused on Elva. She tapped her finger against the nearest trunk, enough of a sound to send his focus in her direction. I could have hugged her then, as it gave me the distraction I needed. As I walked forward, my steps more hurried now, I could hear the patter of rain against his rain jacket as well. Spiteri gave a muffled cry as I quickly placed an arm around his neck and then grabbed his hand, forcing it back so he couldn't aim his gun anywhere useful. That didn't mean he couldn't shoot with it, though. The shot popped so abruptly, it startled me. Spiteri, who was struck by the ice cold of my shade, still managed to move. Must have been instinct more than anything. He dug his heels in and then pushed back. The unexpected movement had him push me, stumble back, and then hit a tree with my back. I gasped at the impact. Spiteri twisted out of my grip, turned, and then yanked at his arm. I held on, threw myself forward, and rammed my shoulder into his chest while clamping down on his arm. Spiteri fell back, pulling me with him. I wasn't thinking. I was only reacting and somehow managed to keep the shade around me. Spiteri took his eyes of the gun a moment, and I saw them widening. "You? Crap!" "Ben, no!" I heard Elva scream nearby. I glanced up to see her descend upon us, her own shade flickering as she was losing control, but not before she reached out her hands, palms up, to push me away. And boy, did she ever. The sting struck me full on. I couldn't feel the bone-piercing cold of my own obscuring shade, but I sure could feel the pulsating warmth of Elva's. It thundered through me as I was forcibly thrown back. My hands clung to Spiteri's arm, and I was pulled off, ripping the gun out of his hand. I saw it fly up in an arch through the air and then hit the ground. It tumbled over several times before it stopped. "Damn it, Elva," I wheezed as I struggled to get up. I spit moss and leaves out of my mouth and grunted in pain as I tried putting weight on a hand and pushed it straight down on a sharp twig. A foot against my back pushed me down again. I landed flat on the ground, my face in the wet moss. This time, I was the one who reacted on instinct. I twisted, unsettling the foot on my back, and slung my right arm out. I managed to grab what turned out to be Spiteri's ankle. Unfortunately, yanking on it caused him to stumble. As a shriek sounded from somewhere nearby, I barely had the time to turn around as Elva jumped the already unbalanced man. Spiteri managed to push her mercilessly away before he wobbled sideways and fell across my legs. It knocked me back a moment, and as I tried getting up again, Spiteri sent a fist sideways that caught me above the ear. I winced and fell back again, only to feel a cold hand clamp down on my throat. Then another one. The rage in the face above me was almost more disturbing than the lack of air down my throat. The man's eyes were narrowed, his teeth bared like an animal. Elva rose over us again, her hand on Spiteri. He tensed. I could feel his hands shake at the sensation of shade touching him. It did nothing against me this time. She was having trouble focusing. As Spiteri let go of me with one hand, I gasped for what little air I could get in, my body not waiting for my approval. I saw him hit Elva with a weird backward and sideways slap that caught her completely off guard. She swung sideways a moment, as if doing the most misplaced half-pirouette, before she crashed to the ground and out of my sight. Well, I thought bleakly, we managed the disarming part of our plan. I grabbed hold of Spiteri's remaining hand, tried focusing on recalling my shade. Something must have shown on my face as Spiteri's face screwed up into an even more furious state. "No, you don't!" he snarled at me. He shifted his position and rammed a knee into my gut. If I'd had any air to be knocked out of me, that's what would have happened. I could feel my eyes widening in shock. So, we were here again. He'd tried strangling me to death before, only I'd managed to stop him then by trapping him under my shade. It was too cold for humans. It rendered them with a reduced ability to do something. I tried recalling it again, but couldn't. My lungs were screaming for air, and I felt my face go warm. It was probably as red as a tomato at that point. "You're bloody everywhere, you freak!" Spiteri stared down at me with a new look now. He seemed sort of content, I thought, in my oxygen-deprived head. I might have tried saying something, but I might also have merely been gasping for air that wouldn't come. I had no clue. I tried desperately to push at him, but he wouldn't budge. Where was Elva? Was she hurt? Air. Need to breathe. Then the most disturbing sensation occurred. Peter was right in asking whether I could sense my own death or not. The familiar tingling that always initiated at the nape of my neck began as I started to see spots in front of my eyes. Spiteri's enraged face started to blur. "Air. Let me breathe. Need air." It spread upward, like a hand with too many fingers tickling its way on the inside of my head. The sensation telling me another presence was near. Someone like me. We didn't come for close calls. Someone was about to die, and I was seconds away from blacking out due to lack of oxygen. In a desperate last attempt, I grabbed hold of Spiteri's upper arms, my fists clutching at the slick material of his raincoat, trying to pull myself up. My head was ringing with the sensation of impending death. Let me breathe, must breathe. The shot sounded strangely muted. At first, I understood nothing but a searing pain. Spiteri stopped moving, his grip on my throat going slack immediately. I glanced up and saw blood. My own. My own and his. As Spiteri toppled over sideways, he no longer blocked my view. Elva lay nearby, holding the lower part of her face after the punch she'd received. Evie was still standing some 10 yards away, the gun still pointed in our direction. Then she snapped out of it, the forest ground sounding soggy under her feet as she ran over. A wheeze from Spiteri drew my attention. I rolled over, kicking my legs out from under him. He was still alive, but by the incessant noise in my head, it wouldn't last long. "Who killed Dr. Ogden?" I asked him, my voice raspy from his harsh treatment. I knew everything else. Why he was after me, after the triplets and others like them. But the doctor? Much as I despised her for what she'd try to do to me, make me a science experiment, I didn't understand this. Spiteri was bleeding from his chest, his body limp, eyes barely responsive. But at the sound of my voice, his eyes turned to me. "Triplets. They did it? Why?" No. Dragon lizard. Freakish. Screw. You." His eyes sort of remained in that position, staring at me as a few more breaths escaped him and he bled out. The bullet had hit him in the back, gone through his chest and nicked the fleshy part below my thumb on its way out. I stared down at the graze. Then I noticed Evie extend a hand and place 2 fingers on Spiteri's throat. At the same time, all sensation of the man's death left me. Everything that had reared up in my head settled down again, almost like nothing had happened. My gaze darted from the dead body to Evie. That simply wasn't true, was it? She was shaking. I began, and then tried clearing my throat as I scrambled to get to my knees. "Are you all right?" My words must have shaken her out of it, because she turned her usually warm hazel eyes on me, and then forced a smile. Yes." She turned again, and noticed Elva on the ground. "Elva?" Evie scampered over to her, putting her gun back in its holster before she bent down. Elva was both awake and whole when I reached them a second later. She groaned in pain, her eyes closed shut a moment before she became aware of us. "I hate this." She let go of her face, revealing a split and bleeding lip that would likely bruise in a while too. I had to give her some credit, though. She knew what pain meant now, and still she tried to help. If only she could help a little less in some regards. Was it necessary to send me flying through the forest like that? I could feel various parts of my body aching worse than the part that had been grazed by a bullet. "You were about to kill the man." Elva looked at me with enough confusion as well as derision to forget her pain, at least for a moment. Talking caused her to wince as her lip protested. "I was not. Why do people keep thinking that?" Olivia had done the same thing when I'd been attacked by Curtis Hill, though in her defense, we'd recently seen someone rise from the dead due to my meddling at the time. "Because you keep telling my boss he needs to die?" I turned toward Evie. "That's not the same. Hey, you are not all right." She looked pale and shaky, her eyes fixed to the ground. "I need a moment, Ben," she said as she leaned into me when I reached for her. "You didn't have a choice," I told her, believing my own words. "I know, it's only that I haven't actually had to shoot anyone before. Anyone alive, I mean." She took a deep breath. "I suppose I just did Court proud." "Court? Why?" "He's the one who taught me how to shoot. Told me never to raise my gun unless I meant business." I looked down at the dead detective. "Guess you meant business." A strangled laugh escaped her as she looked up at me. She raised her hand and brushed things off my face. Leaves and dirt, I assumed. It was such a tender gesture, considering the monumental thing she'd done moments ago when saving my life. How did she have it in her? It was like the reserves of compassion and caring never ran dry. "I sure did." She swallowed and then nodded, more to herself than me by the looks of it. "Let's leave him here for now." She indicated Spiteri. "There are more urgent things going on. Elva, you ready?" "Yeah," Elva huffed, and then forced herself up off the ground. Her dark hair was a tangle of leaves, twigs, and even a pine cone. She tugged at them with apparent annoyance. "Then let's get away from here." Evie glanced down at Spiteri again as if she couldn't help herself. "Evie, you don't have to." I could still feel her shaking against me. "It's all right. Let's find the others and then see what's what. In the meantime, maybe I can walk off this weird reaction." Not weird at all, I thought as I followed her. "Anything you want," I said, and immediately regretted it. That was not the case with us, was it? Chapter 24. Winter winced as his arms were pulled up, the rope biting into his wrists. Lowlife pulled at the rope and stepped back to tie it to the hook in the floor. They had been efficient with the changes they'd made in the mansion, Winter thought bleakly as he glanced up, assessing. He'd have one chance at this. Thug was tormenting Param with the cattle prod, waving it slowly in front of his face. "You should start praying now," the man said. "To which god?" Param snarled back, not intimidated in the least. "Mere happenstance has made me worship so many of them." Winter knew this would be the only moment the two men didn't pay him full attention. Besides, he could hardly walk due to the pain of his feet. There really was only one thing to do. Nothing to it. Winter made a small jump and grabbed the rope above his hands. Pain jolted through his feet, but he was moving now. No time to stop. His body protested by sending sharp jabs of pain through him as he lifted himself and forced himself up and turned, legs first. Evie would be proud of him. A yelp sounded from Thug as he noticed. Param did the only thing he could, slamming his head forward, his forehead hitting Thug's nose and making blood spray. Winter had no attention to spare them after that. Keeping his balance and almost crying out in pain, he managed to twist his legs around the chain the hook hung from. He eased the rope over it and then gripped the thing as he swung himself down again. He would never have been able to keep himself upright a moment longer. He landed awkwardly, the soles of his feet protesting wildly, as Lowlife, confused by Thug's cry, was getting to his feet, the rope still in his hands. His brain hadn't registered that it had gone slack yet. Winter moved forward, half stumbling. His only advantage was the other man's confusion. As the man turned toward him, it was too late. Winter crashed into him, using his own weight as leverage, the only one he had. All he knew was that he couldn't let the man use his ability on him. That would zap what little strength Winter had left. Lowlife shouted something before the impact. Winter saw him raise his hand, though to hit or strike with his powers, he never found out. The man stumbled backward and fell, his head hitting the wall. Winter jerked his own head back in time, yelped, and twisted sideways, trying to get up fast. His body was done cooperating, though, and it was a pained, awkward moment. Lowlife remained on the floor, a small puddle of blood beginning to form by his head. Winter glanced toward the man's feet. He'd stumbled over the hook in the floor for tying the rope. Sometimes luck was a good thing, he thought, staggering sideways and groaning at the pain. "Ward!" Param yelled somewhere behind him. In his dazed mind, Winter recognized it as the warning it was, but he was in too much pain to react. When the strike hit, it blinded him a moment. Suddenly, the cool wall, covered in plastic tarp, was next to him. The raw cold from the stone seeped into him even in that short time. He turned and saw Thug with the cattle prod raised for another swing. That explained the stinging pain in Winter's neck then. He blinked hard to try and regain some of his vision. What he saw was Thug remembering that the cattle prod wasn't an impact weapon. The man changed his grip and the angle he held it in. Winter knew this would end badly unless he did something. So, he did the only thing he could. Cursing under his breath due to a lack of voice, he sprang forward on burned feet. He got a hold around Thug's hand as he held the torture tool and pushed it toward the man's head with a grip around the other end. The man had already been turning it on, and as the electric currents spread out, Winter's throat closed completely, shutting in his flow of angered words. He fell forward, the man backward. And as they landed, the cattle prod was pushed toward the man's throat. He stood no chance against gravity. Neither did Winter as he fell over it. His chest taking as much of the shock as his own hand and the man's throat. He couldn't move. The pain seared through him, burning, paralyzing, agonizing. His mouth was open like he needed to scream. Neither one of them could turn the current off. The smell of burned flesh was everywhere. The other man's eyes paralyzed in fear and shock above his bloody nose. He didn't believe it was happening. But Winter did, and though he didn't always, this time he welcomed it. Ward? The voice sounded familiar. Winter felt receding pain like a cool, soothing wind slid over him. He'd died then, hadn't he? Ward, are you back among the living yet? Winter opened his eyes and stared right at the cattle prod. Judging by the slight buzz, it was still on. He jerked his head back a little and then realized he wasn't actually touching it. He exhaled and moved slower, his body adjusting to its new state. He could usually sense the last stages of the regeneration, and it wasn't always pleasant, especially during the times he'd been unfortunate in what way he died. He could have woken up only to be electrocuted again. He must have lost his grip as he died, though. The dead man still held on to it, keeping it on. Winter had a sudden flashback to an unfortunate hanging some 200 years ago due to a boundary dispute that got out of hand. He'd been left hanging a while before they cut him down. He had no idea how many times he'd awoken only to hang again. Ward? Winter swallowed hard at the nasty memory and sat back on the floor. He glanced up at Param, who was still strung up. You all right? Winter nodded and then got to his feet. They didn't hurt anymore. Nothing hurt anymore. His shirt was stained and filthy, but that was the only clue something bad had happened. He glanced around and saw the other man on the floor near the wall. The blood from his head lay as a dark splotch on the tarp. Winter stepped over and checked his pulse. Alive? Param asked. Winter nodded again. He could feel the faint yet rapid beats under his fingers. He's not going anywhere, though, he added, realizing Param couldn't read his mind. That was a nasty hit to the head. Well, he didn't have any kind of healing ability. No, he did not. Care to help me out here? Param was still suspended like a pig for slaughter, arms raised above him. Winter looked around, found no knife, and settled for untying the rope that held Param upright. The moment the tension was taken away, he had to ease his friend down on the floor. He would have fallen, if not. They did a number on you. Winter looked him over and tried not to let Param see his worries. They did on you as well. Param closed his shirt with shaky hands, concealing the burns and wounds from the cattle prod. Or have you already forgotten? Winter shook his head. No, he had not, nor would he. He needed to get Param out of there now and then regroup and hit back. Bard and his crew had worked hard to position themselves in the city, making it more difficult for Winter to deal with them, but there was no way he was going to let this go. One thing was attacking Winter. He had decided to work against these people ages ago, but Param, he'd done nothing to deserve this. Bard was going to pay. City Hall be damned. Ugh, that is gross, Param said, moments later, as Winter had snatched the dead and unconscious men's footwear. He'd taken one pair of shoes for himself. They pinched his toes and heels, but was nothing compared to the pain he'd felt minutes earlier. He'd managed to get both pair of socks on Param's shaky feet and then the largest pair of shoes. You need the padding, he told Param, and then helped him to his feet. Yeah, but someone else's sweaty socks? Param shuddered. Isn't that an infection waiting to happen? Probably. We'll deal with that later. Come on. Supporting Param meant there was little chance of scouting ahead, but he knew how his friend's feet felt. Using electric shock on the soles of their feet had been a good idea, seen from the torturer's side. It was an amplified way of inflicting pain that was bad enough when delivered with a cane. Every step was pure agony for Param, but he kept on, not saying a word about it, as he leaned against Winter. If we can get upstairs, Winter whispered, as they moved through the basement hallways, away from the cells and the murder room. We should be able to either hide or get out if we don't run into anyone. There are several alternative exits. He was hoping to find the old stairs on the east side of the mansion. They were narrow and long and would take them up to the first floor. Hopefully, he could hide Param in the attic and then lead Bard's men off. The only problem was, he had no clue which direction they were going. Not long after, they reached a set of stairs that led up to a door that stood slightly ajar. Winter and Parham kept quiet and moved closer. The muffled sounds of voices and someone moving up there was as disheartening as it was dangerous. Winter pulled Parham with him, silently apologizing for each pained step his friend had to take. Winter had no doubt their escape would be discovered soon, and then all bets were off. It didn't take a genius to figure out that Bard had been behind the murder of Winter's hired P.I. Messiel. In addition to keeping an eye out for Parham in case he got himself into trouble while drunk, the man had looked into the connection between Evie's abduction and City Hall. Someone had burned him alive for the latter job and likely had him reveal Parham's connection to Winter as well. It was why they had taken Parham after all. Bard must have caught Maciel snooping and then burned him. There couldn't be that many people running around Ashdale doing that sort of thing. The hallways were narrow and dark and, for the most part, led to small storage rooms. Why on earth had he bought such a death trap? The lights were on more or less everywhere. He knew there was a main switch somewhere upstairs, so as to avoid getting stuck down there in darkness. That would be a fire hazard. Winter suppressed a smile of resignation at that thought. "You're lost, aren't you?" Parham whispered. "And in your own basement." He tisked at Winter, a smile escaping his contorted face. "Why would I spend time in the basement? Clearly there's nothing interesting down here. Too much stuff going on down here these days." "Fair enough." Winter pushed open a door and saw another set of stairs. These were not the stairs he was looking for, but they had no choice but to go up now. The stairs were dusty and made of wood, but thankfully didn't creak as he and Parham walked up. They stopped by the closed door at the top and listened, but no sound reached them. "We don't have a choice," Parham pointed out. Winter agreed and opened the door with as little noise as possible. They exited the basement and found themselves upstairs, where there was better lighting and wood panels on the walls. Winter realized they were close to the kitchen. There would be a back exit there, but then again, the kitchen would likely be where Bard's crew were. There were many of them, and they had to get hungry. Winter himself was hungry, he realized as he and Parham began moving toward the kitchen. They still hadn't fed them anything more than an energy bar each and a little water. Maybe he could grab an apple or two as they shuffled past. What was he thinking? Winter shook that ridiculous thought away and moved on. The kitchen was thankfully empty when they entered. "You need to leave me here." Parham let go of Winter and veered toward a large kitchen island where he grabbed the edge to keep standing. The kitchen was spacious and bright, covering the whole length of a wall in addition to the island. Another wall was mainly glass that led out onto a patio and the garden beyond. "That would be an exceptionally bad idea," Winter said. He glanced around but could hear no one. Still, they couldn't remain there. The kitchen would too obviously be in use. The small pile of dirty dishes and empty beer bottles near the sink spoke of that. "Seriously, Ward, I can't walk and you have no idea what's out there. We don't even know how many there are of them. I can hide out somewhere inside the house. They'll never expect that. Then you can come back with help." Winter considered it a moment. This had been his plan. But Parham would move as slowly up the main stairs as he would outside. Winter shook his head. "Too risky. They'll kill you if I'm not here. They want you as leverage." "So?" Parham waved him off as he tried to get him to come along. "We both know the bastards these people work for. Can you even imagine if any of them could do what you do?" "I don't necessarily think it's that easy to copy." Winter glanced around again and then grabbed hold of Parham's arm, nudging him along. Parham swayed a little but didn't protest further. He probably didn't have the strength. Winter was fully aware that he wasn't only in pain from the cattle prod, but also from the withdrawal. "Can't risk it," Parham whispered, as a shadow fell outside the large, sliding doors. Winter startled and drew breath as he saw several people had come onto the patio out there. "Damn, we need to leave." "Just run," Parham said. But Winter couldn't do that. They had no way of escaping as the people outside stomped across the patio in a small herd and then slid the door open. Even if he did run and in some miraculous way managed to escape, was he going to live his extremely long life knowing he'd left Param to face these people alone? That wasn't an option. Leading this little gaggle of goons was Bard. He stopped the moment he entered the kitchen and simply stared. "What the hell?" he mumbled, and then seemed to act. He walked further inside so the other men could follow. He didn't carry a gun, it seemed, but the others did. These men were not dressed in suits like the others. They likely weren't people he'd hired in City Hall. Winter noticed dirt sprayed on the front of their jeans. It looked like they'd been moving fast through the bad weather outside. He could see the rain that splattered down through the waning light out there. Worst of all, though, was the sight he didn't want to see. Between the men, one of which had a hand clamped around her arm, was Olivia Jones. She was steered by one of the men as he made her stumble a little. His grip had to be tight as a vice. Her eyes flared with suppressed anger, and her hair was coming loose from a knot above her neck. She had the same spray on the front of her jeans as them. Winter stared a moment too long, he realized, as he noticed Bard paying attention. What was going on? Why her? But he knew they were ruthless. Why was he so damned surprised? "Ward," Parham said. "Run." "What?" Winter turned back to his friend and felt his eyes widen at the sight. Parham leaned forward a little and snatched a knife from a nearby cutting board. For some reason, Winter noticed the green streaks on the board from cut-up herbs despite stepping forward to stop Parham. This was madness. He got hold of him and pulled him back, but he couldn't stop him fully. Parham raised his arm to throw the knife at one of the armed men. They were armed with guns, Winter thought as desperation clutched at his chest. What was Parham thinking? The men streamed toward them. Winter felt something hard hit his side and push him back. He didn't even see the man launch his kick. Another pushed at Parham and grabbed the hand with the knife, but the third man had no patience. He simply stepped forward, aimed, and fired. Winter cried out in both shock and denial as he saw the bullet hit. Parham's head jerked sideways for what felt like minutes after the bullet exited. His eyes were wide open, no surprise to be seen, not really, only the warm brown color that was void of anything now. Then his body tumbled to the floor, the man holding onto his wrist, letting go a moment later. "No!" Winter shouted. The astounded faces of the three men gave him the chance he needed. He leaped forward, elbowed the man closest to him in the side, and ran for the one with the half-lowered gun. He managed to raise the weapon and aim it at Winter before he was near enough, but the lack of stopping on Winter's part seemed to startle the gunman even more. He didn't shoot, so Winter grabbed hold of his gun hand. He aimed the weapon straight at his own chest, pulling so hard he unsettled the man and felt the jab of the weapon's muzzle against himself. Then he pushed the trigger forward. The blast was deafening, the pain explosive and short. He heard a woman scream and had a microsecond to regret causing her distress like this before he felt none of it. Chapter 25. "Looks nice," Elva said, as we all took in the large building below us. Covered by the forest, we were hidden well enough. The mansion was a large stone building. Even in the weak light that remained, we could see the massive blocks that had been used for the walls. The roof looked like it was made with slate shingles, and every wall had a large amount of mostly narrow and arched windows. The building stood in an open clearing with a patio that was placed around more than half the back of it. There had been made adjustments to the wall on that side, modernizing it with putting in a glass wall to connect the garden with the inside. That garden was likely more colorful in the midst of summer. There was a covered pool out there, fountains among bushes that were carefully pruned even now. From what we'd seen earlier, there were several outbuildings, including a massive garage, greenhouses, and even a stable. The latter seemed abandoned, though. The view, to our left at the moment, must have been spectacular in daylight and sunshine. As it were, we could only see Cleaved Valley itself down there, a narrow and shallow valley between the hills. The rise we were on allowed us a full view of the south and west side of the building. The dirt road, which was whole up here, snaked around it and ended at the front of the mansion, which we couldn't quite see from our current position. Evie seemed a little better now. The walk up the hill had at least drained her of her physical reaction to killing Spiteri. As her eyes scanned the area ahead, she stood stock still, no shivering. It was interesting, I mused. I'd gone numb myself after shooting Elliot. Seemed a physical reaction of some kind wasn't all that uncommon, at least if you weren't used to doing such a thing. We know there are at least 7 people in there, Evie said. Yes, I agreed. The 3 on the ATVs, Alex and Indira, and likely Aidan Bard, judging by what Detective Spiteri said, and what you and Olivia found out at City Hall, which means I'd assume that woman... What was her name? Romeo. Right, I'd assume she's there too. We hadn't seen any of these people since we came up to the mansion, but we could see the ATVs parked on the lawn on the back side of the building. There was also people moving around inside now and then. The shapes were dark and hard to differentiate from each other, but as darkness was coming, the lights in the mansion glowed stronger through the windows. So what do we do? Elva asked. I'm telling you, Ben, you cannot cause any more trouble. I mean that. I caught Evie's amused look. At least my young babysitter was entertaining. Then what do you suggest? I asked her. Elva shrugged as she indicated the mansion by thrusting her chin forward. That we leave. This isn't our business. I sighed. It's not as simple as that anymore. You want the man you're trying to save to die? Elva pointed out. That did actually sound pretty simple. I avoided Evie's eyes. Olivia's in there, so is Param. Peter's right. He helped me when I needed it, and he doesn't deserve this. Elva's cheeks puffed out before she huffed. Fine, I have to stay with you. What do you suggest? I asked Evie. Not sure. We're outnumbered against people who are better at this than us. We should also assume they have some sort of abilities. These people work for the Yorov Company, and they don't really acquire people without them. So, I asked, after this depressing sum-up. I'd call Court. He can be here with his team and help. Court? Evie laughed. You just don't like him because it's his job to keep you away from Winter. Yes, obviously. All right. What do you suggest, then? I glanced at both women as they stared back at me. I don't know. This is usually the part where Olivia figures something out. Well? Evie's raised eyebrows spelled out her victory. Fine. Call Court. Stupid Court. Evie pulled out her cell, but it didn't take long before it became clear something was wrong, and not only with her phone. Mine and Elva's were void of bars, too. They might be jamming the signal, Evie concluded. What does that mean? I'm guessing they use a different form of communication up here. Radios, maybe? We could double back and try again further down. I doubt they've jammed the entire hill. I sighed, tired of trekking up the hill in the first place. We were all soaked by now, despite the rain easing up a bit. I could feel the cold water seeping in through my shoes at this point. It was cold and uncomfortable, just the way I disliked it. I'll do it, Elva said. Give me the number, and I'll call him. I move faster on my own. Evie was about to protest, but I had to agree. She's not wrong, besides, she can hide herself. Exactly, Elva smiled, as Evie gave her phone back, Court's number punched in. The faster we can get away from here, the better, she added with a sideways look my way, before she stuffed the phone in her pocket and left, pulling her shading cloak around her. Geez. Evie strained her neck to try and see the shadow that blended into the forest. That never gets old. Where did she go? Can you still see her? I nodded, though the blurry form of Elva soon dissolved among the trees in the weak light. We both turned back to watch the mansion. If we could become certain of how many were in there, at least that could be useful information. That makes 8 people, I said mere seconds later as I saw another man down there. Where? Front of the building, the courtyard. A man in a suit was walking across the courtyard toward the garage. Since this was the side we couldn't see much of, he soon disappeared from view. The patter of rain around us had eased up enough for us to be able to hear. There were no sounds of animals or birds nearby, only the occasional door slamming somewhere below. Are you going to go with her? I looked at Evie. She sat crouched between some half-dead plants and trees, like me. Her hair was soaked through, the usual volume gone. The look on her face made me realize she didn't mean Elva and the phone call. Go with her where? I asked instead. She's been pretty vocal about it. She wants you to leave. You know, leave. Evie made an annoyed hand gesture to emphasize the last word. Right. I nodded my understanding. Yes, Elva probably didn't only want to keep me out of trouble. She wanted me to go back to my previous existence. That would be easier, wouldn't it? Less chance of me doing something reckless again. Evie's eyes were on me, unwavering, questioning. I suppose she does, I admitted. Do you want to? I inhaled slowly as I thought about it, the smell of wet leaves and dirt intruding on me. I didn't want to lie to Evie. I did, I said carefully. At first, after I woke up here, that was all I wanted to do. I did, I said carefully. At first, after I woke up here, that was all I wanted to do. Why didn't you? I couldn't. Literally couldn't. Failed every time I tried, couldn't remember anything, and something was a bit off with the way I trailed off and broke eye contact. Somehow, and probably due to the trauma of old Ben jumping off Central Bridge, I hadn't merged properly with his body. Sometimes I wonder why you don't run away screaming, Evie. I'm not exactly human. Oh, but you are, she objected. She moved closer and sat on her knees on the wet ground, not caring any more about being soaked. Maybe not quite like the rest of us, but very human indeed. I felt her cold and wet hand against my cheek, the caress familiar and comforting. You make the same mistakes and learn from them like anyone else. You care for your friends, and that matters. Hell, you go to Rose's Thursday night movie nights and whatever else they drag you to because it matters to her and Walter that you know who they are. I even suspect you enjoy some of it sometimes. I could see Evie's smile through the falling darkness at that. Even in your annoyance, you support Peter in his new project because you know it's a great opportunity for him. And what about Olivia? She's the most closed-off person I've ever met, and I work for Ward Winter, mind you. She trusts you, you know. Even Sheila has gotten some closure because of you. Why on earth would any of this scare me away? I think you're giving me their credit. No, because relationships, all kinds of them, work two ways. I felt her hand move to the back of my neck, her fingers absent-mindedly stroking through my hair. So I guess I want to know if you're going to leave us. She shook her head and her hand stopped moving. Let's be honest. I'm wondering if you're going to leave me. Her eyes were open and vulnerable, yet darker than usual, as night fell around us in the cold forest. I don't want to, I said, the words spilling out. Huh, I added. Must be true because I sound like my talkative guardian. All it got me was a resigned smile. That's not really what I was asking. I glanced down toward the mansion again, but there was no change there. The lights were fading and everything seemed calm. No, I guess not, I agreed. It's just something Elva said. Elva? The prison guard from a realm beyond? Yes, her. All right. What words of wisdom did she blurt out? More of a truth, I think. I cleared my throat and looked at Evie with what had to be apparent uncertainty because she smiled with encouragement. I know we haven't been together that long and that this isn't what people talk about at this stage, but I fear that if we stay together, you will lose out on too much. Lose out? On the normal things. Like what? Children. I see. She nodded and moved her hand again so it rested on my shoulder now. Is this one of those rules again? Like, don't kill, don't save the dying, and certainly don't make life? Sounds about right. Just out of curiosity, can Elva... Like a queen bee, I believe, but she's not allowed. Rules. Evie nodded, more to herself than me. Did it even occur to you to check with me before you started making plans made on perceived problems? I opened my mouth to protest, but could think of nothing to say in that regard. No, I admitted. See, that is very stupid human behavior. It is? Did it occur to you that I might not even want kids? No. Or that there is more than one way to have them? I sighed. No. So maybe don't worry so much about things that are out of your control? She drew herself up as much as she could where we sat huddled in the semi-darkness. I really don't want you to leave, Ben, so please don't think you'll be diminishing my life in any way if you stay. She bit her bottom lip a moment, but then asked her earlier question in a slightly different manner. You said you couldn't leave when you first came to life. Can you leave now? I don't know, I haven't tried. Guys, where are you? Elva's voice drifted to us, closely followed by snapping twigs. She was hard to spot, but not hard to hear. When she suddenly appeared in front of us, barging ahead from between two trees, Evie startled. Did we say her name 3 times? She mumbled. There you are, Elva whispered, as she hunkered down. I called that beefy hottie and... Wait, Evie interrupted. There was a signal? Yeah. Elva nodded vigorously as she tried catching her breath. She wasn't all that winded, though. She was likely right when she said it was best for her to run on alone. Down that last steep slope. Anyway, that court guy says the chopper was scheduled for maintenance today and tomorrow, so it's not able to fly in hours. They're getting in their cars, though. Okay, so 2.5 hours then, Evie calculated. 3 tops. Then add time to walk up here. It's going to take a while. And we wait? I asked. I didn't like that plan. We didn't know what was going on in that building, and much as I didn't like winter, I was worried for Olivia and Param. Listen, guys, there's something else. I noticed it when I ran back. It's darker up here. Look at the mansion. I turned to do as she said, an ember of worry starting to smolder in my stomach at her words. She was right. Something strange was going on. The mansion, which earlier had been giving off a strong golden light through the windows, seemed more obscured by the night's darkness now. That wasn't right. I looked up and saw nothing but darkness, not the sickly gray of the heavy clouds. This wasn't night falling around us at all. We've been spotted, I told Evie and Elva. It's the triplets. Chapter 26. It might be that one of those sensor things tipped them off. Elva scanned the area around us. It was already hard to see, and judging by past experience, we would soon be as good as blind. What? That was further down. No, I saw one of the things fastened to a tree trunk on my way back here, Elva said. We must have passed it when we first came up, Evie said, before I could tell Elva off for something that was likely not only her fault. The one we noticed first was probably part of their outer perimeter. Now we're in the inner one. Well, I said, and got up fast to look around. We know what this means. We don't have time to wait for Court and his cronies. My legs felt stiff after hunkering down so long, but that couldn't be helped. I reached out and pulled Evie up and toward me. I'm sorry, but this is going to get really cold, I told her as I put my arms around her. At least I could hide her from the 2 remaining triplets. The crack of a snapping branch made us all freeze, as did whoever had stepped on it. For a moment, the woods around us seemed as quiet as space. I began to pull the obscuring shade around us, trusting Elva to hide herself, but a nudge to my side made me unfocused. Ben, no, Evie whispered. This isn't the best way. Yes, it is. No, this isn't Ashdale. The rules are different here. There is no one to help us, and it's easier to get away with things for these guys. You 2 should conceal yourselves. Let me hide without any camouflage. It'll draw them in. No, are you insane? No, but Court says that the best way to handle something like this is to separate them from the main group and take them out one by one. What? I had to spend a lot of time with Court and his crew when I started this job. Do you honestly think Winter would have hired me if I didn't learn to take some precautions? I could feel my eyes narrow on their own accord. I knew she'd learned to use a gun. She hadn't told me this, though. And damn it, I realized it would have angered me to no end if she hadn't been given some training. Ben, you have to trust me. But I trailed off because I did trust her. I just didn't like what she was suggesting. Okay, Evie went on, apparently satisfied that we were listening. She stepped back from me a little so both Elva and I could hear her. We don't have much time, so listen. You 2 hide yourselves here. I'll hunker down over there between those bushes. They're bound to find me if they themselves can see. When you hear me, make a run toward them." Evie walked a few steps in the right direction. "When we hear you what?" Elva asked. "Scream, probably," Evie said, and walked off before I could pull her back. Moments later, it was so dark around us I could hardly see her where she took cover. Elva and I hid behind the nearest trees, concealing ourselves. Unless Alex and Indira happened to stare right at us, they would likely miss us. As it turned out, Evie didn't have to scream. We heard their footsteps first, careful and attentive as they moved steadily through the woods. Then came the voices, muffled yet audible. They didn't care to hide themselves too well. They didn't need to, nor did they need to search thoroughly either. I could hear the tone of their voices change as they likely saw Evie through the fairly open forest. The swishing sound of their shoes brushing past bushes and twigs came closer. "Ah, Evelyn Moon!" Alex's voice rang through the nearby area. "Hiding out here with your little gun? Did you miss us?" I could hear rustling from where Evie was, and I felt my heart start beating faster. I pressed my eyes shut a moment and focused. Now was not the time to lose the only advantage I had. I stepped forward, as quietly as I could, and heard Indira snicker. "I bet you're not here alone, though," Alex went on. There was some more rustling, and I realized they were circling Evie. She was likely aiming everywhere, not daring to pull the trigger in case she missed or hit Elva or me. "We saw you on the surveillance camera," Indira said. "Who did you bring with you? Some of your boss's security?" We must have gotten some luck in the midst of our misfortune if they hadn't seen our faces on camera. I heard the soft footfalls of Elva to my left. She was close. "Doesn't matter," Alex said. "Put the gun down and come with us. You know this will end badly if you try and shoot." His tone changed as his next statement was clearly meant for his sister. "We can have Bard's guys have a crack at her. She'll talk." No was the only thought in my head. What happened next wasn't part of any plan, not that we had a very good one to begin with. I sped up a few paces, felt the underbrush snag at my shoes, and then turned. "Good idea," Indira said. "Maybe she can tell us what happened to Elliot." And then they would likely hand Evie over to their employers. No, that couldn't happen. "Elva?" I whispered. The moment she answered, I knew approximately where she was. I stepped closer to her and reached out. The shock of connecting with her sprang up my arm and exploded into me. I felt a rush of air as I was thrown back toward Evie and the other two. The impact was messy as my legs struck someone. I twisted sideways and tumbled to the ground, entangled with one of the three. "Where the hell did he come from?" Alex yelled. The shock in his voice made me realize he could see me, which meant a punch in the face. My head whipped sideways as someone scrambled to get up from under me. "Alex, get him off me!" A shot blasted nearby, making both Indira and me stop moving. We barely heard the thump of someone falling to the ground. "You shot me!" Alex cried out. I kicked hard and heard a grunt escape Indira before I managed to untangle myself and get up. I noticed the pitch black around us had started to wane a little, as I could see the silhouettes of the others. Getting tackled and shot apparently made it difficult to maintain the damn fog, especially in such a large area. My jaw was throbbing, beating along with my elevated pulse. "Evie?" I asked, and felt a hand on my forearm as an answer. For a moment, I thought she'd raised her hand and threaded her fingers through my hair again before I recognized the all-too-familiar feeling that always began at the nape of my neck. Dread welled up in me before I took note of how faint the sensation was. It couldn't be happening here. Then, Evie cried out as she fell. One moment she was there as a dark shadow next to me. Next I heard the thump as she landed on the ground. "No!" I gasped and threw myself down on my knees, searching blindly on the ground. She wasn't there, but I could hear them struggling nearby. The sensation in my head carried on. It almost felt like it was starting anew. The gun went off again. I ducked on instinct, but had no way of knowing where it was aimed. Nowhere in particular was my guess, though. Evie and Indira were likely struggling for control of the weapon. The only reason Evie had fired before must have been because she'd heard Indira and me fall down. I strained to hear where they were, and then noticed a shadow move up to my side. The fog had receded enough for me to see the leg that came swinging. I had no way of escaping, but managed to grab hold, pulling Alex with me. I landed on my back, a rock or twig burrowing in next to my right shoulder blade. With one leg held down, Alex landed with his knee on my thigh and then lost what little balance he'd had. He tumbled over sideways. I could see enough of him to imitate Indira and shot a fist out at his head. Jolts of pain shot through my knuckles and wrist at the impact, and I saw his head jerk back. I didn't ease up. I'd been at the vicious end of this man before. There was no mercy to be found there. I sent my aching fist into the knee of the leg I was still holding and then shoved at him. Alex grunted in pain and fell back. I was over him in an instant, taking a lesson from Spiteri, my hands pressing down on his throat. I lost all sense of anything else. This man had almost gotten Peter killed twice. He was the reason Sophie was dead. He'd been part of taking Evie and was now threatening to do it again. As the fog turned a lighter gray around us, I saw his strained face. His dark hair was wild and messy, his bent nose bleeding, likely from my fist. His upper arm was also bleeding from a wound, probably where Evie had shot him. "You want to know what happened to Elliot?" I asked him, getting nothing but a strained gasp in response. "I shot him, Alex. He's dead. You hear me?" Clearly he did. His eyes widened in pure hatred and shock. Had they really had hope he'd still be alive somewhere? Was that why they kept tabs on me still? "Ben?" I heard Elva's cry somewhere through my anger. "Ben? No!" I turned my head and saw her standing a few feet away, a hand on her side like she was in pain. "Stop it!" she yelled at me. I looked down at Alex's strained face. He'd been so dazed when I'd grabbed hold of his neck, he hadn't been able to retaliate. "Ben?" I didn't want to let go. But I didn't want to hold on either. I simply felt such a deep-seated anger at him for all the hurt he'd caused people I cared about. When the sensation of death struck me again, I realized what Elva feared. It was so much stronger this time, the vibration in my head numbing me a moment, as I felt the presence of one of my kind nearby. "No," I whispered, and let go of Alex. The gun went off again, the blast a little muffled this time. My head might as well have been roaring with alarm bells for the feeling it gave me. I looked down at Alex, who was gasping for air. It wasn't him. Evie. I turned and saw her halfway under Indira, who lay lifeless in the waning fog. I barely noticed the cry of agony behind me as I pushed at the dead woman to help Evie crawl out. I took one look at her worried face, saw her eyes widen, and then felt the blow to my back. I tumbled forward and didn't have time to turn around before Alex shoved Evie away with hardly a thought. Then he grabbed the front of my jacket and pulled me up a little. I was hardly aware that all the impressions of Indira's death were leaving me. Alex was still reeling from lack of air a moment ago. His fist never connected with my face, but with my shoulder as he halfway fell over my head. Then he yelped and jerked back. "What was that?" he cried, and turned to see Evie on the ground, her wavy locks in disarray around her face, her right hand clamped around one of Alex's ankles. "No!" He yanked his leg away, and I felt him let go of my jacket. "No, you didn't." Evie's gift, or curse, depending on how one saw it. She'd inflicted him with it, and he knew it. No matter what he did to us, he'd never escape it or anything else he'd done to hurt others during the course of his life. Evie's ability brought a true understanding of the pain a person had caused others. For some, it was impossible to live with. By the look of Alex's panicked face, he knew it. It was why his employers had wanted to use her in the first place, and now it would happen to him, like cancer spreading abnormally fast. Alex scrambled to his feet, so fast I didn't pay attention first. Then I noticed Evie laying still like she was bracing for whatever came next. I saw her gun by her side, on the ground, lost and forgotten, as she'd used her most powerful weapon instead. I pushed forward, grabbed it, and pointed it at Alex before he could do anything. His eyes darted back and forth, but he noticed the threat, empty as it was from me. He didn't know that, though. With a last desperate look at his dead sister, he turned and ran, quickly hidden by the last remnants of the dark fog. I lowered the gun and sank down, not caring about the wet ground and simply enjoying the soft bed of the moss a moment. My breath came fast and my heart pounded in my chest. "Are you all right?" I asked Evie. She managed a nod as she was heaving for air herself. "You could have given me a warning," Elva said as she walked closer. "It hurts." She hadn't given me much warning earlier, but I glanced up and nodded due to her stiff movements. When I'd been flung toward Evie and the others, Elva must have been hit by the same effect. We were polar opposites, after all. "Sorry," I mumbled, and sat up. Spur of the moment thing. Elva stared at us and then down toward the mansion. "Oh," she blurted, and sank to her knees. I saw her eyes turn pitch black again, as she bent forward and supported herself with a hand on the ground. Her mouth opened in an unheard scream, a scream I knew didn't belong in this place. "It happened again, didn't it?" I asked a moment later when she seemed to be in control of herself. "Like in the hospital?" Elva nodded. "Only much stronger. I really need to remember to tune out that effect." "Doesn't happen to more than one person," I remarked, and got to my feet. I reached out a hand to Evie, who took it and followed suit. I'd felt more than one death further away in the midst of the chaos, and now Elva had sensed a life that wasn't supposed to happen. There was only one person that could be. "Ben," Evie warned, "now's not the time." I inhaled deeply and nodded. "We can't bank on staying hidden until help arrives now," Evie went on, clearly seeing the more important picture. "Alex is going to warn them we're here. If we're going to be of any help to the others, we have to move. Now." Chapter 27. Winter turned to see who was standing behind him, but by the time he'd completed the movement, he saw no one. As always. He sighed and turned back. He was sure the spirit that had taken him had disappeared because it wasn't supposed to follow here. Winter was also certain that the Reaper which now lived as Ben Reed had guided him here before. It was the reason Winter recognized him, wasn't it? He'd encountered him so many times before it was inevitable he'd remember him. And now, another had taken his place. Winter shook his head in resignation as he walked forward toward the soothing, luring burble of the river ahead. Of course, another had stepped in. Death couldn't be stopped. Winter was all too aware of that. The barren trees opened up and the river appeared before him, inviting, blue, and welcoming. The white and thin mist floated above the water to each side of him. Winter dismissed the opposite riverbank and focused on his nearest surroundings. He steeled himself and ignored the call across the river as he stared hard at each side. There, a little upriver, he spotted the familiar form of Param. Winter walked a few steps toward him, but didn't dare move too far away from the path he himself had to follow in one of two directions. He'd never attempted this before, but he had to try. Strangely enough, he'd never been there the moment it had happened in Param's previous lives. He couldn't dwell on that now, though. He had to do what he could for his friend. "Param!" he yelled. He could see Param standing further upriver from himself, quiet as if wondering what to do. The sound of his name startled him a little. He was wearing the same clothes he'd died in, though they looked clean, and Param himself seemed healthy. Winter didn't have a gaping chest wound either. He had always thought that was why he healed when he came back, because there were no injuries and disease in the in-between. "Param!" he shouted again. "Clement!" he added, hoping he wasn't repeating the mistake he'd made with Maria so long ago. When she'd been shaken out of her path, she'd been lost. Param stopped moving at the sound of his oldest name. He turned toward Winter and stared in silence. "Do you know who I am?" Winter asked. The water flowed past Param's feet, but he'd only taken one step into the river. Winter waited with a patience that didn't belong in the in-between. His friend had never been able to remember more than bits and pieces from this place, making it hard to puzzle together what happened to him here. "Talvi?" Param said after a few moments. Winter nodded, relief flooding through him. Param was likely not completely lucid, but he was there at least. "Yes. Now listen to me, Param. You need to walk straight ahead, Cross the river and everything will be fine. Param stared at him as if he didn't understand Winter's words. Then he turned and looked the other way. Param, I just... Whatever Param said was drowned out. Winter had to shout louder to force Param's weakened attention back. I have to find Edme. Param turned back a moment. Then he took a step upriver, as if to go searching for her. Param, wait! Winter was about to run forward, but stopped himself. Wait! He repeated, and saw his friend do exactly that. Listen to me. Can you see her? Param seemed perplexed, like the words gave no meaning. Winter had to repeat himself 2 more times before Param finally peered through the mist. Winter couldn't see Edme. He'd never known her when she was alive. Finally, though, after what felt like an eternity, where Winter's eyes were drawn toward the opposite riverbank more than once, and not on his own accord, Param shook his head. I can't see her. Then she's crossed over. Winter sighed and nodded to himself. She's not lost any more, Clement. You can go too now. Go where? Clement, do you trust me? Yes, Talvi. Winter nodded, but Param wasn't looking at him anymore, nor was he searching for Edme. Walk straight ahead, Clement. Cross the river and everything will be fine. There would be no more jumbled memories, no more families dying on him, no more hurting, because Edme was lost. She wasn't anymore. She'd done the same thing as Maria and eventually found her way. Param took a step forward and then stopped, seemingly uncertain as to what to do. Straight ahead, Clement. You need to cross where you're supposed to. That probably applied to when as well, Winter thought, but it was too late to do anything about that now. He could only hope he was doing the right thing. Param nodded and took another step. Then he turned and looked at Winter. Thank you, he said, and then walked on. It happened so fast that it took Winter a moment to gather his thoughts. He saw his old friend walk away, and then the mist surrounded him, blocking Winter's view so he couldn't see him reach the other side. Please let that have been the right thing to do, Winter whispered, and then noticed his feet were not cold exactly, but certainly cool. He glanced down and jerked backward, the water splashing around his legs. He backed out of the water. How had he even gotten in there? Too long, he mumbled, as he got safe ground under his feet. He'd been there so long he was beginning to lose control. With a last glance at the mist, he turned and ran for the barren woods that would lead him back home. Back to Olivia. Et tu? A numbing pain in his chest was receding, the fire of agony turning cool as it was pushed back. Et tu? Winter could feel his body healing, returning to its former state. What had happened? Pain in the chest? Yes, he'd used the gun. For the most part, small projectiles like bullets would be pushed out of his flesh unless they ended up in less lethal areas of his body. There had been many a confused doctor throughout his life who'd removed such projectiles for him. Et tu, what have you done? Winter's eyes snapped open. He could sense the people around him, but his view was blocked by lines of beauty and amber eyes that were wide with worry as they stared at him. He could feel her hands on his shoulders as if she'd been trying to shake him awake. It was all so familiar, like seeing another face in front of him, but it faded fast, quite like a déjà vu, only more powerful. You remember my name, he said, not able to hide the wonder in his voice. Olivia was about to say something, but then stopped herself. For a moment, too short for anyone else to notice, including her, her features melded into an expression he'd seen years ago. Her lips parted slightly, her brows lowered a fraction, and a tiny gasp escaped her as if she lost her breath in surprise. 10 years ago, New York. It was a little sad, Winter thought, that this was the last time he'd be doing this. But as it was, times were changing, and with everyone having cameras with them at all times, he couldn't draw too much attention. At some point, someone would notice it was the same face in all the photos. Still, it was the 4th PhD he'd acquired over the years, his own little hobby, something he truly enjoyed outside of his business. Parham had his way of dealing, collecting artifacts that had mattered to him. This was how Winter preserved the past in his mind. "Thank you, Dr. Winter." Professor Tollert nodded to the students seated in the amphi-styled lecture hall. "If there are no more questions, I believe we can finish here." The professor gave them a few last messages and then dismissed them, giving Winter a smile as the scuffling of shoes and books began. Having had his dissertation approved recently, he'd promised the professor to do this before beginning the daunting work of moving his business away from New York. It was time, and he'd already put everything in motion a couple of months earlier by dying in a car crash. This was a new beginning, again. He gathered up his papers and settled in to answer a few questions from students who'd changed their minds and wanted to ask something anyway. It wasn't a surprise, since the professor had told them the subject would be part of their next test. It was a little less formal, though, as they came up to him to do so. And then, out of nowhere it seemed, the voice of a woman caught his attention as he nodded to another student who thanked him for his clarification. Winter turned and felt like his breath had been sucked out of him. There she was, just like that. After centuries of being lost to him, there she stood, completely different and yet the same. "Maria," he blurted. For a brief moment, he thought he saw a different face, lighter, more slanted blue eyes, fuller lips, yet smaller mouth, fair hair framing her face, but it faded, like his mind couldn't hold on to the memory. "No," the woman said, shaking her head slowly, and he managed some excuse. She asked him a question, her voice a little hesitant as her face expressed surprise despite herself. She seemed confused as she was stumped a moment. Her lips parted as she gasped. She gave him a quizzical look and then went on. Winter was flabbergasted. He had to force his mind to focus on what she was saying. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. She was finally here, in New York, of all places, taking a history class, wearing jeans and a t-shirt with a large artistic butterfly motif on it. She looked so different. Dark, straight hair, her skin a hue of light bronze, and those eyes, the color so unusual. But it was her. Sort of. As fast as the recognition came, so did the realization. She didn't remember him. If she did, if she truly did, she would have said something about it, not asked him about medieval trading monopolies. Her initial reaction may have been recognition, but not anything conscious, and she was so young. She couldn't be more than 20. She had her whole life ahead of her. She already had more opportunities than Maria could ever have dreamed of, and she was taking advantage of them. He heard himself answer her and felt like his brain operated on 2 levels at once. He'd been such a fool. Had he really thought that she would come back one day and then everything would be fine? She didn't know him. She didn't owe him anything. But he owed her, and what he owed might not necessarily be what he had expected, or hoped. At this point, their short conversation was a bit bumbly. She thanked him for his insight and was about to turn away when he struck out his hand. "What's your name, miss?" he asked. He needed to know, especially if he was ever to do anything for her. "Olivia Jones," she told him, and then her brows lowered a bit again before she looked down. "Let go of her hand, idiot," he shouted inside his head. "Nice to meet you, Miss Jones," he said instead, and followed his own order. "Good luck." "Thanks," she said, and then left, looking as confused as he felt. Someone else took her place, and he forced a smile, while he saw her out the corner of his eye as she left the lecture hall. How the hell are you alive?" Olivia asked, her voice barely audible, more out of shock, he thought, than the presence of the men around them. Winter took stock of the situation without turning his head. The 4 men, including Bard, were standing close by, all of them to Winter's right. He could just about see the lifeless form of Parham behind their legs. They'd stepped over him like he didn't matter, all to watch Winter wake up again. Focus, he did. He had to grieve for his friend later. Right now, he needed to make sure Olivia didn't end up the same way as Parham. Her face hovered above him, her normal, suspicious features returning. She'd had a little of that the first time he'd seen her, but she'd endured difficulties later on that had no doubt shaped her as much as her childhood had. Winter could understand her reservations, though. Her job was to gather and understand pertinent information to any case. Winter realized he had to be one of her stranger ones. "He's not going to answer," Bard said. "Get her up," he added to one of the other men. They'd been watching his unexpected death with shock and curiosity, no doubt, but now there was nothing more to see. It would be back to the murder room, likely with Olivia in Parham's stead. Her outburst at his momentary death left little doubt she could be used as leverage. They had forgotten one thing, though, as had Winter himself. He realized as he subconsciously closed his fists in anger at the sound of Bard's orders. Hidden by Olivia, who was bent over Winter, lay the gun he'd used to shoot himself, still halfway in his palm. He reaffirmed his grip on the weapon and raised it a little so Olivia could feel it against her leg. She raised an eyebrow at him. Winter glanced down at the gun, sideways at the men, and then the other way, hoping she understood. When she ducked sideways away from the men, Winter didn't hesitate. He raised the gun and fired blindly. He scrambled to get up while he kept shooting, heard screams, and followed Olivia. As they dodged behind the kitchen island, the men had the wherewithal to shoot back. Plaster, wood, and stone sprayed as the bullets hit the island. "We can't stay here," Olivia shouted over the deafening noise. Winter nodded and shot back again over the edge of the counter, making the men take cover a moment. Just as Olivia yanked his arm for him to follow her, he heard the weapon click as the clip ran empty. He threw the useless thing to the ground and followed her, sliding on the slick surface of the waxed parquet, bumping his shoulder into the wall before passing the open doorway and escaping as the bullets started flying behind them again. Chapter 28. There was shouting behind them, interspersed with the gunshots that became fewer, as Bard and his men didn't want to waste bullets on what they couldn't see. "Upstairs," Winter told Olivia. She didn't waste time thinking about it, simply ran for the stairs to their right in the entrance hall. Winter darted toward the front door, yanked it open, relieved beyond words, to find it unlocked. He then dashed back to the wide stairs and ran up, 2 steps at a time, toward Olivia, who was waiting. At the sight of him coming back, she turned and reached the top, right before he did. Without a word, Winter pointed to their right and made a straight line for the hallway, which would eventually lead to the other end of the house. "Stop," Olivia whispered, before they'd taken more than a step into the hallway. The landing behind them was open and gave a clear view down into the entrance hall. "No, we need to move. If they think we've run outside, then—" "I want to know what they're up to," Olivia objected, before he could finish. She stepped back against the wall as close to the landing as she dared, using a large-leafed plant for what cover it offered. "You remembered my name," Winter blurted. He couldn't help himself, even with the sound of Bard and his men running downstairs, searching for them. "How did you do that?" he added, though in a whisper this time. Olivia shook her head and stared fixedly down into the entrance hall. "What are you talking about?" "You remembered. I didn't think you could." He'd suspected a long time that her waiting in that river for so long had caused it. Or maybe it was simply how things were supposed to be. If anything, Winter and Parham were the anomalies. Olivia winced and then let her face fall into a blank mask. "You're forgetting already." Winter eyed her carefully. "Or are you doing it on purpose?" "I don't know what you mean." The sight and sound of the 4 men entering the entrance hall at a run put a stop to what Winter knew better than to discuss. If she wanted to pretend it hadn't happened, then maybe that was for the best. "They went outside," one of the men said. "Okay, teams of 2, Bard ordered, as he strode across the floor toward the door. "Get Jenkins on the radio. If they're smart, they'll try and get down to the cars. We need those ATVs. "Right," one of the men said, before he darted out through the door. "You 2, Bard said, turning to one of the others who was nursing a bloody upper arm. So, Winter had hit something while shooting blindly. The man next to him was bleeding from a cut on his forehead, though Winter doubted it came from a bullet. He wouldn't have been standing if that was the case. More likely, he'd hit his head on something while ducking for cover. "Search the house." You think they're here? I don't take anything for granted, Bard barked at them, clearly not fond of being questioned. Before he could say anything else, though, a shadow fell across the open door. The men were jittery as they all pointed their guns at the intruder. Calm down, a voice snarled, before the all-too-familiar form of Alex Robbins appeared in the light. Winter could feel Olivia tense at the sight of the man. We have more intruders outside than we thought. More? Wasn't it merely the two cops? No sign of Detective Spiteri, Alex said. He never came up here. As Winter was standing a little to the side of Olivia, he could see her mouth form into a silent, "What?" at that. It's Reed, Moon, and that girl we haven't identified, Alex went on. Winter thought he sounded tired as he spoke. He looked harried, like he'd been rolling around outside, but it seemed like more than that. The man appeared weary and exhausted. They killed Indira, Alex blurted. Winter could see his fists clenched to whiteness even from that distance. Then it dawned on him what the man had actually said about who was out there. What was going on? He hadn't even considered why Olivia was there. He hadn't asked. Instead, he'd wasted time on her remembering his name. But he hadn't been able to help it. She'd remembered. He tried pushing the thought away as he indicated they should leave. With the sounds of the men downstairs splitting up, Olivia dipped her chin and followed him down the hallway. "How did you end up here?" he whispered. There was no other way to talk without being heard. "We came to get you," Olivia said. He looked back at her as he walked. "Really? Ben Reed?" He had a hard time seeing that. Evie? Sure. He didn't see why, though. This wasn't her kind of job. Well, Ben went along for Parham's sake and because Evie persuaded him. Anyway, she added, before he could say what he wanted about that, I was caught, nearly shot by the triplets. They've kept me in the garage, asking all kinds of questions about you. Did they hurt you? Oh, don't be so melodramatic, she said, and never answered him. She appeared whole and unhurt, though. I don't see how Chris fits into this, she added as an afterthought, not actually expecting an answer to that. Winter turned left and continued walking. At least he was more familiar with the layout of the mansion upstairs. It was a myriad of rooms with more hallways than was likely necessary, but the building was old and had been constructed that way to make it easy to move around fast, if one knew the layout, of course. Where are we going? Olivia whispered. Winter stopped to listen and could hear the two men who were tasked with searching the mansion doing exactly that. Doors were banged into walls as the men searched every room on their way. There's a set of stairs at the east side of the building. They lead straight into the basement. Maybe if we stay ahead of them and confuse them enough, they won't get close enough to shoot us. Sounds like a decent goal to me, Olivia said, though I suppose that won't bother you too much. She indicated his blood-soaked chest with a nod. The new shirt they'd given him only looked marginally better than the one he'd worn before. How the hell did you do that? Winter didn't need any clarification as to what she meant. I don't know if I can explain it. He began moving again. The walls around them were decorated with paintings, artistic photos, and textiles, things that meant little to him. Won't explain it, you mean? No, I'm not quite sure. Besides, I don't think it can be copied. Why the hell would anyone want that, to come back to this? It pained him to hear that. It was a sentence that could be spoken truthfully only by someone who wasn't happy. You don't seem all that surprised. Well, Ben's told me almost everything except this little tidbit. It's why he's so furious, isn't it? You're breaking all kinds of rules? Maybe. Ha! I freaking knew it. Knew what? Winter stepped back as he glanced down a hallway and saw someone move. He stepped back and pulled Olivia with him into a nook in the wall. He believed it had been used to keep a telephone long ago, but the table, chair, and phone were all gone now. Only the phone outlet remained. Still, it was dark and secluded. Perfect to keep an eye on the thug milling around further down. Suspected might be the right word, Olivia said, not letting him off the hook. She peered out into the hallway and then turned back toward Winter. Until this happened. She indicated the little hole in his shirt with the large stain of blood circling it. Ben's not been particularly secretive, you know. At least, not after he regained most of his memories. But this little thing is a subject he's been evading. See, I looked into you. I didn't know you cared that much, Detective. Please, she waved that off with a scathing eye roll. She really did master those. You were a person of interest, remember? From the nightmare of the blonde men. The nightmare of the... What? Olivia flashed him a smile. It wasn't entirely without humor. Yep, that's the name on the case file. And you were killed that night, weren't you? By Okanov? He killed you and was then killed himself, ending up on the same riverbank as Ben. Throw in the fair-haired drug addict who was mistaken for the actual Ben jumping off Central Bridge, and my next few days were a crapstorm of confusion and misinformation. Not to mention the woman trying to kill Ben and me with freaking lightning shooting out of her hands. So yeah, I checked out your story. It's pretty straightforward, I'll grant you that. At least the first time I had a look. You see, Ben started to remember, got evasive, and I wondered why. Why did he think you needed to die? Or stay dead, as he puts it. I suppose there is a slight difference now that I see the whole picture. She gave a shrug and then pulled out the elastic band that was failing to control her long hair. I'm not sure I'm following you. Your business has grown over the years. With growing wealth comes attention. No one named Winter has ever been involved in scandals or anything that warrants too much notice. But that doesn't mean you've escaped it. No, you've been careful. But being a secretive recluse would also draw too much attention, wouldn't it? So you've done the odd interview. The business grew, and it has always been run by a man named Winter, and subsequently an heir, usually a son, sometimes a nephew. The pattern is actually quite obvious if you know what to look for. Every other generation is named Edward or Ward, which, when you think about it, is a kind of old-fashioned way of doing it, isn't it? But my guess is that it's laziness due to not wanting to get used to a new name, or sentimentality, of course. Anyway, I noticed when I started checking out the history of the company that it seems to move its headquarters about every 20 or 25 years. That usually coincides with a new heir taking over. I also noticed, when visiting your offices, that many of the high-ranking employees are a decade or two older than you. Sort of. Makes sense if you don't want them to stick around when you show up again, pretending to be the next generation. I guess most people don't notice what isn't supposed to be possible, but some might. It actually makes sense to die when most of your closest associates are nearing retirement. Why would they want to pack up and leave for a new place and a new, younger boss? Or they get reassigned to better positions with bigger salaries. I haven't completely figured that out yet. She stopped herself, eyed him, and then glanced out into the hallway before turning her gaze on him again. She had, though, Winter thought. Yes, she had. She'd figured it out perfectly. You've done quite some investigating, was all he could think of to say. Why do you think I took history classes in college? I wanted to learn how to do research. Figured it would come in handy. So, about the stabbing in your office. This might not be the best time to talk about this. Actually, it is because I am likely going to get killed before this ends, and I'd like to know the damn truth. Okanov killed you that night, didn't he? He did stab you. That's what I saw on the tape when I was investigating his murder. She was probably trying to keep the look in her eyes decisive, but there was a certain fragile imploring there, too. She had never let this go, despite the case being closed. It wasn't in her nature to stop searching for the truth. Winter sighed. Yes. Olivia pressed her lips together and nodded. And the chopper that crashed? Same thing. I died. It had happened twice, actually. He'd awoken only to die again from smoke inhalation before he could get out of the wreckage properly. Was it an accident or sabotage? The rotor flew off. You tell me. Wait, I'm sorry. Yes, it was sabotage. Guess who was behind it? The Yorov Company? Why? My best guess? To see if I would survive. That's why they sent Okanov too. But he had to flee before he could verify anything. Apparently, they've been on to me a while now. Olivia's brows lowered in confusion. But there were other people on board. Winter nodded and couldn't help but look away a moment. Yes, there were. So that really tells you all you need to know about these people, doesn't it? Yes, it does. How can they be taken down? Olivia peered out into the hallway and saw the man bleeding from his shoulder disappear into another one, as he'd checked the last room, content they weren't in it and oblivious to their hushed whispers. Winter and Olivia slipped out of the nook and continued their walk. "How far?" she whispered, not quite behind him, not quite at his side. "Down there and to the left." "Who needs such a big maze of a house anyway?" Winter shrugged. "I liked the study downstairs." He truly did. It had a view over the back garden and the shallow valley beyond. He'd moved a larger desk in there when he'd bought the place and preferred it to his actual office in the city. He was about to round the last corner when a noise caught his ear. The sound of a door being opened. In this part of the building, it had to be one of the old servants' rooms, which were either used for storage or were completely empty. Winter didn't know for sure since he paid someone to make sure the mansion was kept in order. He seldom used more than a few rooms when he was there, and he hadn't been since the helicopter crash. He nodded at a door behind them and saw Olivia follow without a word. They stepped into a small bedroom with white sheets that covered a single bed and some small furniture scattered about. The window only told them darkness had fallen outside. They left the door ajar and stepped to each side, oddly enough in agreement on what to do despite only being able to communicate without words. It didn't take long for them to hear soft steps out in the hallway. "Paul?" someone whispered, making Olivia roll her eyes in justified condescension. At least they knew he was alone out there. Winter pointed at Olivia and then held up his index finger. She seemed to interpret it easily enough, because as the man stepped in through the door, gun first, she stepped forward and simply said, "Hi," with a broad smile. The man turned toward her in startled surprise, the gun hand following his move a bit slower. Winter stepped forward and grabbed the weapon with one hand as he took hold of the man's wrist with the other. He quickly found the little pressure point he was looking for, silently thanking Akihiko for that piece of useful knowledge. The man yelped, but couldn't get his hand and fingers to move. Winter yanked the gun out of his numb hand and was about to turn it on him when Olivia attacked. She pulled the startled man further inside by his shoulder. As he stumbled a little, she kicked down into the back of his knee before sending a hand straight at his throat. Her fingers bent. The man fell onto the floor as he wheezed for air. He stared up at them, eyes wide as they loomed above him. Winter holding the gun. When those eyes narrowed a little bit, despite the man's trouble getting air to his lungs, Winter realized too late he'd missed the sign. Something, the door, slammed into him so hard he fell to the floor. He heard muffled sounds behind him and turned to see the other man, Paul, had gotten Olivia in his grip. With one arm around her neck, she looked furious. As Paul moved the gun to point it at her head, she made her move. She wasn't having any of that. She rammed an elbow into his gut and then bent her legs before she kicked back off the floor. It unsettled the man, almost twice her size, enough for her to throw herself down on the floor. Winter heard something crash behind him, like splintering wood, but he didn't care. Without giving Paul a second to gather himself, Winter raised the gun in his hand and fired 2 shots. This time, the man hit the wall behind him before he slumped down. Olivia threw herself toward him and secured the gun from his hand. Then she turned toward Winter and froze. The gun was in her hand, but she couldn't lift it to aim at the threat descending upon Winter. He turned abruptly, only to see the man with the breathing problem advance with a broken table leg in his hand. He had it raised and ready to swing at Winter's head like a bat. He managed to duck away when the shot finally rang through the little room. The table leg clattered to the floor, fallen out of the man's limp hand long before his body hit the floor. Winter turned to Olivia, who lay on the floor, the gun in 2 shaking hands as she was still aiming at the man who was no longer in her sight. He killed you," she stuttered, shook her head, and stared at Winter. "What the hell is happening to me?" Chapter 29. "We need to get out of here," Winter said. "Someone's bound to have heard those shots. Come on," he added, as he helped Olivia to her feet. Something was off with her. This was not the reaction of a seasoned cop. but her words rang in his head as he got her to go with him the rest of the way toward the stairs. He killed you. The man had in fact not killed him, which meant she was seeing something else entirely. They entered the narrow and dusty stairwell. It wasn't much in use anymore, but it served its purpose. The door leading to the ground floor had long since been closed off, but they could get out down in the basement. All Winter hoped for at this point was to buy enough time for Bard's men to lose track of them. Then they could regroup, make a plan, and escape unseen. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, he stopped. If someone upstairs managed to find the stairs, Winter and Olivia would have enough time to get out of there. "What did you just see?" he asked as he turned to her. His heart was raging, and he had to focus, to keep his voice hushed. "Where did you go?" Olivia shook her head, her long dark hair hiding her face a moment due to the movement. "I froze. I never freeze. I think I might be losing it." "No, please tell me." He shouldn't ask. He knew that. He shouldn't push. But he couldn't help himself. He so desperately wanted to know. I think when he did that with the table leg, I saw him kill you." She continued shaking her head like she was trying to erase something from her mind with the movement. She closed her eyes, swallowed, and continued nonetheless. "I see this man in the dark. I can't see all that well, but you're there, and she winced. He hits you with a musket or an old single-shot rifle? That can't be right. And there's a bayonet and—" "No." Oh God. What had he done? She was remembering his first death, maybe even her own. He shouldn't have pushed. "It's all right. Forget what I asked. Don't dwell on it." She looked up at him then, her eyes narrowed and confused. "But I have to," she said to his utter surprise. "You're not going to tell me anything, are you?" Ouch. And I need to know everything so I can understand. No wonder she was a cop. She pushed him away and kept him at arm's length, her hand over the bloody stain on his chest. "You look the same and a little different. Clothes are different." "You don't have to do this." "Stop it. So much snow." "Olivia, I'm not sure this is good for you." What if she ended up like Param? Remembering wasn't worth it if that was the price. "What the hell do you care what's good for me?" she snarled at him, her eyes staring into nothing as she tried to hold on to what she was seeing. "Because you're my wife," Winter snapped back. Olivia pulled her hand back, held it in the air between them as her index finger remained the only raised finger. "I beg your ridiculous pardon." Winter blinked. Where had that come from? "Ah, damn it, I didn't mean—" "I sure hope not. Because I don't remember ever going to Vegas with you. I have never been that drunk." Winter was about to utter some sort of apology when the only words that left him were, "Really? The mere thought is that far-fetched?" She was about to say something unpleasant, he assumed, when she stopped herself and stared at him a moment. "I can't get these flashes out of my head. There's this woman. Long skirts and fair hair. You think I'm her, don't you? For crying out loud." She stared up a moment. "At least we're both insane. Nice to have company." "You're not going crazy. Let me out." She nudged at him to get out of her way. "Out? Do you want to stay here and get caught? We need to leave." He did as she said and opened the narrow door. The unoiled hinges creaked unless he opened it very slowly. So he did, listening for people nearby. Apparently, Olivia was happy with the lack of sound, because she pushed past him and started walking away from the stairwell. Winter closed the door behind him and then caught up with her. He had indeed been wrong about the stairs initially. He saw that much as they soon came upon the room with the plexiglass cells. "Wow," Olivia peeked inside. "They mean business, don't they?" "They sure do," Winter agreed, as he noticed the neighboring room had been cleared out and filled with a desk and a couple of screens to keep an eye on himself and Param. It was empty now, though, so he could only assume it had been their tormentors who'd been keeping an eye on them from here. The sound of something falling down caught their attention. They walked through what were now familiar hallways for Winter, and soon they came upon the room where he'd been tortured. Holy hell! Olivia hissed at the sight. There was ample evidence of what had happened in there, including the dead man and the other one. The smell of burned flesh hit them as they entered. The cattle prod had done its work on the dead man. Olivia walked over to the other and barely conscious man. He'd been crawling, slowly and painfully by the looks of it, across the floor. The wooden chair they'd placed Winter on the first time had tipped over as the man tried to get hold of it. Judging by his direction of crawling, Winter assumed he was trying to reach a radio that lay on the floor. One of them must have dropped it in the fight. Winter simply hadn't noticed. Olivia picked up the chair and stepped away from the man. She proceeded to use it to knock the cattle prod away from the burned and blistered dead man. Then she put the piece of furniture down, considered the blood stain on it before her eyes swiped over the remains of ropes and hooks hanging from the ceiling. "How did you get out of this?" Was she serious? Winter couldn't help but cross his arms in a defensive manner. "How do you think?" She couldn't possibly be suppressing everything she'd just learned about him. But no, that wasn't her style at all. She was confused, all right. Who wouldn't be? But her whole demeanor was that of a cop trying to figure out what the hell was going on while attempting to keep her sanity intact. For a moment, she stood stock still in the room, assessing everything around her. Then her eyes met his. "Why did you pull that stunt up in the kitchen?" "Stunt? Oh, you mean the shooting?" "No, I mean your culinary skills." "Of course I mean shooting yourself." "Well, my culinary skills are actually pretty decent." "God damn it!" "All right, I did it to help Param." Her eyebrows crinkled immediately, the confusion evident. "Param was shot in the head. There's no help to be had with that." "Well, for normal people, that is." She huffed and then closed her eyes a moment. "Fine. Did you? Help him, I mean." "I hope so." And there it was, that undeniable strain of compassion she carried with her, even despite her annoyance at Winter and not understanding how he'd done it. A flicker of acceptance crossed her face. She could understand helping someone in need. She indicated the dead man with a nod. "Help me get his belt off." Winter did, assisting her in tipping the body so she could get the belt free. She then went over to the living thug and stopped his pained movements by placing a knee on his back. The man groaned in agony as she tied his hands behind him with the belt. Winter walked over and picked up the radio. It was on, but no sound came. He switched channels a while, but no chatter came through. Bard and his men must have seen radio silence as their best bet. Their men were disappearing, after all. Winter switched it back to the original channel. "How does it work?" Olivia said after a while. She got something out of her back pocket that Bard's men had apparently not taken from her and handed it to him. Several familiar photos wrapped in a napkin. There was silence in the mansion. If someone had heard the shooting upstairs, then they remained up there. Winter glanced down at the images of himself and Clement's various incarnations. "How does what work?" "Param, when he comes back?" "You recognize him or something?" Winter nodded and handed the photos back to her. "Yes. Also, he's always remembered everything, but at first, I see the old him." Olivia ran a hand through her hair. "You recognized Ben, too. You thought you recognized me the first time we met. You did, didn't you? Have you had me followed like some creep since then? We know you've kept an eye on Ben." "No," he blurted. "No," he added in a calmer tone, swallowing down what he wanted to say about Ben Reed. "I left New York around the time I first saw you. I hired a trusted man to keep an eye out for you, that's all." "That's all, huh?" "Yes. He was instructed to let me know in case something happened to you. Other than that, he was to stay away." He could see her mouth opening, likely to yell at him, which... Fair enough. "Oh, damn it," she said, with an air of revelation instead. "The shooting." Winter had no doubt what shooting she alluded to this time. She had been caught up in an investigation into her shooting while still working as a uniformed police officer. A couple of men had held up a bank, for some reason thinking that was a good idea. Olivia and her partner had been first on the scene. The robbers had pulled their weapons, Olivia's partner had been shot dead, and she had shot one of the robbers. rendering him in need of a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Yes, I was alerted about that. The problem had been that the robber Olivia had shot had been named Hughes Smythe. Despite trying to steal money for his drugs, that family couldn't let this slide, so they'd done everything to free him of any responsibility. That's how it was resolved? Olivia asked him. You meddled? The Hughes Smythes are old money. Their son a spoiled dumbass. The corner of her mouth twitched. You don't strike me as the kind to call anyone a dumbass. Winter shrugged. It's the best descriptive I can think of to adequately describe the brat. You have no idea what was going to happen. You felt hung out to dry before the trial? They were going to slaughter you. You would have lost your job, your reputation, your name, all of it gone, just like that. Winter snapped his fingers for emphasis. So yes, I stepped in because I could. Your boss was only being a decent human being, standing by you. The media was relentless and it almost broke him. And you, I suspect. Olivia showed no sign of admitting to that. Of course she didn't, Winter thought, and went on. We found documents showing they were fabricating evidence against you so as to discredit you, make it seem like the shooting wasn't justified. Personally, I'd have liked to see them all in prison, but it was taken to the family who agreed to let their son face trial for his actions in exchange for this not being known. Turns out, they put the family name above everyone else, but when push came to shove, they put themselves above him. Almost makes me thankful for being an orphan. I don't think you mean that. Olivia stared at him, but said nothing more of it. There was a surveillance tape, she said instead, discovered a little late. It showed everything in the bank from outside and clearly showed Aaron Hughes Smythe drawing his weapon first and threatening others. Winter shrugged. I usually hire good investigators. Damn it, so now I owe you for this? No. Winter shook his head and stepped closer to her. You don't owe me a thing. If anything, I owe you. Why? Those amber eyes were relentless. Because he faltered. Because I'm the reason you wandered back and forth in that river, lost for 2 centuries, he thought, and said never mind. Listen, there are men roaming the grounds and floors above looking for us. Probably to do worse things than kill us, I suspect. I have weird flashes of you in my head, like I'm there and with freaking blonde hair for crying out loud. She took a few tresses of her dark hair between thumb and index finger to make her point. See, the only time this hair was another color was in high school when my friend Melissa thought it would be a good idea to bleach it, which obviously turned it green instead. So you can understand my confusion here. That made him chuckle. I'm having a hard time imagining you doing such a foolishly innocent thing. What did you do as a teenager? Die of the Spanish flu? He knew she was being sarcastic, but he couldn't help himself. Not as a teenager, no. The problem with flus and colds was that they kept changing, so it hadn't helped him dying of a flu 8 years prior. Oh, geez, Olivia said, shaking her head for the umpteenth time in frustration. This is unreal. More unreal than anything else you've seen? Just be honest with me. I know that notion probably hurts deep in your bones, but can you simply do that? Of course. He had to admit the skeptical look he received in reaction to that was probably deserved. Olivia was not perturbed, though. Why do I see flashes of you dying like that? There are so many things I don't actually have an answer for. No, let me finish, please. I'm not evading your question. My best guess, seeing me dying and come back unharmed, likely triggered something that is buried deep. This is like Param, isn't it? Am I her? The blonde lady? Winter felt like he needed to breathe deeper breaths than he ever had before, like there wasn't enough air to sustain him. He'd never expected her to ever ask that. No. Olivia gave a sigh of relief. And yes, which elicited a groan of resignation. That's why I stayed away, he added. I didn't think about it until I saw you the first time. You both are and are not her, and I needed to stay out of your way so you could do your own things, make your own mistakes, have your own victories. You're killing me here. She pinched the space between her eyes and looked down in confusion. I'm sorry. To simplify it, same soul, different person. I see. Winter swallowed and stepped even closer, raised his hand and cupped her cheek. She didn't step away, only stared back at him. It's all right if you don't. What's not to understand? My life keeps getting weirder and weirder. People can do things I never thought possible. My friends betrayed me, and Ben, who's somehow managed to become my closest friend, copes better with life than I do, which is ironic on so many levels I can't even begin. Then I find out I'm a freak of nature, but at least I have company in you and Param. You have some serious gaps to fill in, but I do get the gist of the crap show that is my life. She did step back then, and Winter let his hand drop. You know, life was simpler 2 days ago when I thought you were a mustache-twirling maniac with a white cat on your lap. She glanced toward the door. We should go. I think Bard's guys have lost track of us, but the others are out there looking for us. She stopped and glanced back at him. Besides, I'm done cursing at you. Winter was impressed she hadn't thrown anything more vitriolic his way, but then she'd gotten her facts now, hadn't she? Unbelievable as they were, she could now see patterns, links, and explanations she hadn't before. They left the tied-up man to himself and walked back through the basement, banking on walking up one of the stairs again. Winter could hardly believe that not long ago he had taken this same route with Param. Was he still in the kitchen? Was Olivia right? Was something going to happen to her too? Bard only wanted Winter alive, which meant he only had one job to do now. Get Olivia out safely and not fail as he had done with Param. Wait. Her voice came out hushed as they were close to the stairs that Winter and Param had used before. It would lead them up near the kitchen and the main entrance again. They couldn't hear anyone up there, but that didn't mean they weren't there. Still, Winter turned to Olivia. She'd twirled her long hair into a knot above her neck again. This time, she was the one to step closer. I am not her, she said. Do you understand? I cannot be her. I am me. Winter leaned forward as he nodded. I know. Unlike Param, you appear to have an absolute sense of you. To be honest, you and Maria are nothing alike. Maybe you would have been a bit more similar if you'd lived in the same time, but for the most part, family and experiences shape us from the get-go. I understand your concern and what you mean, though you'll have to trust me when I say one thing. You have some key traits in common. An underlying compassion and strength that can't be erased. Trust you? You've hidden everything from me for 10 years, but... She looked sideways a moment before meeting his eyes again. I sort of get it. I wouldn't have believed you even now if I hadn't remembered those horrible moments. Still, trust you? Let's just say that for now, I'm willing to work with you. Which, for her, was such a step forward that Winter failed to notice her actual step. Not until her lips met his did his brain catch up. This was not supposed to happen. Yet he put his suddenly shaking arms around her, pulled her into him, deepened the kiss. The feel of her so close was something he'd stopped himself from thinking about that day in the lecture hall. It had worked, too, until she'd shown up in his life again, not long ago. He reveled in the feel of her hand against his neck, the other one against his back, still holding the gun, her soft lips against his. He stopped caring about the damn rules he'd set then. What kind of name is Etu, anyway? She asked a little later as she broke the kiss. She didn't pull away, though, her lips still close to his. So you do remember? This is not the moment to catch me in a lie. Winter smiled without thinking about it. You said it yourself. I may be somewhat sentimental. It's the equivalent of Edward. Olivia gave a soft scoff through her own smile. Of course it effing is. They shared a soft, short kiss before finally breaking apart. They couldn't remain where they were anymore. The stairs felt so much longer this time, but at least they heard little when they reached the door. They opened it and stepped through to what sounded like an abandoned house. Let's check the front door, Winter whispered as they snuck past grander rooms than upstairs. He avoided the kitchen, thinking it best to come back for Param later. We can sneak past the front door and exit through a window on the north side. He saw Olivia nod and follow him as they walked on. The entrance hall came into their view moments later, the front door closed now. Winter was considering dimming the lights to lessen the chance of them being seen from outside when he heard the voices. In the next moment, Olivia's hand fell on his forearm to stop him from moving forward. She let go and raised her gun, aiming at the wide stairs they'd run up earlier. They both managed to step back from view just as two men emerged up there, talking rapidly between them. One had blood on his hands and shirt, his suit coat likely discarded for that reason. One of the men Winter and Olivia had shot must have survived for a little while, prompting this guy to try and help him. "ATVs," the one without blood said. "I know, we have to use the radios anyway." Winter lost track of their words after that, his eyes drawn behind them as two shapes out of his nightmares descended upon the men from behind. The men noticed nothing, lost in their own hurry as they walked down. But Winter had no trouble recognizing Ben Reed as he and a younger, dark-haired woman appeared atop the stairs and came running down after the men. As they did, and with no attention to spare each other, they changed. Winter had seen it a couple of times now, but that didn't make it any less uncanny. Their eyes were the worst. As shades of darkness flowed around them and almost, but not quite, obscured them from view, their eyes changed into something that wasn't human. Reed's all-encompassing white, the woman's pools of jet black. The men yelped as the apparitions caught up with them and grabbed hold. It all happened so fluently and calmly, it looked like a bizarre choreographed dance. Hands holding guns stiffened, their faces masks of shock, as Reed and the woman put their arms around the men's necks. Whatever happened to the men as the shadows partly encircled them, they froze. Whether in shock or pain, Winter wasn't sure. Maybe both. Olivia sprang forward from his side, her gun raised and aimed as Reed and the woman let go. The men stumbled forward, their guns remaining in new hands. Winter followed Olivia, raising the gun he'd held onto himself, but unlike her, he didn't aim it at the men who groaned in pain at his feet. Instead, he aimed it at the man whose white eyes turned back to a normal blue as the field of darkness around him faded. Chapter 30. There was a moment's stunned silence from all parts. Then one of the men at Olivia's feet tried saying something. It only earned him a clear view of her gun and an order to shut up. I changed the grip of the weapon I'd snatched out of one of their hands. I couldn't help it. I knew the limitations I had, but the sight of Winter at the bottom of the stairs made my brain forget all the dangers around us. One shot. He would die for good then. I knew he wouldn't be able to come back if I did it. There was no logic to it. I simply knew. Judging by the sight of the man aiming his own gun straight at me, he knew it too. "Where did you come from?" Olivia demanded. "Upstairs," Elva said. "How'd you get there?" "Evie," I said, as way of an explanation, and turned slightly, not quite taking my eyes of the gun pointed at me. Evie popped up from behind the banister up there, her own gun in hand, though not aimed at anyone. "Hi, boss," she said to Winter, sounding like they were in the office and not in this circus. "Would you mind awfully not shooting Ben?" The man looked not only confused, but as if he'd been through less than pleasant things over the last couple of days. His clothes were stained, topping it off with a lot of dried blood on his chest. The shirt seemed to have been white not long ago. He also looked to be in need of food, a shave, and a few hours' sleep, but he did have a steady grip on the damn gun. "Hey!" Olivia snapped, as she stepped back from the thugs on the floor and noticed the man was aiming at me. "Put that down!" Winter's eyes darted between Olivia and Evie a couple of times before he lowered the weapon marginally. It didn't inspire a lot of confidence on my part. I'd be lying if I didn't admit I so wanted to use the gun in my hand. It must have shown on my face because Olivia glanced at Winter, pointed two fingers at her own eyes and then at the men on the floor before she walked up to Elva and me. "Give me those." She pointed at me as she turned to Elva first. "I know what happens when he shoots someone, and I don't want to find out what kind of dumpster fire you can cause." She took the gun from Elva's unresisting hand and then turned to me. As I moved to hand the weapon over, however, I must have made too quick a motion. The blast of a shot made us all duck. I felt something whiz past my side and fell back on my ass, the edge of the step above digging into my lower back, my heart in my damn throat. What the hell? Olivia yelled as she turned toward Winter before taking the gun from my hand. I patted down my left side. He almost shot me! There was a distinct little hole in my jacket and another one a little above me in the stairs. Will you two stop it? Olivia snarled at us both. She turned back at me and checked the bullet hole in the jacket too before lowering her voice. I've seen him use a gun by now, and I suspect he didn't almost shoot you. That was probably a warning. She attempted a small, comforting smile that inspired even less confidence than I had in Winter. Then she waved Evie closer and handed her one of the extra guns, tucking the other one into her own waistband by the small of her back. She glanced back at Winter. We don't have time for your stupid feud right now. There are people trying to catch us and likely kill us, remember? That seemed to bring Winter back because he nodded, barely, and focused on the men on the floor. We should stay away from the windows here, Evie said. We're too visible from outside. Okay. Olivia stood up, effectively allowing me to do the same. Where to? The study, Winter said, and indicated the two men should get up. It's so weird, Elva said, as she walked past Olivia, staring at Winter. She had been uncharacteristically quiet so far. Ben, do you see this? She gave me a brief glance and then turned toward Winter again. It's like he's here. And not here. I shook my head, not that she could see it. That doesn't make sense, Elva. But it's so clear. And confusing, she persisted, walking out of the two men's grabbing range so she could see Winter up close. She poked him in the arm, which made him step sideways, shooting her a look of confusion. You're in between somehow. Okay, Olivia said as she descended the stairs. Enough of that, Elva. Let's go. We all followed suit, walking behind Winter, who led the way, seemingly not trigger-happy now that I had no weapon. I knew that was for the best. We'd seen two dead men upstairs, and I had no wish to see one of them reanimated if I were to kill Winter. I might not have come to terms with there being no other solution, but both Evie and Olivia were right. Killing the man wasn't really the way to go. I simply couldn't help the anger at that. Winter led us through wide and decorated hallways, past what looked like a kitchen, and further in. It was long since we'd eaten anything, but I didn't argue, as he went straight past that room. Not long after we entered a spacious room, furnished with 2 leather couches and a table, some soft chairs, and a big fireplace. The study was darker than the rest of the mansion, with warmer colors of reds, browns, and greens. Large cupboards covered one wall, some of them with books, and one nook containing a wet bar. The opposite wall looked like a tidy and often dusted library. Between 2 wide and arched windows was a fireplace, and an oak desk stood to the side of this with a view out one of the massive windows. If I'd understood the layout correctly, the dark out there now concealed the garden and the valley beyond. Hey, Olivia? Elva nudged her in the side as they entered ahead of me. Are you sure you're not pregnant? What the hell, Elva? You saw me, like 5 hours ago. Wait, why am I even part of this conversation? She shook her head and veered off to stand on the opposite side of the room to Elva. The latter looked at her with a quizzical frown on her face. Evie followed Winter over to a table that seemed out of place, put in there in front of the fireplace. There was a lot of technical equipment on it. This must be the jammer. She pointed at something that to me looked gray and buttony. We had trouble reaching court. Yes, Winter concurred, as he turned his attention to a screen and began typing. They've also set up surveillance sensors, one of which was disturbed 5 minutes ago. Yeah, we already ran into them twice. She went on to explain what little we knew of the layout, while the rest of us waited. How did you get in anyway? Olivia asked, as the techno-talk became boring even to her. Entering the house had been fairly easy, considering Evie used to be a gymnast. We'd spotted too many people near the main entrance and on the ground floor. In the end, Evie had climbed up via an arched overhang near the southeast corner, where she'd broken in and then lowered a makeshift rope from some heavy drapes so Elva and I could follow. We'd taken note of 2 dead men up there and then been forced to hide as the 2 who were now kneeling on the floor in the study came to check on the gunshots we had all heard earlier. Olivia nodded. That was us. They tried to kill us. I couldn't help but frown as I looked at her. but she cleared her throat and said no more of it. I had sensed the deaths outside and hoped it wasn't her or Param. I glanced around again. Where is Param? I didn't raise my voice, but the question had even Winter freeze over by the table a moment. Then he focused on the computer screen, not sparing us a glance. Param was shot, Ben. What? Why, is he dead? Shouldn't you know? There have been lots of deaths tonight. You know I have to see them in person to know who it concerns. Olivia nodded and held her hands up in a defensive manner. He's dead. Oh. I felt a sudden surge of sadness at that news. I hadn't known him well, and Peter was right. He'd been terrified of me. But despite that, he'd helped me out when I had no memories of my identity, and nothing to go on but the certainty that he could lead me in the right direction. His illness had been bad, but only a symptom of the true pain inside him. I had no idea how it worked, but I hoped for his sake that he would not remember anything the next time around. Olivia lowered her hands, her gun in her right one, and was about to say something when the weapon flew out of her hand. It slammed into the cupboards by the wall and fell down, clattering to the floor. For a moment, we both stood still, staring at it. Then one of the kneeling men made a move. He lunged forward and somehow managed to push Olivia over without touching her. His hand shot out and she fell back, landing on the floor. I had no idea what I was about to do, but I sprang forward either to help her or stop the man, but another shot rang out. The man grunted and fell back, blood spraying from his abdomen. The other man had already moved, like me, to do something, but he stopped, his eyes seeing straight past me. I turned to see Winter, gun in his hand again as he used the weapon to wave the man back. "Do you want to end up dead too?" he asked him. The man complied and sank back on the floor as Olivia got to her feet. Did he move my gun with his freaking mind? I could only nod, thinking that whatever ability the other man had, it likely wasn't something that manifested in the physical. We quickly gathered the tiebacks from the heavy drapes as well as the men's belts to tie them up. At this point, Elva had sidled over near Winter, whom she kept staring at. She looked like she was having trouble focusing her eyes. As she stood a little behind him and to the side, he didn't pay attention to her, likely not deeming her a threat. She raised her hand, index finger at the ready, and aimed for his shoulder. "Elva!" Olivia and I snapped at the same time. I had no idea what Olivia's reason was, but I did not want to see Elva shot by accident. "What?" she uttered, as Winter looked at her with what seemed to be perpetual confusion. I couldn't help but smile. Yes, extremely petty of me, but he did almost shoot me. "How do you do it?" Elva added to Winter. "It's like you're tuning in and out. Most of the time it isn't noticeable, but then it's like I can't see or hear you even though you're standing right there. Do you do it on purpose? Or maybe not. Ben should notice it too then. No, if it's only me then—" "Elva," Evie said, putting a hand on the younger woman's shoulder. "Calm down." "But—" "I know. Now's not the time." "Who is she?" Winter asked Olivia. "My best explanation? Let's just say she sows what Ben reaps." "That's not a satisfactory explanation at all." Olivia flashed him a wicked smile. "My heart bleeds for you while I welcome you to my world." Winter looked like he was about to say something and then wisely kept quiet. He wasn't exactly forthcoming with information himself. "Help us with these guys instead, Elva," Olivia said, as we now had the two men tied up. The one who'd been shot was not dead, merely unconscious, and in need of an ambulance. Still, we couldn't take any risks. "Cupboards?" Olivia asked, as Elva came over to us. I shrugged and went to open one. It was as good a place to hide them as anywhere. But as I yanked the nearest door open, another gun was pointed at me. I startled, stepped back, and almost stumbled against Elva. In the dark space in front of us, surrounded by books and some linen, sat a frightened woman, the barrel of a gun pointed at us, her hands shaking in an alarming manner. Olivia raised her gun again, and I could hear Evie and Winter approach behind us. "Ms. Contrera," Winter demanded, "you don't want to do this." Romeo Contrera, so assured and confident the last time I'd seen her, stared at us from tear-streaked eyes. She was visibly afraid, and not used to defending herself physically. That much was clear. Elva tried waving to get our attention. Guys? Not now, Elva, we all said like some weird gun-wielding choir. You know, guys? Olivia lowered her weapon a fraction. I'm sure it's fine. We don't have to do this. She lowered it completely and nodded her satisfaction, smiling at Romeo. Oh no! I heard Evie say somewhere behind me. I turned in time to see Winter begin to lower his weapon at the same time. Olivia was staring at her own gun in confusion, looking like she couldn't understand how it was no longer aimed at the threat. Romeo, was it? Evie asked. Don't do this. We'll have to shoot. No, don't shoot her, Elva interrupted. Your thought control isn't strong enough to take all of us on at the same time, Evie said. Damn it, Winter hissed in realization and raised his gun again. Evie, she's double gifted. Poisonous gas, too. Guys, Elva persisted, don't shoot. She's pregnant. The statement made everyone holding a gun pull back a little, even Romeo herself. Is this true? Winter asked Elva. Elva was standing with her hands pressed flat against each other in front of her face while she came off as all giddy. Yes, I thought it was her. She pointed at Olivia, who groaned in annoyance. But I must have picked up on it when we came in here despite not seeing the real source. Winter glanced at Evie and Olivia, ignored me, and then settled on staring Romeo down. Is this true, Ms. Contreras? The woman in the cupboard nodded and lowered her gun, giving up on her useless plan. I gave a sigh of relief. Thought control and poisonous gas? It sounded like she could cause some harm if she really wanted to. We can help you, you know. Winter lowered his own weapon. Nobody can. She looked so beaten where she sat, knees drawn up and shaking. Evie? Winter tipped his head sideways toward her. We can help you, Romeo. You won't be the first to want to leave Yorov because of a pregnancy. Why? I asked. They take their kids from them. Raise them if they're gifted and give them away if not. Either way, the parents hardly or never see them again. Evie's voice sounded oddly neutral as she laid this out, but I knew she was suppressing true anger at this information. She still missed her own family that she'd had to leave to find a safe place away from the same people. But at least they let them live, Romeo countered. They do, Evie agreed. But don't you want to raise your child yourself, away from all that? Romeo wiped tears with the back of her hand and shook her head. Can't be done. We can remove your chip, Winter said. His voice came out so matter-of-fact that Olivia's "what the hell" sounded almost panicked. They put microchips in their people? Evie and Winter nodded. As soon as we get clear, we can have a team ready to take it out for you. They're used to being called upon on short notice for this. Do they have a kill switch or something? Olivia asked, the sarcasm half-hearted. Evie shook her head at that. Not as far as we know, but they trace their people and can come quickly to find them if they run. This information made me glad I didn't know what had happened to Elliot's body after Winter's people had made sure it vanished from the morgue. His chip must have been destroyed somehow for his siblings not to know what had happened to him. Why would you want to help me anyway? Romeo asked. They say our people disappear, never to be heard from when they encounter you. She almost spat the last word out while looking at Winter, who gave her a resigned smile. That may be true at times, but only if they go after me or mine. He sighed and turned to Olivia. The subconscious and short touch of her arm, and her stepping closer to him, told me everything I needed to know. So things had escalated that far already. I should have known. It had only been a matter of time. You asked how one can take down an organization like the Yorov Company, he said to Olivia. Well, this is it. It's time-consuming and probably impossible, but you do it nonetheless with one cogwheel at a time. Why me? Romeo asked, her eyes scanning the floor and the two tied-up men. Honestly, we help anyone who wants and needs it. But you gave Param water when the others didn't. He was so dehydrated, he was in pain. I won't forget that. Those were the words that seemed to confirm her trust, because it was something she herself could corroborate. Not long after, she came out to receive instructions from Evie while Olivia and I stuffed the two men inside and closed the door. We then dragged a couch in front of it, for good measure. Now what? Olivia asked, as we turned back toward Winter and Evie, who'd returned to the table and the equipment that had been left behind. Romeo sat on one of the couches with Elva, who was likely bugging her with questions. Now we wait, Winter said. We can see from here when they come back, and they will. They can't risk us telling the authorities, not that there's any point, he added, and shot Olivia an apologetic look. He was right, though, and she knew it. No one would believe this. We need to get out of here. Hopefully Court will show up soon. Until then, we need an alternative route. He glanced toward the nearest window. But we need daylight. Why daylight? I asked. Winter shot me the bare minimum of a glance, but at least answered. We need light so we don't break our necks. Yes. I couldn't help but smile. That would really slow the rest of us down. Chapter 31. Winter gave me a cool stare, but honestly, if Olivia couldn't scare me with her vicious eye rolls, then he sure as hell didn't. We believe there are 5 of them left, Evie said. Bard left with the ATVs, and you saw Alex re-enter the building. She indicated Winter and Olivia. Apparently, she and her boss had been sharing information while getting acquainted with the electronic equipment. The house is empty, Winter said. It's best to stay here if we can. Bard and his men have driven down to the outer perimeter. They must be driving in the woods then, Olivia said. Yes, but they have lights. Still, they'll have some trouble locating us. We need to get down to the cars unseen. Court and the others are on their way, Evie said. We should still move. If Court causes enough trouble for Bard at the bottom of the hill, then maybe that can buy us some time. Winter pointed toward the window. We should go down via the valley. It's steep and rocky at first, but then it eases up. We can go around the south ridge and find the cars. And after that? Olivia asked. After that, Bard will be dealt with. He's too powerful. We all turned to look at Romeo at that. City Hall won't protect him, Evie said. I'm not talking about that. You have no idea how strong he is. Why do you think he's our boss? He'll burn you and the skin will melt off your bones. That's a little dramatic, isn't it? Olivia asked. Romeo pressed her lips together a moment. Then, he's going to kill us all. What's his ability anyway? Olivia asked. Winter told us. Then there was a moment of stunned silence. Yeah, right, Olivia scoffed at the thought. No, remember Dr. Ogden? I said. I certainly had not forgotten those screams, as she'd been burned alive. She and Spiteri must have been on to Bard or someone around him, likely the triplets, I figured, since Spiteri had followed them here. And Bard had probably become aware of them, since he and they had been following me a while now. So it's all been about who's keeping an eye on who? Olivia asked after I'd relayed this information. Where's Chris then? He's dead. Olivia closed her eyes a moment. What did he do? She glanced at me, focusing on my neck, which likely was red after the night's ordeal so far. My cracked lip burned from Indira's punch too, and my left thumb throbbed in tandem from Evie's shot. I had aches that had now become one general ache as they seemed to overlap. At least I was functioning, which was a long way on from my first days in human form. Small victories, I know. Did he try and strangle you again? Olivia asked. The fact that you had to add again to that sentence is just troublesome, Elva volunteered. But what do I know, right? Silly Elva. She actually tutted at us. I had to shoot him, Evie said. Olivia nodded. He was a great partner until he punched me and left me to drown. That's how far gone he was. He brought this on himself, Evie. That's what he did to you? Winter's voice was filled with outrage. You're all missing the point, Romeo went on. None of this matters. Bullets won't work on Bard. You have no idea. He's a monster. She drew her knees up, placing her feet on the couch as if she was trying to curl up and hide in plain sight. She'd seemed so together when we met her at City Hall. Now she was admitting the truth. We'll figure it out, Winter said, which was obviously a polite way of comforting her, but by this point I lost my patience with him. I'd been silent and compliant for too long. That's easy for you to say, isn't it? For crying out loud, you think I want to be burnt to a crisp? Well, I'm not the one breaking rules on a cosmic scale. I didn't care that I was raising my voice. Are you serious? Winter huffed. I cannot be that much of a nuisance. It's the principle of the thing. You defy every aspect of my purpose. Well, at least I'm not raising the dead. You raise yourself from the dead, I shouted back at him. So, I have a purpose too. Ever think of that? No, why would I care? Ben, came Elva's voice as she got up from the couch and walked over to the table. I told you it's not supposed to be personal. It's not personal. I waved a hand in Winter's general direction. It's an insult, an appalling distortion of the natural order. I slammed my hand down on the table. Ben. Elva shot me a warning look. Oh, relax. I'm not going to do anything. Really? Winter said. You told me to kill myself, or you would. Ben! The others exclaimed. Somehow the single-syllable name managed to overflow with horror and outrage. I leaned forward over the table, wishing deeply that I could snuff him out from existence. I gave you an ultimatum, but what does that matter? We all know I'm forbidden to act, right, Elva? I threw that at her over my shoulder and turned my eyes on Winter again. And no, I did not say that. At least I hoped I hadn't. Such a thing didn't sit right with me, and in that moment, it pissed me off even more. It isn't you being alive that bothers me, that's her business. I pointed at Elva with a sideways thumb, and she's a lot more neutral, it seems. No, it's the fact that you cannot come back. She's not neutral. She's been on your back since you showed up here. Oh, I see. She's here to keep you in check? It seemed the smirk that appeared on Winter's face was beyond his control. At this point, I was about to tell him to shut up when Olivia lost her temper. We don't have time for this pissing contest. If it makes you feel better, you can take them out and measure them later. Right now, we have more important matters to tend to. Everyone turned and stared at her. Measure what? I asked in confusion. And why? Elva added. Olivia looked down as she shook her head in frustration for some reason. Oh God, they're so innocent sometimes, it makes it impossible to stay mad. The sound of a door opening and shutting made us all freeze and forget our disagreements. That is what we need to worry about. Evie grabbed her gun from the table. None of the sensors have gone off. Winter followed suit. Must be someone already inside the inner perimeter. Moments later, we were all walking down the hallway at a brisk pace, trying to stay quiet at the same time. The front door was closed again as we reached the entrance hall, but the area was not deserted anymore. I recognized Alex at once. He had his back to us as he was lowering something to the floor, by the foot of the stairs. The rolled-up blanket with long, dark tresses spilling out of one end left me with no doubt. He'd retrieved his sister from the woods to get her out of the wet, cold resting place she'd had. One of us must have made a sound, because the care with which Alex had moved changed as he turned around so fast I didn't even see him draw his knife. What I did see was the look on his face as he stared back at me. His eyes looked fevered, his jaw set so hard it had to be hurting. Then his hateful stare moved and rested on Evie. She'd killed Indira in self-defense, but that didn't matter to him. It didn't matter that Evie's ability had taken a physical toll on him already, nor would it matter that I had killed his brother to save Evie. That look sent shivers through me. I felt almost paralyzed for a moment at the mere thought of him getting close to Evie. With 3 guns pointed at him, though, Alex came to his senses. The knife wasn't going to help him, and his damn fog would be slower than a bullet. Before any of us could say anything, he bolted, ran for the door, yanked it open, and fled outside. We all stared at the dark square framed by the open door, then down at his sister, hidden in her blanket on the floor. That can't be good. Evie barely got the words out before a short crackling noise sounded. Through the corner of my eye, I registered Winter lifting something dark he was holding in his free hand. Alex's voice came out controlled, though winded, as he was likely still running. Screw radio silence. They're all in the mansion. Chapter 32. Damn it, Winter said, his voice so calm we didn't react at first. We were back in the study, standing around the table. He glanced up and saw us staring. Someone triggered the sensor on the east side of the property. That's near the road, Evie said. Anyone show up on camera? Winter nodded. Only a figure in the dark, though, heading east. That'll be Alex going to meet them, Olivia said. Or pulling some trick, I said, because I wouldn't put anything past him. Either way, we should leave. Evie nodded to her boss. We should not take Romea. Agreed. Wait, what? Romea's eyes widened to saucers at that. Your tracking chip, Evie said as she turned to her. It'll alert them to our presence. Yeah, but I can't stay here now. Bard will kill me. No, he won't. He'll be too busy with us. We can use the greenhouses until first light, Winter went on as Evie whisked Romea out of the study, the woman's protests half-hearted now. Not long after we were all safely out of the mansion. Winter had disabled the equipment, making it impossible to be picked up by the sensors. Right before we left, the sensors in the outer perimeter had reported movement, which meant Bard and the other three were heading back up the hill. Do you think Romea will be okay? Elva asked me later on. We sat close together right outside one small greenhouse at the end of the property, the large garden behind us. The others had taken refuge in another greenhouse, and I hoped they could get some sleep if possible. Elva and I could hide ourselves, especially in the dark, and had taken up watch in case someone came near. A while after we left the mansion, Bard and the others came back. We could see the occasional movements near the windows in the study, even from where we sat with our meager energy bars and water bottles that we'd scavenged from the study. She'll be fine, I said. If everything goes wrong, she can always claim she was hiding from us. Evie had taken her upstairs, all the way to the attic to stay out of sight. If they checked on her chip, she would show as present, but they'd have a hard time locating her, especially if they prioritized taking us out. I had little doubt they were. When first light came, a double click sounded on the radio we'd taken off the man Winter had shot in the study. We'd switched channels, hoping Bard wasn't listening for us. A double click from Elva and me meant we had been seen. A double click from the other three meant it was time to leave. Elva and I emerged from our hiding place and moved in silence toward the others, finding them safe and sound as they exited the little greenhouse. I spotted tiny red tomatoes in there before the door shut behind them. Everything around us was gray and promised another day without the sun. It didn't matter, though. What we needed was the ability to see. Winter had not been exaggerating when he said we had a steep decline awaiting us. As we reached the end of the little plateau the mansion was situated on, Cleaved Valley emerged before us. It was a stunning place, and I imagined it was even more so in summer. The valley itself was shallow, though narrow, between two hills no one would ever call mountains. Before us, a rocky and steep slope led down to the bottom of the valley. A small stream came out of the rock about halfway down, likely the reason for the whole nature formation in the first place. This stream hardly qualified for the name, but looked more like an overflowing brook, likely due to the rain that had finally ceased. The valley stretched out below, separating the two hills. A light mist lay over the grass this early, and the air was crisp. I could see 2 deer far down there grazing, not yet aware of our approach. We jogged down the rocky and uneven ground as fast as we could. It was impossible to move down there without constantly looking down to see where we put our feet. By the time we reached the beginning of the narrow stream, my knees and thighs were hurting from exhaustion. I understood why people preferred the dirt road on the other side of the hill to our left. I couldn't help a sigh of relief as we finally reached the bottom and flat ground. Running, even walking, down there in darkness would have been madness. But madness was what had befallen someone. As I looked up properly for the first time, certain of where my feet would land, I noticed a figure racing down the side of the hill to our left. The decline over there was not as steep nor as rocky, but I saw the man slide and even fall at one point as he let gravity pull him, his legs going with it at an alarming speed. I gave a shout to warn the others. They were ahead of Elva and me and didn't see him. But I did. The all-too-familiar form of Alex as he raced down made me slow my pace a moment. What was he doing? He ran like he didn't care he could fall and break his neck. I realized he really must have pulled a trick with the sensor last night and doubled back, spying on us and followed us until he knew what we were up to. He needed to know how best to attack. But he was alone, wasn't he? I glanced around, saw no one else, and then turned back to see him alter his course. He ran straight for Evie, who was between me and Olivia, and Winter, who were up ahead. My pulse thundered in my head as I dashed forward. I had to reach her first. I knew what he was capable of when it was only business. This had become deeply personal to him, and Evie was the one who caused him the most recent harm in his eyes. Not only had she killed his sister, but she'd also inflicted him with her own ability. It felt like the few yards were miles that needed crossing. I heard shots fired, saw Alex flinch as at least one bullet hit him, but he didn't stop. Instead, the dark fog whirled up around him, covering him in around a 10 to 15 feet radius. It moved as fast as he did. He reached the flat ground and made no move to stop. The others fired again, but the cloud of fog only came nearer. Evie fired in panic as he descended upon her, emptying her clip and missing the man as she couldn't actually see where he was. She backed up as fast as she could. I reached her as she swung around and avoided a full-on collision with the crazed man. "You!" he wheezed. So close up to the fog, I was blinded by it, then by the bright light outside it. A fist came out of the dark and hit me in the gut. I felt the air pushed out of my lungs and was gasping before I stumbled and fell. Next thing, I saw him shove Evie in the chest before he bent and grabbed her calf, pulling and making her fall on her back. "No!" I managed, as air was forced painfully fast down my lungs. Several shots rang out, and a small grunt of pain broke through the deafening blasts. The fog began to abate immediately. Alex emerged from his own darkness, a hand on his stomach as he struggled to keep his balance. His eyes fell on Evie and me again, and I got to my feet, realizing, without thinking about it, that I couldn't handle her getting hurt. I couldn't handle losing her. "Everything went to hell after we found you," Alex said. The venom had disappeared from his voice, almost as if he didn't have the strength to verbalize his hatred. He was still fast, though. I don't remember him grabbing hold of me, but I remember the soft rustle of my jacket as he held on and pulled me closer, as well as the sight of the dark fog swirling around his raised fist. I grabbed onto the arm that held me, and whatever I was going to do, I never got that far. 2 shots sounded, echoing between the hills. Alex jerked back and pulled me with him before his strength gave out. We glanced sideways and saw Olivia and Winter as they approached, guns still raised. "Down on your knees!" Olivia shouted as she came closer, her eyes assessing the now 3 wounds on the left side of his gut. Alex didn't listen. He was beyond caring and beyond life, I realized as I felt the thrum of death at the nape of my neck. Someone was here to sever his connection, to finally free us of him, to see to it that he couldn't hurt anyone else. "Wait," I told Olivia, relieved as the sensation spread from my neck into my head, the pulsating buzz becoming stronger, leaving no doubt it was happening right here. Alex had no such warning. He didn't care about any of it. In a swift move, he had the knife in his hand again. I jumped back at the swing, but it wasn't meant for me, as the closest person was Olivia. Alex struck her, and then jolted backward, screaming in a pain that did not stem from his own wounds. It echoed Winter's cry of horror. I heard Olivia gasp in shock and pain as she stepped back, staring at the bloody knife in Alex's hand. The lone triplet fell down, as did she, since her legs buckled under her. "No!" I almost whispered, as my head rang with the presence of death. Being closest, I caught her awkwardly and could do nothing but help her down more gently than a fall allowed. Her eyes were wide open and staring, as I was, at what looked like a mere slit in her shirt at first, except blood was seeping out, staining the fabric. "No, no, no, I can't save you!" "I told you not to if it's me," she said, wincing at the pain. "No, do what you can," Winter said as he knelt down beside her, letting her lean back on him. The sight was strangely familiar, I thought, as the sensation in my head began to weaken and Olivia's face blurred a moment. What the hell? Had I been shot too? I felt no pain, but it was cold. colder than the rain could ever make it. I glanced around and saw nothing but snow and high-reaching pine trees making up a small clearing in a deep forest. "Oh no," I whispered to myself. "It's happening again." I could feel the vision intruding, refusing to be staved off as I tried. I felt as helpless as I'd had during my first time here. I saw the little clearing so peaceful and quiet before flashes of a nightmare intruded upon me. A man and a woman running, realizing they were caught. Two soldiers losing control over a situation they had no right creating in the first place. The woman dying slowly in her lover's arms. Her face so strange, yet so familiar. I had come for her first, helped her sever her physical connection, and then sent her on. Then it had been his turn. I shook my head as the freezing cold left me and the gentle trickle of the stream behind me reached my ears. The sensation in my head evaporated, and I felt a hand on my shoulder and another one placed on my upper arm. Evie, grounding me in the here and now. I looked down and saw Olivia, eyes open, though they looked so different. Her face, too, and her clothes. I blinked hard and shook my head, trying to cope with reality instead of confusing old memories. But something stuck. A name. Maria? Decidedly amber eyes stared back at me. "What hell do you say?" "What?" "Look," Evie said. "Alex is dead." He certainly was. He was lying still in the wet grass, eyes wide open, staring at nothing. I turned back to Olivia and found both her and Winter looking at me as if they'd forgotten she'd been stabbed. The wound was placed either between her lower ribs or right under them. The blood stain was growing in size. "We need to do something," I said, trying to ignore the looks. "Put pressure on it." Evie tapped my shoulder. "Your shirt." "Right." I got my jacket and shirt off before putting the former back on over my t-shirt, the cold air making me shiver from even that little ordeal. "Will you stop staring?" I growled at them as I balled up the piece of clothing and put it over the stab wound. Olivia groaned in pain, shutting her eyes a moment. "Ben," she said, when the worst sting had subsided. "Where did you hear that name?" "Just remembered it. Why?" Olivia looked up and met Winter's eyes in some unspoken exchange of words. "Guys!" Elva shouted. "They're coming!" We all looked toward her as she ran toward us. Behind her, almost at the bottom of the hill, Bard and the 3 remaining men came running down. The sight of them bearing down on us only allowed for one positive thought in my head. At least they couldn't take those damn ATVs down there without toppling over. "We need to move," Evie said. Winter nodded and helped Olivia to her feet. As it turned out, she couldn't stand on her own, which meant our running became slower than we could afford. "They're gaining on us," Elva said not long after. "Right." Winter stopped, which subsequently made Olivia do the same. "Evie, take Olivia's extra gun. We have to try and stop them." "What?" I blurted. "No." "Ben," Evie said, without looking at me, as she took one gun from Olivia and checked the other one she'd given her when we all met on the stairs. She turned to me then. "You and Elva can't do this. It will only end with those guys waking up again and causing even more havoc." I began, and was then interrupted by Winter, who helped Olivia lean against me while he shot me a look that seemed to say everything from "keep her safe" to "don't exist in the same universe as me." It was 2 sentiments I identified with, and apparently there was no more time to argue. Evie and Winter exchanged a couple of words before Winter shouted "the stream" over his shoulder back at us. We didn't argue, simply ran for it, and realized about halfway there that it was the only place in this flat hellhole that provided any kind of cover. As our legs got soaked in the cold water, we all peeked over the low edge that had been dug out over time by the never-ending corrosion of water. Olivia kept her gun at the ready, but seemed to have problems focusing. Then the shooting began, the shots loud blasts that echoed through the valley. Bard had either found us because Alex had alerted him, or because of the shooting he'd provoked. I glanced over the edge and saw, to my horror, Evie and Winter further back, flat on the ground as they fired against the oncoming danger. They'd run back until they were in shooting range. Tufts of grass and dirt flew up right in front of them, and I didn't even know I'd made to get up before I felt Olivia yank me back, her hand grabbing onto my jacket, her gun bumping into the back of my head. Ouch! I glared at her and noticed she was struggling to stay focused. Her other hand held onto my shirt, pressing it against the wound. There was a little blood that was beginning to seep through at the edges. The only thing you'll do by running out there like an idiot right now is to throw her off her game. Bard and his men were covering near the ground too, but they were advancing nonetheless. I wondered who the men were more afraid of, Yorov or Bard himself. No sane person would do that on open ground. Romia's warning churned on in my head. She'd called him a monster. Ben? Olivia said, audible despite the gunfire, since she was lying next to me. How did you remember that name? A stray bullet hit 10 feet from us, making us all jolt. This is hardly the time. I am not effing dying without learning the truth, she almost yelled at me. All of it, she added. I remembered I began. I remembered the clearing. Winter, the actual Winter, the soldiers, how both had died, how he had been the one to come back. I shook my head as a man screamed next to Bard. It's you, isn't it? You're what he's been waiting for. That's why he's immortal? Olivia was about to say something, but then succumbed to a massive cough. I don't think immortal is the right word, she said after clearing her throat. I don't think that's what he is. He can certainly die. Yes, I agreed. It's the staying dead that's the problem. It's true then, Olivia sighed as she stared at the chaos before us. I'm not insane. 2 of Bard's men fell down, hit by bullets, but he still moved forward and then seemed to not give a damn. He stood up and actually smiled. There was a fraction of a second where Evie and Winter stopped firing, probably out of shock at the sight of such apparent stupidity. But that wasn't it. Holy hell, Olivia whispered as we saw the man combust into an inferno of flames. His face and hands even seemed to change. The fire blew from his hands and then around him, engulfing him, flying higher and higher. Oh, I murmured as an all-too-familiar sensation came upon me. The last man by him tried ducking to the side, but the glowing form of Aidan Bard simply reached a lazy hand out, sending a spray of fire, so bright it was almost white, after him. The man screamed in fear and pain as the flames caught hold and bit into him, engulfing him as well as forcing him down. Then the scream was choked down. He wasn't even, Elva muttered on the other side of Olivia. He wasn't even running away, just seeking cover. No wonder Romeo feared him. Evie and Winter looked at each other a brief moment, and then fired everything they had left at the fiery apparition that was descending upon them. Like them, he'd waited until he was within the shorter range he needed to be to attack this way. But bullets didn't stop him. They shot straight at him. I couldn't believe they were missing at such short a range. The man was protected somehow behind that wall of flame. Was it even blue in certain places? As Evie and Winter scampered to their feet and started running, Elva and I did the same, pulling Olivia with us. She cried out in pain at the abrupt movements, but didn't object. We began running, taking Olivia with us as she was supported between both of us. Fire streaked along the ground, flaring at each side of us. The pungent smell of burnt grass was soon replaced by smoke and ashes in the air. I dared a glance backward, my pulse hammering in my ears, but saw Evie there, ducking as the fire flared above her a moment, still unhurt. More streaks of fire followed the grass. It didn't matter that it had rained until the ground was soaked. Those iron-hot flames ate whatever came in their way, including our way. As the fire roared up in front of us, there was nowhere to run. I heard Elva scream in fear and turned around to see that Evie and Winter had closed in on us, despite coughing and struggling to breathe. The fire was everywhere. There were walls of it around us, and behind Evie and Winter, I could see the fiery form of Bard as he came nearer. He was walking. He had no need to run after us now. We had nowhere to go but into the fire. Chapter 33. The crisp chill of the bright early morning had suddenly changed into an inferno of heat, smoke, and ashes. Winter felt his eyes sting and his throat rasp as the fire roared around them, fueled by Bard more than the wet grass it fed on. Winter turned in circles a few times, desperation welling up as he saw there was no way out. "I emptied half a clip into him, boss," Evie shouted through the noise. Soot stained her clothes and face, and her eyes were wide with disbelief. Winter had seen many strange things, but a fire that burned bullets, and that fast, were a first. Looking closer, though, he could see the fire burn almost white, even blue in some places. The heat that felt like a fever spread beyond those flames. His throat was already burning from the smoke and ashes. Romeo was right about shooting him, he conceded, and then gave in to the sharp coughs that forced their way out of his throat. "Well, we don't have any active abilities among us that can help." Evie was heaving for air, blinking back water from her eyes. She stared back and winced at the sight of Bard, who was approaching slowly through the flames, reveling in his catch. Winter could only nod as he went over to help Elva support Olivia. She was having trouble keeping the pressure against her side on her own now. He rushed to help, lowering her to the soggy and cold ground as he put his hand over hers, keeping pressure on the wound. Blood was seeping into the shirt, and Winter had to concentrate to keep his breathing in check. Her hand felt so cold. "Is he burning?" Olivia asked, trying to focus on the emblazoned man. "Don't worry," Winter said. "I'll fix it." "How?" She coughed and then grimaced in pain as the muscle contractions in her abdomen caused even more pain from her wound. "I'll give him what he wants." "That's a stupid idea," Reed interrupted. "It's the only idea we have," Winter argued, trying not to explode in anger. "He wants me to—" "Yes, and then he'll kill us. Or worse, give us to his employers." Reed barely got the last word out before he began coughing too. It angered Winter even more that he was right. But what other choice did they have? "By all means, if you have a better idea." If not for their dire situation, he would have laughed at Reed's lack of response. Then the man jumped into action. He took Evie's hand and led her over to Elva, gesturing for her to get down on the ground beside her. "Elva, I need you to cover them." Elva cleared her throat, blinking hard because of the floating flakes of ashes in front of her face. "Cover them?" "Pull your shade around them. Hold them close. I know you can do it." "I can't protect them from fire." Elva sounded perplexed. "I know you can't, but I bet you can protect them from me." "Ben, no. This is why they sent me. You have gotten too personal. You know you can't—" "Can't I? Maybe you were right about me, Elva." Reed swallowed and cleared his sore throat. "I probably have been here too long. Losing my memory made me need these people, and they matter to me. You should understand at least that by now. And you have to stop with the not personal speech. It is personal. We're here, after all, you and me. We're as fragile as them, as dependent on them as they are of us. You can't sit here like this and say otherwise. I know that your instincts are screaming at you to do something to survive this. Not just give up and go back. I know because mine are. But overruling that is my fear for them." He indicated Evie and Olivia on each side of her. "So please help me." Elva looked torn, but nodded and put her arms around the two women, pulling them close. "Let go of her," Reed told Winter. "I need you for something else." Winter hesitated, even when Evie reached out to hold on to the blood-soaked shirt for Olivia and kept pressure on the wound. He trusted Evie, but right now she was placing her trust in Reed of all people. "Just do it," Olivia croaked. "I would." Winter cursed under his breath and moved back. Elva didn't hesitate, and the sight of those black eyes almost disturbed him more than the fire closing in on them. The shade, as Reed called it, emanated from her and spread across all three women, like a dark film that reflected their surroundings. Even when standing right in front of them, surrounded by bright fire, he saw them blur and become hard to see. "Hey, focus!" Reed shouted. Winter stepped back and faced him. "This has better not be a trap, Reed. I do not trust you." The walls of fire threatened to boil them if they came closer, and still he felt more wary of Reed. "I don't care," he snapped back. "Either you go along or we watch the people we care about die." "Go to hell." Winter couldn't help himself, despite how childish he sounded, especially since he had no other choice than to actually go along. "I told you before," Reed said, a smirk on his face. "That's not my department. Now come on." Winter turned to see Bard was no more than 30 feet away, looking like a flowing, golden statue as the fire licked over him. "So what are you going to do?" he asked Reed. "Not me, you. You need to antagonize him. Make him really angry." Winter eyed Reed sideways. "That won't work. You need to kill me yourself to get rid of me." "I—" Reed stopped himself and, for a moment, pinched the bridge of his nose like they had all the time in the world for such frustrations. "I'm getting tired of this. I'm not going to kill you. We both know I can't do that. Besides, I get it now." "Get what?" "It was always about her, wasn't it? About the woman in the woods?" Winter didn't know what to say. How did this man know Maria's name anyway? He and Olivia hadn't discussed it. If they had, she would not have been so surprised when Reed said it, which meant only one thing. He must have been there. Winter knew the only reason he could recognize Reed was because up until the day he came alive, he had always been there when Winter died. He must have been there for Maria as well. He could see no other reason. The fire loomed around them. If not for the lack of wind, they would have perished already. "I get that you don't trust me. I'm not particularly fond of your insolent behavior either. Your breaking of the rules are—" "Will you get to the point?" Winter shouted in unconcealed anger. "I care more about Evie than the damn rules. I care more about all of them than the rules. Without them, what's the point?" Winter could only assume he meant the people in his life. He could see no trace of malice or deception on the other man's face, and damn it, he could relate to that. He glanced back, spotting the other three huddled together, protected by Elva. The mere thought of the fire reaching Olivia was forcing a sense of panic he was struggling to keep at bay. It was a panic he'd felt over 300 years ago, and that he recognized now as if no time had passed at all. "Fine," he muttered, so low that he couldn't be heard over the roar of the fire. But he walked on and toward Bard. "Stop this nonsense," he bellowed, hoping the crazed man would hear him. "We can figure this out." "No," Reed protested. He walked with Winter, keeping a mere step behind him and to his right side. "Piss him off. Don't make business deals." Sure, antagonize the insane man who was threatening to burn them all alive. Winter would survive it. But that didn't mean it wouldn't be horrendously painful and traumatizing. "Bard!" he shouted again, his hoarse throat threatening to go on strike. "Just stop it. You're failing your mission." Apparently, the man couldn't talk while embroiled in fire because he let it fade from his body. It didn't lessen the threat around them, though, as it still flowed from his hands. He stood stark naked. His clothes burned off the moment he protected himself with his fire. With his unusually strong ability, though, there was no vulnerability in his nakedness. His skin showed the green hue Winter had seen before. His slit eyes were fastened on them. "Failing?" he shouted back at Winter, his voice hoarse and hissing, yet audible above the noise around them. "You've killed my men, yet you can't escape me." "You killed one of them yourself, you dumbass." "This can be resolved very easily, Winter." Obviously, the man didn't care. "Tell me how you do it, and I'll let you all go." "Liar! Your bosses won't allow that!" "If they can't kill me, why the hell would I care?" Ah, so that was his ultimate goal. He was trying to escape. The powers that be in the Yorov group would have ways to deal even with someone as powerful as Bard. "I won't tell you," Winter shouted back, not bothering to try and explain that he couldn't anyway. Bard shrugged and moved his arms a little, his claws making his fingers look elongated in the flames. The fire moved in on them even more, the threat clear in the suffocating heat. "Seeing as I have you where I want you, what choice do you have? If you kill them, I won't tell you anything." "Oh, you will talk, and besides, I can kill them one by one." He raised his hands, his focus alarmingly set on Winter. "That's the thing, though, Bard. If you do that, you will have destroyed everything I care about. There'll be no reason for me to come back then." Winter couldn't help himself. It was the truth, after all. But as those words spilled out of him, he became acutely aware of Reed standing so close. He was halfway looking down on the ground, halfway at Bard, but at this his eyes turned to Winter. The cold, white eyes back, assessing. This was the only way to end Winter's return from the dead, and he'd just revealed that to the one person who wanted to prevent him from coming back. Suddenly, he felt so incredibly outnumbered. He still needed to try. "You'll come back all right," Bard insisted with a smirk. "If not, you won't know which one I let live." "What? No!" Winter shouted, and then could only watch, helpless, as Bard smiled wider. Flames, rolling and twisting, shot from his hands straight for Winter. His brain was screaming at him to get away. He couldn't move that fast. But Reed could. He was already moving before the flames shot toward Winter, who yelped as he was pushed to the side. There was a jolt of pure cold, and he crashed to the ground. His breath got knocked out of him, and he saw broiling flames above. His instincts shouted at him to get away from the blurry form of Reed, but those uncanny eyes were there. Though not on Winter, he turned his eyes on Bard, who looked at them in surprise. Then his mouth formed the word "no." No sound escaped. Something was wrong. Without thinking, the man turned his fiery hands on himself, clutching at his chest. The flames bit into skin and scales, blistering and spreading as they were fed. Bard never screamed. He was dead before he hit the ground. Winter watched in horror as the flames devoured him, turning his remains dark and charred instead of the gold and green they had been moments ago. He turned again and saw Reed on the ground as well, next to him. He was covered by his own shade, those uncanny eyes on the dead Bard. Winter felt the urge to bolt. Then Reed glanced around, reminded by the fire that was still there. The shade flickered around him as if he had no control over it, and it vanished. His eyes returned to normal, as if he'd blinked his true form away. Winter tried saying something, but all that threatened to come was a panicked gargling sound. Reed scampered to his feet. "How did you know that would work?" Winter managed anyway. "I didn't," he said, his attention already elsewhere. "I had to take the chance." Then he half stumbled and coughed wildly as he made his way back to the other three. Winter could hear him shout something at them, likely asking if they were all right. He followed and reached them as Elva let her cover fade, her eyes returning to normal as she glared at Reed. "That was reckless, Ben," she chastised him at once. "That was trickery." Winter paid them little attention as he sank down on his knees next to Olivia. She was unconscious. "Oh God," Evie managed, staring wide-eyed up at Reed. "That was so warm." Winter could feel it on Olivia's skin too as he took her lifeless hand in his. She felt like she had a fever. "What are you talking about?" Elva asked. "Is she all right?" someone asked. Winter checked the wound, still bleeding. "Boss," Evie snapped. He looked up, staring helplessly at her. "Is she all right?" He shook his head. "Fire's dying," Reed offered. They all looked around. The fire was indeed dying down. With Bard not feeding it anymore and nothing but wet grass and soil to feed on, it couldn't be sustained. The whole area around them was charred, except for their little untouched island of no more than 30 feet in diameter. From above, it had to look like a giant scar in the otherwise green landscape. "We need to get her help." Winter had no clue which one of them said it. There was coughing and desperate intakes of clean air, but he could barely focus on anything but her. Olivia's pulse was weak and erratic under his fingertips as he checked. "The phone," Elva said, and began moving. The motion caused Olivia to slide down on the ground. "Oh yeah, Court should be here by now." Winter looked up again, a small ember of hope flaring. He would be on the other side of the hill, following the road. Court had no way of knowing they would try and escape this way. Winter took the phone from the young woman and made the call. They were so far from help. He couldn't lose her now. But what the hell had that mattered the first time he did? What did his own death-defying ability matter when he couldn't use it to save someone else? "Chopper just landed at the fortress, boss," Court said, as he met Winter at the stairs. Like the rest of his large team, he was dressed in black and armed to the teeth. "They'll be returning at once." Winter nodded and then looked at all the bodies Court's men had retrieved from around the property. Only Romeo and Lowlife had survived. He'd been locked up in one of the cells downstairs, while Romeo had been relocated to the study for now. Last Winter had seen, Elva had been in there with her and fallen asleep on the couch. Romeo would be Evie's responsibility when she'd had a moment to draw breath, as would Lowlife. Winter couldn't trust himself not to throttle the man if he saw him. Winter stopped and looked around. 13 bodies in total, including Bard, the 2 Robbins siblings, as well as a police detective. All of them wrapped up in pieces of the tarp from the murder room downstairs. 2 of them were burnt to a crisp, hardly more than bones. Bard's fire had been burning at a temperature higher than any crematorium could muster. No wonder Yorov had acquired him. Winter sighed. It hadn't been long, but there was already an unpleasant smell in the entrance hall. He walked on. A couple of Court's guys guarded the mansion while the rest were searching the area, taking down the sensors and removing any traces of what had happened there. They all knew there would be a storm of disbelief if the authorities got involved. At certain times, it was useful that he required his security to know about this otherworldly, hidden world. None of them had any abilities themselves, so it would be irresponsible not to warn them. "Any news?" Winter asked. Court shook his head. "No, they just wheeled her in." Winter nodded again. What was there to say anyway? He kept a capable staff of doctors and nurses at the fortress. They usually functioned as corporate medical staff, though some of them helped with the more severe cases that usually came in through Evie's job. Thankfully, the chopper had already been on its way when he'd gotten a hold of Court. Unfortunately, it couldn't take more than Olivia and the medical staff Court had been far-sighted enough to call earlier in the night. Winter entered the hallway to the left of the entrance hall. "I'll go back as soon as the chopper returns. Meanwhile, I believe you have things in order here." "Yeah, we have it under control, but Mr. Bard was high up in the political landscape of the city. People will notice he's missing." "They will." Winter didn't care beyond that at the moment. He'd have to trust Court to deal with it for now. Another of his security came walking towards them, a gray jacket in his hands. "Here, sir." "You'll need that, boss," Court said as a way of explanation. "You shouldn't be seen exiting the chopper like this. It will raise questions." Winter glanced down himself and noticed how awful he looked. His once white shirt was gray and brown from blood, dirt, and ashes. His pants a little better, but only because they'd been dark to begin with. He wasn't going to spend precious time searching for his own clothes that were stashed somewhere in the mansion, though. He took the jacket and zipped it up. At least it concealed the worst. Then he walked on into the kitchen. Parham wasn't there anymore. Winter had his men move him upstairs and placed in a bed. There was no way he'd allow his friend to lay out in the entrance hall with the people who had killed him. There had been no time yet to remove every trace, and Winter pointedly avoided looking at the stains on the floor. Instead, he walked toward the massive island which showed jagged scars from the bullets that had damaged it earlier. "What should we do with him?" Court asked as he stopped beside Winter. On the other side, seated on a pair of counterstools, were Evie and Reed. There were half-empty coffee cups in front of them both, and the smell of freshly brewed coffee still filled the kitchen, masking the smell of blood. Despite the caffeine boost, they'd managed to fall asleep, sort of sinking sideways and keeping each other upright on the stools as their shoulders and heads supported each other. They looked exhausted, even in their sleep, covered in dirt and ashes, exhausted and trusting. Winter considered for a moment. He still wasn't sure about Reed, but that might be due to the fact that he recognized who he truly was, or had been. It was hard to distinguish, he realized. The man had saved his life after all. And yes, he had done it to trick death back on Bard so he could save them all. It was apparently the same as he had done with Olivia once, saving her from a bullet he could sense before anyone else, knowing that death was imminent. This time it hadn't caused him any pain because, like Elva, he'd been cloaked and protected from his own kind. Death had been due a soul, though, and with Bard, the closest living one that could be sensed, he had been it. The whole thing made Winter's head hurt, but it was better to think about than what might await him back in the city. He tried desperately hard not to think of the worst kind of outcome. "Leave them, for now," he told Court, and felt a bout of fatigue. He needed some sleep too, and a decent shower, but it wasn't time for that, yet. Evie has final say on the man in the cell. If the man wanted out from under his boss's clutches, he had a chance now. Winter didn't like to think of the alternative if not. It all usually depended on how manipulated they were. "I'll send the chopper back again for them." "To take them where?" "Wherever they want." "Boss?" "I'm sure they have the right to see to a wounded friend." "Right." Court didn't push it. He wasn't an idiot. He knew Olivia was a special case for Winter, and that she and Reed seemed to come in pairs when strange things happened. Now was not the time to argue against all the orders he'd been given from the first time he'd seen the man. Besides, from what Winter understood of a hasty explanation earlier, Court's ability to see beyond his suspicion and trust Reed had led to Winter being found. Well, Winter couldn't promote him. Court was already head of his department. He could give him a hell of a raise, though. The same applied for Evie. "Okay." Winter drew breath as he turned and left the sleeping couple behind. "There's also—" He tried forcing his brain to cooperate, but at this point, he gave up. The details were too many for him to care about. "Let's go outside and wait for the chopper, boss." Winter nodded his agreement and followed the man. There was only one place he wanted to be. He'd never dreamed she'd ever know the truth, but her persistent nature had driven her there. Right to him. Now he needed that persistence and strength of hers to see her through again, just once more. Chapter 34. 6 months later. The doctor was one of the good ones. Despite the patient only getting the gist of what he was saying, he kept eye contact with him, smiling encouragingly, and only looking to me when it was time to translate. I did so, telling Mr. Kienge that they would be sending him home as he was well enough for that now. As time progressed, they would need a new talk about pain relief. The old man nodded his understanding and thanked the doctor, which he could do himself in his broken English. When the doctor left, Nurse Kotnick adjusted the patient's pillow and cleared away the pamphlets the doctor had left for Mr. Kienge. She stacked them on the side table and smiled. "Who'd have thought we'd have a Lingala interpreter? How many languages are you up to now, Ben? 25? 27, I said, trying for a quick head count and then giving up. I thought I was right, though. Wow, won't your brain overflow at some point? Probably. We'll see how far I can take it. How about a crash course in Slovenian? She scoffed at me and waved me off like I was joking. A busy nurse like her couldn't give language lessons. I only smiled and kept quiet about how short a time I actually needed to learn. In fact, the word learn wasn't entirely correct. It was more like remembering something I'd understood before becoming human. All it took was for me to hear it spoken a short while. Officially, of course, I was known to have a great understanding of grammar and a good memory for words. Some studying, which never happened, and some time with a speaker of whatever language to learn proper pronunciation was what I used as an explanation. I'd love to say it was my idea, but it was all Peter's brilliant scheme, and I had to admit it was exactly that. Brilliant. All I had to do was qualify and show I could actually communicate fluently in whatever language, and then I got the assignments. My resume got longer with each one I learned, and that made me more sought after as an interpreter. At least some good came out of the strange things I remembered. "I read your book," Mr. Kienge said as the door closed behind Nurse Kotnick. He held up the bound rag I'd put together for him. Since he'd asked, and he was dying, I'd not had the heart to deny him. So I'd translated the thing into Limbala and given it to him. That reminded me I had to give the latest translation to Ed Sear. He'd been trying to stop me from giving out free copies of the book, but had little to argue with since I kept providing him with finished translations in languages he'd never even thought about. The ebook sales would be no issue when he didn't have to outsource it, so he'd forgiven me by complaining less in my vicinity. I liked it. You gave me something to think about. Glad to hear it. My daughter isn't too happy about this, you know. He indicated himself in the hospital room. She won't talk to me about it, refuses to see it. If she'd been here when the doctor talked about relieving my pain, she would have cried. I nodded. I knew that from experience. Mr. Kienge had come a long way to visit his only child, and unfortunately, he'd become sick here. It was a joy to him to have someone neutral to speak to in his own language. She only wants what's best for you. I know that, but I am old. He pointed at his steel-gray curls in case I hadn't noticed. And I don't want to fight it. I simply want to spend my last few months with her. I'm not afraid, he added, and indicated the book while he smiled. She'll come around, and even if she doesn't, you know why. The old man smiled wider and closed his eyes. He was already on heavy pain medication and soon fell asleep. Not long after, I found myself stepping out onto the employee parking lot where Rose was waiting for me, tapping her foot. Am I late or something? No. She smiled before urging me into her car, waving her hand like I couldn't move fast enough. It was her first week back since the baby, and she'd finished her shift some 30 minutes ago. Maybe she was in a hurry to get home to her son, Riley. The sun was up and warming the city to such a degree I had to take my jacket off before getting in her overheated car. Spring was in full blossom everywhere as we drove. Trees were sprouting leaves, blossoms were popping up and creating a myriad of colors, and numerous patches of grass was bright green in the warm light. Rose followed the route along the Ashdale River, and I stared lazily at it, watching the glittering light on the surface. I'd spent my first time here in those waters, and they were murky and cold beneath. That felt like a lifetime ago now. As we passed Central Bridge without Rose turning that way, I knew something was up. Instead of going home, where I'd agreed to help Walter with some work documents in Italian of all things, we remained in Harrow instead. She refused to answer questions, telling me to be patient. She drove us past an indefinite number of eateries and clothes shops before she found a parking spot outside a large, 4-storied building, which was ochre-colored and had large arched windows. Current magazine? I stared out the windshield. It couldn't be good if Rose was taking me there. Was this about work again? I was doing okay working as a translator for various organizations, as well as at the hospital. I didn't even mind going there anymore, having learned to take any visions and warnings of death in stride. The job was freelance, giving me some freedom, and it brought in money. Turned out I needed that like anyone else. And so I'd taken Peter and Evie's advice, and not only read old Ben's books, but studied them. I'd learned his language, as it were, and then written my first and last book about the only thing I knew anything about. Ed Sears had liked it and signed it under the little subsidiary press belonging to the magazine. Is this like that intervention you did that time? I asked Rose as I got out and followed her across the street. Oh yeah, that was awkward. Awkward being the key word. You wouldn't do that again, would you? Rose suppressed a smile and then said little else. I followed her into the large open space of the magazine where the clacks of dozens of keyboards received us. It became clear our destination was up in the half-first floor or mezzanine area of the building. As Rose opened the door, I followed her inside and was immediately startled back as a resounding "Surprise!" was shouted at me by a bunch of happy people. Apparently, I must have done something right this time, because instead of an intervention, I found myself cajoled into a lot of talking people wanting to congratulate me, including Ed. Seemed the book had done well in the week it had been out. A pull-up banner with the cover was placed behind a tray of drinks, The Little Book of the End. I wasn't sure what to think of that title, but Ed had chosen it, and there we were. It was apt, though. I couldn't argue with that. I looked around and did to my relief see those that I knew best. Walter, Peter, George, Sheila, and Evie came over, the latter giving me a quick welcome kiss and a big smile. "Congratulations," she said. "You look very surprised." "Well," I began, but Peter apparently knew more than me. It's been well received, Ben. Smart move talking about something most won't, but many need to. I glanced at George. There were no babies present, which led me to believe Rose and Peter's dad was watching them. Peter had finally given up on me, and anything more complicated than a text. So, he'd convinced me to hire George to deal with all the social media and emails I would never touch. He himself was busy with his new game. The two of them were planning on buying a house next. We were all actually conspiring to throw Peter a surprise party to celebrate his success next week. As for George, it had worked well for her to fit the hours where they suited her best with their little girl. I feel like I hired a spy, I said. George didn't even try and hide it. Yes, but a very good one. I am privy to your sales numbers, so I would know. I'm not? That almost made me a little curious. George laughed and offered me her phone. I dare you to go search for them. I hope Peter writes Little Bun 2 on the birth certificate of your next one, I said as they laughed. What? Little Bun 2? She turned to Peter. That sounds awfully like something Ben would not make up. You can't name a child, a person, Little Bun 2. It's like a cheesy movie title. At least they'd named their daughter Lily, and not kept on calling her Little Bun for more than a few days before settling on a name. Nice deflection there. Evie squeezed my hand and gave me a smile, though she was trying very hard not to, considering the lecture Peter was receiving. See, Rose said, it's not an intervention. This calls for a toast, though, Walter said, and everyone readied their glasses. I turned and found Peter handing me one. Thanks. I raised it and was about to drink. Wait a minute, I said, as they made their toast and drank. What is this? Peter looked confused. Champagne? With vodka? Ew, no, it's champagne. With white wine? What's with you, man? Champagne? Evie peered into the glass. Maybe he put moonshine into it? You guys have so little faith in me, it's an insult. Peter tried crossing his arms, and then remembered he was holding his own glass. Just getting wiser around you and alcohol. I turned and saw Olivia and Elva approaching us through the crowded room. Elva gave me a smile in greeting, but despite her effort, it became half-hearted. She still had trouble adjusting, connecting, which meant the woman next to her was doing a lot better. Olivia's way of greeting was, of course, no more than a twitch of a smile. Are you actually being social? I joked in a hushed voice as Ed began an impromptu speech on the other side of the room. Only for 15 minutes. Don't overdo it now. And I needed to talk to you about a weird one. An officer at my precinct swore, before thinking better of it, that some dealer sort of divided into three and overpowered him. Maybe he bought the man's drugs? Funny, why didn't I check that? In or out? Fine, in. I don't think that counts as socializing, though. Fine, I have a date, so I only have 15 minutes to be supportive and crap. I smiled and gently pulled at Evie's hand, getting her attention diverted from the speech. She's got a date, I said. It wasn't that it was the first time. It had been touch and go there a while after Alex stabbed her, and she'd been bedridden a few weeks afterward. From what we'd gathered, Evie's effect on him had stopped him shoving the knife all the way in, as Olivia's pain had shot back at him at the same time. It hadn't taken long after her surgery before it was clear there truly was something between her and Winter. Still, I was supposed to be her friend. That meant being truthful and all. That's nice, Evie said. Now, I clarified. Oh. Evie's smile faltered a little before she forced it back. Maybe lose the leather jacket? Yep, the truth was easier with an ally. What's wrong with it? Olivia asked. Nothing. And the gun? I said. Yeah, Evie agreed. Maybe don't show up armed. You should leave the badge, too. You two are getting creepy. Olivia shucked her jacket halfway off, revealing a nice, cream-colored blouse that looked like a normal shirt again as she put the jacket back on. Happy? Yes, Evie nodded vigorously. You look like you ate a lemon. Here, have a drink. I gave her my glass, but before she could take a sip, Peter swooped in and took it from her. No, because, yeah, he mumbled, keeping his voice low so as not to disturb Ed and refusing to look at Olivia. Never a normal moment around you, huh, alien boy? Never a lone moment, I realized, aware of them around me, people that mattered, people that kept me grounded, people that kept me there. Chapter 35. The cemetery was quiet, like they usually were, except birds chirping and the soft susurration of the wind, in the trees, of course. Still, these were soothing noises. I glanced up at all the headstones before me, placed in mostly neat rows on the green grass that was cut perfectly. Gravel crunched under my shoes as I walked, and the sun warmed my back and neck on my way. I spotted them long before they became aware of me. I only knew the general area of the grave I was visiting, but the sight of the familiar shapes of Olivia and Winter guided me to the right place. Soon, I left the gravel path and walked on soft grass. They stood together, side by side, hands clasped, fingers entwined. He wore a dark suit, she her jeans, shirt, and a dark red leather jacket. Yet again, I found myself struck by the familiarity. I hadn't seen them together all that often since the events in the mansion, though, so I suspected the sensation might pass after a while. "So?" I prompted as I reached them. They both turned toward me, not startled, of course. They'd known I was coming. Olivia was the one who'd called me there. "As good a place as any," she said. "You have a peculiar way of greeting each other," Winter said. "It's like you pick up wherever you left off." "Saves the chit-chat." Olivia smiled at him. An actual, genuine smile. It was good to see. The smell of blooming flowers was sharp all around us, though the only ones growing nearby were planted by headstones. Somewhere, far off on the other side of the cemetery, a lawnmower was started. The noise reaching us as a low buzz, I noticed the bouquet of white lilies put down at Param's headstone. "Will he come back, do you think?" I indicated the grave with a nod. "Hard to say," Winter said, using the excuse to avoid looking at me. "For his sake, I hope not. I hope he's found some peace, but if not, judging by past experience, he'll be back in 20 to 30 years. I found myself agreeing with him. I'd seen the pain and isolation that had been caused by the man's intertwining memories of his lives. He deserved some peace. "He'll have a place to go to in case that happens, won't he?" Olivia said as a noise sounded from her jacket pocket. "I have to get back to work. I'll leave you to it," she added, as she checked it, and then stuffed the phone back in her pocket. She gave Winter a quick kiss and then left. "Leave us to what exactly?" I asked. I thought she'd asked me to come here because of the case we were looking into, but the sight of Winter alone had told me that was not the situation. I hadn't seen too much of him after the events at the mansion either, except during Olivia's recuperation. What happened there never reached the media, and I suspected he employed an excellent cleanup crew. The disappearance of Aidan Bard and several employees of City Hall, though, had not gone unnoticed. Reporters had also uncovered how they all had one thing in common, being hired by Bard with no apparent qualifications. The obvious nepotism had been hard to explain, though, as none of the people involved ever showed up again, and the mystery had fizzled out. As had the case of the pyro murderer. Seemed Winter had never quite known how to handle me, since I was still here. So I was curious as to what this was all about. "Come to an agreement," he said in answer to my question. "That's what she said?" "No." Winter hesitated a moment. "She said, 'Come to an effing agreement.'" I nodded. "I believe you." Winter gave a small smile as his eyes sought out Olivia's retreating shape where she headed for the parking lot. "I hear congratulations are in order." "For what exactly?" It had been 3 days since the surprise party, but there were so many things going on these days. "You and Evie are looking for a place together." "Are you hiring realtors to follow me now?" "Evie told me." "Ah." I tended to forget sometimes that not only did Evie have a job she loved, she also respected and got along with her boss. Of course she'd told him. I cleared my throat. "Thanks. So why and what kind of agreement?" "I think Olivia merely wants us to get along, at least not try and kill each other." "Never really wanted to kill you." "Semantics, Mr. Reed." I eyed him a moment, but was interrupted by a wasp that flew too close and needed to be waved away. You've been pulling this trick for a long, long time. What did you do while waiting for her? Winter thought about it, his eyes resting on the granite headstone that spelled out the short life of his friend. It's not like anyone can change the whole world, he said after a while. It's vast. It's also full of good, decent people, and some nasty ones that cause more trouble than some of us can imagine. I never tried to change the world. I never saw how I could. All I could do while I waited and searched for her was try and make it a little better. Wherever I could, for her, for anyone. Simply do whatever I could. It helped me cope too, helped me stay sane. I'm tired, you see. I know I must have caused you some anger since you broke your own rules by taking human form to try and stop me. But the thing is, I never intended to live forever. As your guardian Elva said, it was never personal. You even said it yourself that day when Aiden Bard tried to burn us alive. It was all about her. She was lost in the in-between so long because of me. I messed up and she waded through the water for centuries. Then she found her way, and I knew I had to find her. When I did, I understood that the last part of my life would be to see to it that she was as safe as she could be. Then I'd let it all go. He glanced at me and smiled in resignation at old and likely painful memories. I didn't quite follow all of them, but for once I knew he would answer whatever questions I had later. She surprised me in her tenacity, though, he went on. I hadn't counted on that. Even with you withholding the information about me coming back from death, she suspected something wasn't right. She figured it out. I shouldn't have been surprised, really. Now, though, she's here. Not only in the city, but here with me. Still, my plan remains the same. Your plan? To stay as long as she's here? You mean you won't come back? Sort of. I mean, I hope to live out the rest of my life with her. Then I'll do what you want. What I want, too. All I ever wished for was a life with her. I suspect you can relate now. His gaze moved to the far-off sight of Olivia getting into her car and closing the door. I nodded my understanding. I had chosen to stay after all. That meant living through this existence and let nature take its course. It would probably feel too short and too hard sometimes, but it was worth it. I already knew that much. And hopefully, I would, as he'd put it, make it just a little better for someone else too. I certainly hoped so, because to me, that mattered. But I am telling you, he said as he focused his attention on me, if I get hit by a bus tomorrow, I'm coming back because that would be too cruel a fate. He'd said it jokingly, but I could sense part of my subconscious wanting to protest. Somehow, my face won out since I couldn't stop a smile. How unlike me when it came to this particular topic. But he was right, at least from a human standpoint. Fair enough, I said, surprising not only me, but even him a little by the look on his face. So we are in agreement then? He asked. Yes, one life each, trying to make what we can a little better. He nodded and extended his hand to me. I believe that matters even if our lots are evened out in the end. I nodded and shook his hand. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It wouldn't be called life if not. Epilogue. The green slopes stretched out before Elva as she sat on a park bench. It stood near a few maple trees that cast their soothing shade on her as she watched, from a distance, while her charge talked to the man he'd come here to stop. At least, partially. He'd always been too curious, wondered too much about what drove people to the end. Elva knew that. She could remember, after all. It was clear to her now that this had been Ben's weakness, as well as strength, when trying to survive. In forgetting everything she could remember, he'd come to understand something she couldn't. A soft breeze snaked through the trees, rustling leaves and stroking through her hair. She watched them as they talked. She'd followed Ben here as she still did now and then, but it had become clear she didn't actually need to anymore, and so the days felt longer as she tried to do her duty, to fulfill her purpose. Maybe Ben had been right that day as the fire roared around them. Maybe there were things more important than the rules they lived by. Elva only knew one kind of existence, though, and as her eyes took in the massive cemetery south of the city, she dearly missed that way of being. She missed her kind, her true purpose, the sensations this limited form couldn't handle. She'd never wanted to come here like Ben had. She'd had to. That made a big difference, she thought. She leaned back and closed her eyes, tuning out the soft winds and the song of unseen birds. Let her mind go blank as she reached out, opening her mind to hearing what she usually couldn't. They were there. Her kind always was. They were everywhere. But they felt a little out of reach. Her skin reacted to her shivers, and she felt goosebumps. "I miss you," she whispered. She opened her eyes and saw Ben and Winter shake hands. It made her smile. She wasn't needed anymore. She'd known it a long time. A short time, really, when she thought about it in the grand scheme of things. But the vessel of flesh that contained her now could never truly grasp such a thing. She closed her eyes again and took a deep breath. She concentrated on leaving the body she'd taken over from the young woman who had eventually died due to such a pointless reason. There had been one man in a car who'd decided to get behind the wheel despite drinking. And then young Elva who'd been checking her phone at the same time. The Elva on the bench felt her heart break for the previous inhabitant of the body and hoped she was all right if she was somewhere now. Elva swallowed and refocused on the connections that held her inside the body. She focused on severing every cell, every connected neuron, unlocking herself. Her corporeal eyes were still closed, but she could see soft tendrils of a light shade leaving the physical body. As she did, she felt her mind begin to be set free. She felt herself no longer need to lock away certain memories and knowledge. Everything around her connected with her. She could feel the warm vibrations of the energy that everything living gave her. She wanted to leave, couldn't she? She was aware of the two men on the other side of the cemetery as they walked away from the grave they'd been standing by. She wasn't needed anymore. Not for the charge she'd been given. He'd learned. He wouldn't transgress. She felt them surround her, her own kind, so warm, so present, so neutral. She recognized that, and yet knew a small part of her would never be detached ever again. "Yes," they whispered, their agreement whisking away with the wind. She felt joy and gratitude then, emotions that stemmed from the body she'd inhabited. A stab of sorrow hit her, and she cupped the still warm cheek of the young woman she'd been, if only for a little while. She looked like she was sleeping as she sat, her head tilted a little to the side. She knew she would be missed, but at least Ben would understand. He'd know what had happened. He could soothe the others. It was an odd thing, she thought, that she cared about that. She even felt a little guilt for whoever would find the young woman, but it couldn't be helped. She had never been able to comprehend Ben's actions. She'd known his motives, but never understood them. But, like him, she wanted to be with those that mattered to her. And so, in a blink of a second, she made her decision. She let go. This has been Revenants of Life, Book 4 in the Ashdale Reaper series, written by G.K. Lund. Copyright 2019 by G.K. Lund. Audiobook production, copyright 2025 by G.K. Lund. If you want to be notified of other audiobooks by G.K. Lund, remember to click subscribe. That way you won't miss new additions to this YouTube catalog.